Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're having a wonderful morning. It is Cinco de Mayo 2026, and we got an exciting day ahead. There is a ton of earnings. There is a lot of either rotations and laggers. We're going to see how they play, but really a lot on earnings. And then the war drama yesterday, very simple narrative. The fact that the ceasefire has not been announced as broken, that got people chilling. You didn't get anything too crazy beyond what you saw with the UAE and Dubai and all of that. You did hear from Hegseth and a couple of others this morning. Oil still elevated, and I hope you guys watched the video. I would definitely keep your eyes out for the December contract on oil, not the front month. That'll probably tell you the story, but we got big earnings after the bell today with AMD. You got even more tomorrow morning, and we're going to see whether or not the vibes in this strong earnings season, if you're not aware, you're at like 65% of companies, almost 70%, that have beat above one standard deviation. So everybody's setting up for it. You got news out of Intel, Apple. There was a lot of even some proxy news. There's news all over, man. So we're going to have a fun 7 hours. The bonds chilled out, but they're still pretty bad. And I think, again, the bonds are the slowest one out of all of them. I mean, just to put it into context, they have all been near this level for a while, but if they do start breaking 5, you want to start paying attention there and see if that puts air brakes on everything going on. So, Chatadonia, I hope you're feeling blessed. I hope you're ready for a good morning, my brethren. And before we begin that, before we chase the dollar, before we try to win rich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people, one that has made a sacrifice that most of us never have and ever will, and I am talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the cult, the people here, the people not here, I want to give a huge special shout out, active service, past service, anybody who has served this country, even the families, God bless you. Thank you for everything. I hope you understand the honor. I think you already know. I don't have to tell it to you. But for those of you, man, I don't know if you support the war or not and everything going on. It's not about that. What I'm shouting out every single day, man, is the fact that there is awesome men and women of this country who are choosing to put so much and give up so much of their time and lives for all of our collective freedom. And I don't think whether or not you support this or that, you can never take away that honor from them. So soldiers, veterans, everyone who served in every capacity, for real, God bless you. I do hope the long term and anything else we could provide could help you out to show you some thanks, but I think we will forever be in your debt. So God bless you, and big shout out to everybody who has given so much to this great nation and all of our freedom, and big shout out to everybody else out there giving back to their local communities, all the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the coaches, the garbage men. Everybody's making their communities run, baby. God bless you and thank you. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise up. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Say the digits! Oh, it's game time, Chatadonia. Oh, no. Oh, my goodness. Good morning. Happy Tuesday. Are you ready? Are you ready for Cinco de Mayo? Cinco de TRADO. I don't know. Is that real? Is that even the word? I got to use my meta translation. I don't know. I'm just saying, dog. I'm just saying. So, we actually got a couple of minutes here until the bell. I'm so ready. Amen, baby. So we got a couple of things. Watch Intel. Again, that news with Apple. That was pretty big. It's not the Apple rumor. I don't know if you remember that one. Everybody wanted Apple to take a stake, but it has to do with them using the Intel chips for products in conjunction or replacing TSMC. Oracle, they had a deal with IBM last night. They were doing good. Watch IBM as well. Now, IGV, a lot of the software names, keep those in mind. And then KKR and Owl. The KKR earnings was actually pretty good. They didn't move too much, so that might be one off of the jump. And then Fiserv and Pfizer. Pfizer had a really good earnings. They didn't move too much. I have that one on the screen. And then Fiserv was actually up, and then they failed. But I liked Fiserv's earnings this time around. So those could be some post earnings. Then you got AMD after the bell and a couple of others. And then Bitcoin and software, those are on watch as well. And what I would be looking for is rotations. rotations, or maybe everything goes risk on. We'll find out. But then again, too, if you do get any intraday war updates, that could still shake things. The real better or for worse is if you get updates on the ceasefire breaking. The bonds started off again. Bonds did start off a little bit bad in the morning, the early hours, but they did chill out. So we're still going to keep an eye on that to see how that plays as well. So other than that, my friends, we got 1 minute until the bell. I hope you have a great day. Don't pump on your homie's head top. You know what I'm saying? Enjoy it. Try to post info. Let's have a good time. I mean, if you have any good questions, I love a good question. We're gonna have seven days. Viridian, another banger off the Padufa doc. Oh, you used it, baby. He used the Padufas. Oh. Let me get to it. Ready?
He wants to fight you
mad.
I think
it's your birthday. Oh, Danny and Cameron, the Cinco de Mayo birthday. Oh, they hate AI art. Oh, cause it's not really art. Happy birthday, baby. Oh, good. That's how we're starting. What I'm talking about. Welcome, bro. Well, you're approaching boomerism. Jesus is Lord. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Fight. Alrighty. And we are off. Oh, IGV went red. They were doing good. But yeah, chips are starting to wake up. Intel 101. That's another 52-week high, I think, intraday. And then even Microsoft. I think all the big tech. Apple's barely green. Nvidia started green and then faded. And then, yeah, Fly and a couple of those other ones are doing good. But yeah, it's very interesting with IGV right now. And then where's Bitcoin? That was the other part of the equation. So yeah, you're starting up 0.5%. So yeah, again, damn, even the NASDAQ starting up at 0.9. So kind of big. Even the Dow, 0.5. Remember, Dow is the weak one. So yeah, Intel, Apple, they like that one. That one's still going. Good morning. Good 102 now. Okay. Okay, well, you guys know what's going to happen today, right? So we bought Intel. No. All right. Jesus is King. Jesus is Lord. Yeah, bro, these are insane, actually. These are insane. Oh, those already went up. Intel, bro, Intel 103 almost. It's kind of insane. So yeah, these already jacked up. Be very careful. Up 100%. So I'm probably going to make those free right now. But then again, every time I make these free, they always fucking run. I think I might have to. Jesus is King. Jesus is Lord. I cap trolls chat because he gets bored. Alright, yeah, no, those got free at 200%. Yeah, those already went fucking nuts, dude. That was just too quick. But yeah, I mean, Intel did just gap up another 4. It's up 8% right now. Hi! Alright. Software's still down. And then there's one play. I don't really like this one as much, but... let's see. Nvidia's even going up, and the SPY. Intel 103. CL pinned. Oracle too. They started off good, but then they were a little bit weak. Where's Bitcoin? Bitcoin's still up by 1A. Amazon's doing good. EWY, Korea. Even K-Web's up 0.5%. I don't know where the Babas and Baidus are doing decent. All right, let's see this one. Data Kelb. Those are only 100%. I'll wait. I'll give you guys an idea. I'm not going to take... I don't like the pricing on it. I want to go for like 4 times max gain on that one, but it's only at like 2 times right now. That's just in case if those start to... Again, you got to pay attention to the rotations and whatnot. Sandisk, I love you too. Good morning. Good morning and God bless. Operation Freedom, again, they were saying they were repelling some attacks, but at the end of the day, as long as the ceasefire doesn't break or boats start moving, or kind of your binary options. And then like we said, I'd watch those December futures on oil. Russell's up 1, Nasdaq's up 0.9, Dow 0.4, and then SPY 0.68. Mivda or Nivda? Nivda chillin'. Reddit, Apple. Big tech isn't doing bad at all. Again, there's Apple, but you're about to hit another high on Intel. Where's healthcare? CNC's doing it again. I don't want to jinx it, you guys. I love it, but I don't want to touch it, because every time I touch it, it stops. So, you know, I think we just let this one ride. Jesus is King. Jesus is Lord. Is it? Oh, damn it. They filled it good. Oh, damn it. Chad. That's TRL. This is King. 700K, bro. You're literally chipping into that, man. You know, that's it, bro. I think you're at $6,990 now. I appreciate it. Damn, Intel again. All right, well, I got one for you. Those are actually still red. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. Bro, I can't believe that first one hit. Like, actually, that first one hit majorly, bro. You realize those are at 400% right now, 500%. I mean, again, it's a crackhead city right now. That was the general idea, but yeah, here we are. Like I said, anytime I make them free, they just go crazy. So you got Nivda too. Well, remember AMD earnings. AMD or fucking Nivda doesn't want to do shit. CINCO de TRADO, very bullish, you know, these guys. Oh, what the fuck? Fastly's up 13. Is that a glitch or am I tripping? Where are the Fastly one then, huh? Oh, the Fastlys are up. Wait, doesn't Fastly report later? Hold up. Fastly's supposed to be tomorrow. All right, well that you got a premium bump on the Fastly. Oh shit. All right, I made the Fastly free. Again, they have earnings tomorrow, but I don't know why that one's up so much. But they're just under 100%. I think there's like 2 more of those front runs still in play. Let's see. Team chilled out. Workday chilled out. Who was it? I think Data Kelb is going to be on Wednesday. Data Kelb, you know Data Kelb? Those are up too, but not as much. Those Fastly's just rocketed. Yeah, PayPal at earnings. Bro, Intel 106. Is this vomit inducing or what? Do you have a goal on the other contracts, or do you sell whenever it feels right? Yeah, pretty much. I mean, whatever makes sense with the account, or if I start to, if they go up a certain amount, like, you know, sometimes if contracts move up too much too fast, even though I'd want more, I usually tend to just take them off the table, and then we could always come back to them. But yeah, it's a mix of having your own target and then also playing your risk tolerance and what you're trying to push. Let's see, where's Fly? There's Fastly and then there's Fly. All right, well, if you got those intels, even after they're up even after the make it free. So do your thing, 21. Do your thing. And then K-Web's up. They're just widening the spreads. The Babas didn't do much, and then Baidu chilled out. Micron. There was another one. Was it MXC? No, which one? What was it? There was one. Hold on, I'm trying to find this other one. NVIDIA, make it free. Tap, I like. I'm just going to wait till around Kimberly. So if Kimberly's too high, Tap will be next in line. Tesla, more Intel? Oh my gosh. I liked Fiserv's earnings, dude. I'm actually, where is it? I'm surprised Fiserv didn't, dude, Fiserv was up and then they came down, but I don't think they should be down 7%. I haven't made a play on it, but except for our old long-term one, but yeah, dude. Dog, those are almost up 1,000%. What the fuck? I should have gotten more, Habibi. Holy fuck. But yeah, I like the Fiservs a lot. Again, SPY's still at this like 0.6. I mean, NASDAQ, we gapped up pretty strong, but it's not like you've gone like too insane, to be honest here. So we'll see. And there's a couple of others. WMB, Google on the high now. Google bans against lender in chip suit. What does this mean? Iran foreign ministry spokesperson, we are negotiating in an atmosphere of deep distrust. We've decided to focus on current negotiations on ending the war instead of wasting time on complex issues. Yeah, IGV did get smacked down. I'm glad. There is a play, though. If that changes the premiums, you might have an opportunity. STX, AMD are chilling, but fuck, man. Your boy. Oh, wow. So, yeah, this is a good day for the long term. I just looked, finally. Which, because again, now, you've already ballooned on Intel. So now these fucking 9% days, 10% days, they mean a lot more. Oh, man. Stock same, risk different. You know? What did that do? All right, I took another Intel at 600%. I had to. Just, you know, it takes some along the way. I had to. You could hold it. Every time I sell them, they fucking balloon. So good luck. Not a recommendation. I said I keep it going. I hope so. I hope it keep it going, you know? Dude, those are insane. Those are not supposed to hit like that. S&P services, 51 versus 51.3. That's not the ISM, though, so get ready for that one. Yeah, but that one actually came in lower. I feel like most macro metrics have done a lot better. Cold. I was talking to my sister yesterday, and like usually I'll be like, yo, have you seen your account? I try to like not bring it up because I don't want her to see it, because then she's gonna get ideas. So I don't know. That's why I'm like, but yeah, I was talking to her yesterday. We were talking about some shows. We were talking about Mother's Day, all sorts of things. But I was like, yeah, I didn't. She's like, anything new? I'm like, no, same old stuff. Your account has not done anything. I hope you don't look at it and buy something. But yeah, you know, that account is doing the best out of the rebuild is the best because it's not as diversified. But remember, her account, she missed out on like Meta, but like she also like, yeah, she got the benefit off of Intel, and then it's less diversified, so her percentage is substantial. Like she has an extra 10-15% on the year. My girlfriend did buy the bottom on Google, yeah, but then it's bad because like not only like Google, but like my girl, she's just like you guys sometimes. She's like, so should I sell Intel? And I was like, okay. I thought we were getting married, but I guess not anymore. But yeah, I had to, you know that? Imagine life, bro. Imagine life. I still have to explain it to my girlfriend. I still have to explain. I'm like, what are you going to buy? I told her, go buy a purse. She said, go buy something. You at least have a plan. But yeah, then she forgot about it. She moved on very quickly. But yeah, I'm sure after she's going to say, give it like 110, 115, she'll probably ask me again. I know, she got Pepsi too. She hates on Pepsi though. She's like, Pepsi doesn't do anything. I'm like, you're up 30%. She's like, I know, but Google's up 120. Intel's up 300. I love the stock market. I'm like, you are ridiculous. What percent of Intel is Colt's sister? No idea. Oh, 29%. That's why. There you go. Yeah, Colt's sister, it's 29%, up 330%. And then that's her biggest position by like 3 times. But yeah, her portfolio's up over 30% on the year. That's where she got the extra, or 25%. That's where she got the extra juice. But yeah, I hope she doesn't look at it and gets any ideas. And if that's not a market lesson for you, I don't know what is. I don't know what is. Let me see one more. Too expensive. Is that Fiserv going up? No. Again, I hadn't make a play on that one, but I like it. Data Kelb. Oh, I have another Fastly. I didn't see those. No, no, no. Those are the same Fastlies. I was about to sell those again. I was like, wait a minute. Okay, hold on. Hold on, Habibi. And then wherever Airs is at. IGV and IBIT. Oh, my bad. Yeah, IBIT is actually going up, and then IGV a little bit. Intel's still kind of insane. Bro's on the high. Again, Chipotle, a couple food plays got upgrades this morning. Ghulam Hassan Mohseni, head of Judiciary, Islamic Republic. Any action disruptive to security will face harsh on-the-ground response. And then shopping center fire in west of Iran, capital of Tehran. Okay, this might be my last one until we see where the day leads us. Harris on the high. Why is this thing running? Bro, there was a chip stock I put up the other day. It was like 13. It's like MCX or something like that. I'm blanking on it heavy. But that was also one I wanted to see. Fizzerv. I keep seeing. Oh, Fizzerv is on the high, huh? All right, well, Fizzerv did bounce 3% right there. No news on Kimberly. Still post earnings. I mean, Dow's actually even doing good, but they lagged yesterday. They're back to 0.3. Okay. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. I did see the cruise ship virus. You guys are telling me about it. I even had what Lending Tips texted me. I'm like, bro, you're not going on a cruise. You'll be fine. But then you want to know what my response... I don't want to freak you guys out. You want to know what my response to Lending Tips was? I don't know if you guys could handle tin this early. You got Intel at 104 to 107. The market up after you had weird war freak out drama. I don't know if now's the right time for tin, bro. I don't know if now is the right time for tin. Is the dollar up? Break even for now, but dollar has been there. And then Korea, dude. Korea! That's up 5%. It's always the right time. Well, I told Lending Tips, I said I wouldn't be worried about that hantavirus on a cruise ship. I would be more worried about energy lockdowns. Okay? I don't know. Was it Finland? I think it was Finland or New Zealand. They already, they've been talking about it. But yeah, that's like the big tinfoil where shit gets shitty. Gas prices are expensive as fuck. It's like $6.80. So yeah, that's my tinfoil of the day. I am more concerned with the energy lockdown rather than a hantavirus. Microsoft. Later Nvidia. SanDisk again. Dude, Korea's literally up 5. Oh yes, Palantir and Duo. Those are the other earnings. Duolingo pretty bad, but they were worse. Qualcomm coming up. No news on IGV. I think it's just the rotation, to be honest. IGV was actually looking good in the morning. Again, even with like Bitcoin. Bitcoin's closing that gap a little bit. And then you don't have bad software moves today. I mean, unless the Oracle flipping, but then they're still kind of holding up. But I really just think it's the fact that chips are on fire now with Intel. I mean, shit, even Nvidia is going up. But yeah, most of the chips are doing good after that little sell-off. Because yesterday you had chips down for the first time, and then software really outperformed even with all the volatility. So that could be part of it, but generally it was a little bit better. See, I don't know who Hanta is. It's like a Fanta. Skyworks. Bro, what is that? I need to find that one play. It's like MCX or something. It's like a shitty micro chip stock. Jesus is King. Jesus is Lord. Is it? There was one I guess is not meant to be. Usually I remember shit, dude. That's why I'm kind of shocked. You think we'll have energy lockdowns? I don't think we will. That's just the tinfoil. But again, depending on December and a lot of other things, I mean, we'll find out. MCHP? Oh no, it's like a $12, $14 stock. Small micro. It has something chip in it. It's like MU or MCX, I think. MUX? MX? Is it MX? No, it's some cheap ass stock. MXL maybe? Oh, hold on. No, not MXL. I pulled it up the other day. I showed you guys literally either yesterday or Friday. I guess I'll never find it. Qualcomm again. Yeah, there's one. Chemours, or was it Chemours or DuPont had earnings this morning? And then where is a Pfizer? Weed stocks climbing up again. The GME CEO. I mean, I'm glad Michael Burry sold out, but I think he kind of even realized. I'm very biased though. I'm very, very biased. I really do not like Ryan Cohen. Ryan Cohen is not. He gives me bad vibes. I didn't watch the interview. I know all people were like, "Is he on drugs and all that?" I didn't even watch it. I just don't. That's why I'm saying I'm biased. I'm not invested in the situation. But like, if I'm going off of my base philosophy, homeboy is sketch. That's why I'm not really like involved in it. That's why I'm not like, oh, let's check this out. Like, does that make sense? I don't like follow, like, I'm not like, yo, what's fucking Tim Sykes doing today? Like, I don't know how to. I don't know how to describe it. I really don't care what he does, and I'm just like, you be careful, do your thing. If you're a fan, do whatever you need to do, man. But yeah, that's not someone I'm keeping up with. Macron. Oh, UMC. That's the one. That's the one I showed you guys the other day. UMC. United Microelectronics Corp. Yeah, it's already jacked up a shit ton. But yeah, there it is. That was the one. But yeah, I didn't. Those are all of these ones. That's like late stage lagger. Those premiums are terrible. who do people buy these ones, man? Who's buying this one, you know? These people. Oh, actually. No, that one won't work. I think it was just so close to UWMC, it might make you vomit. But other than that, yeah, this is like late stage memory lagger. Somebody was talking about it, but I heard about this last week. SanDisk, US ISM services, 53.6 versus 53.7. So it missed expectations, but still an expansion. Look for the prices paid. That's what's going to tweak everybody out. Nice. Huh? Oh, I was like, what the fuck? Jolt's job opening, 6.8 million versus 685. 6866, a little higher. Did I play GameStop or AMC? I played AMC. We actually made a killing on AMC. And then I think we bottom ticked it and top ticked it. But then at that point, it got really tribalistic. And then they said I was going to hell. The AMC people said I was going to hell for selling AMC. It was a very fun one. They're taking off a bit. You know what to do, right? I make the contracts free. Risk and reward in harmony. Actually, let me check one more. Yeah, these suck, dude. AEIS, Qualcomm. Well, again, KKR, they had good earnings. That was the thing about it. Free contracts. Let's see where those went. All right, I got one more. I thought I was going to stop on the other one. Still early, but again, a lot of things kind of moved. Not a recommendation. Good luck. And even Apple now, even the SPY barely budged now that I think about it. SPY's up 0.69, Russell 102, NASDAQ 1.1, and then Dow Jones 0.43. Look at DRAM. It tracks a little. I've seen that. Yeah, I mean, again, SanDisk. I don't know. My favorite SanDisk sympathy is Korea. And they actually kind of went crazy. Flies down 6 now? No way. Oh, shit. Yeah. Hi. Dio on the high. Yeah, Dio's starting to wake up. I don't know if there's news on there. Where's Staples? Those staples are actually holding up. They're going green, Dow a little bit. Yeah, SanDisk is still... That lagged a little bit off earnings and then started to take off. But then that's what I'm saying. All the memory stuff, this is literally the ISM. I mean, or at least it's not that ISM is causing it, but memory and like all of these guys in the manufacturing of chips, that's causing the ISM to go up. That's why we're getting that interesting breakdown of like, or why are those correlations between ISM and some of these other industries. Looking at travel, oil's even coming down too, so SPY's actually moving a lot less than oil. Oil's pretty much given up all of yesterday. Oil went up 4 yesterday, now coming down. MCHP, again, more of these chip names are coming up. Even Tesla, Nvidia doing nothing. Nibis, that was on fire yesterday. They're about to go green. ON, I think, had earnings. Even Poet coming back up. XLE, I don't like it for the long term, but it's gonna, XLE will be responsive to all the war stuff. IWM 52-week high. Fuck you, IWM. That's the only thing we're competing with this year. IG Visual. Yeah, I don't, again, like we said, watch for the rotations, laggers, and leaders, but for now, they're definitely doing reverse rotation. Free contracts, that's my therapy. It's a massive bull trap on SPY. You have no idea how much I've heard that in the last month. I just think, again, you got to be, I think maybe as we get through some of these earnings, I mean, if you get a real bad outcome out of the Hormuz, that could have one effect, but we should be chill, honestly. I'm expecting this week we should be more chill. If there's going to be any bullishness, it should happen towards middle or end of the month, but you never know. But then there's many ways things could go bad. Bad China meeting, you're going to need something bad, but so far, I mean, we have just climbed the wall of worry. Like, that's the weird part about the other day. We talked about this last night. The weird part is that the market is not, like, it sounds so dumb to say it, but, like, the positioning is not as overstretched as you think. Like, the Mag 7 is a lot cleaner positioned after all of the dog shit from the last couple of months. Again, the SPY is, like, it's insane, the pricing of it, but you have a lot of people who've already covered shorts now. You don't have, like, again, oil is the bad part about it, and there's, you know, definitely crazy valuations in memory, but, like, your biggest, like, what, a couple $100 billion, almost $1 trillion of more than trillions of dollars of market cap, it has stayed the same for like 6 to 9 months. That's the number one psyop, a giant perpetual bull trap to get you to sell and not buy. Well, that's why too. I mean, that's why I think you should trade the market on a separate account, but then you should always have one account that has exposure and just never sell until you buy a house, or like with a plan, you know, a goal, a strategy. What do you want out of it? So you guys want to get a house with Intel, or is this a bad time to bring that up, or just now it went up even more? You got 10% more of your down payment. I don't know what to tell you, buddy. What do you want to do? Critical Minerals secures Greenland approval for 70% stake acquisition. Oh, they're popping off of that. That Estee Lauder too. You know, that's Mr. Ron Lauder. Doesn't he owns like Greenland Acquisition Corp or something? You want to get a rental with Intel so bad? Do it. Do it. Do it. I mean, again, or you keep holding it, but you know, eventually it's gonna keep moving around. Maybe it goes to 200, maybe it goes back to 20. But you know, if you already had a goal of a property, or again, I brought it up because some people, just like the farm, I'm telling you, last year, think about it was July, August, we're ripping, right? July, August, the market's ripping. Your long term's hitting another all-time high. Should I sell? I want to sell it now. Why do you want to sell it? It's so high. It worked. It's working so well. I wanted to stop working. And that's why I said buy a house. That's the idea. Or move it to a bigger, better investment. Some of you that could be starting a business or investing in a business you already have doing well. But I do think housing and that leverage behind housing is amazing. But yeah, like I think the easy answer is just if you really have this desire to sell a 300% gainer, if it's only based off of you think it went up too much, that's not a good enough reason. I would not break the rules because of my emotions. So following the rules, you got to put this to a bigger and better asset if you were able to grow a little bag off of it. So that's what I'm saying. In this case, I do think you got to move it up. Yeah, Intel is now 40% of the rebuild. Holy fuck. I just noticed that. So now where's our cash? Yeah, that's dropping my cash balance because Intel's getting so big. Ah! They squeezed Poet. I was just saying, even that one's starting to go up. Yeah. Hi, it's up 20% now. I'm looking in the Tampa area. Do it. Do it. You did some covered calls. Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, think about it, bro. Even in this last week, just like even not having the covered calls, waiting for more contracts, that definitely helped you out. So I'm still not, again, they have 150s now for $2,800 a pop. Yeah, well, Baba and Baidu came up a little bit. K-Web went up, dropped, and came back up. The spreads are going to be like, the spreads are dog shit on all the K-Webs. Even by any China play, dude, is terrible. You don't do regular rebalancing. I do not. I rebalance every 10 years. Or I rebalance into a different asset class, property. That's been my strategy. That's kind of what we've been doing here. And you see why. I mean, sometimes, again, we've ridden plays from $9 to 70 or $80, like Snapchat, and then they've came down. And that's why, like, usually as they start to go crazy, you could utilize the covered calls. But like I'm saying, I mean, the easiest thing is moving it to either a company or preferably a property. And that's why I've been showing it. Like even yesterday, we showed one property that was pretty unique. But that was a little bit more expensive. And then a week ago on the first $100 Intel pop, we were going over some of the cheaper $100,000. Like almost everybody can acquire those is what I'm saying. Like that's the craziest part. Because I believe this. You may disagree, but I've done it before. But like I'm telling you, what? If you made a $2,000 investment on Intel or less, you have... you have enough for a down payment on one of these cheap homes. at $9,600. That's the smallest one. Like I'm saying, even Colt Sister could pull it off. And then if you put like 3 or 4 grand on a bigger investment, that was the big account investment, that's worth about 21,000 now. So like I'm saying, that's SPY, little red, and oil popping. I see a Nissan headline, but what's going on? You're getting your first little oil pop SPY red, and then fertilizer plays are going up. You might be getting something. Job market shop. No, latest thing was Jolts. I see Nissan. They've opened discussions with European employees. I don't see a headline yet, but I'd keep watch. What time? It's 7:15. You've already got your data. Yeah, a lot of things took some reds right there, though. UAE air defense actively engaging with missiles. Sounds heard across the country. Ongoing engagements with missiles and UAVs. So again, that was the same thing as yesterday. The Dubai, UAE, those attacks. That's kind of what got again, it's intraday attacks. I don't know if you guys notice. You haven't dealt with that in a while. I mean, we went a couple weeks with no attacks during the day, even overnight, but that was kind of the idea of yesterday. But as long as it doesn't break the ceasefire. But we've gone up here for almost a straight hour, and then oil dropped back below yesterday's level, and then yeah, now we're here. UAE air defense responding to incoming missile threat. They are now dealing with missile threat. Yeah, interesting pop. You're back to VWAP, but dog, these little chip stocks are still going. I mean, shit, even Intel. IGV stopped going down, so C. Intel. Scam drop. That wasn't too bad. Yeah, Iran they didn't deny it. They were just very vague about it. They like half denied it yesterday. But then, like, remember too, they were like, we had to do it. You made us do it. So again, the whole concept of even why you like chilled right now is that you didn't break the ceasefire. That's what people were worried about yesterday. If you remember, like, middle of a lot of the headlines, we were tripping out about if Israel was going to restart the war, if this was going to lead to more of a hot war again. So was that a flagrant violation where Trump even revokes his unilateral ceasefire? That's what people were worried about. So the fact that everybody downplayed that from last night till today, that's what kind of gave you a little bit of chilling out. Not to mention all of the memory, earnings move, the demand, all of that other stuff. Intel, the sizing for long term or for short term? For short term sizing, you're gonna have to get comfortable with it. That's why I like making it free, and then you could kind of start sizing up depending on both your budget. And that's the thing too. I mean, don't forget, let me put it this way. You think sizing is your problem? That's only because you're hitting things right now. So the real name of the game is staying alive. Like I'm saying, like you see it, like one play, why don't play no work? You don't play, I hate you. What the fuck? You want to stay alive. Like imagine how many opportunities we're putting ourselves in front of. You get what I'm saying? So that's I've been doing it for a very long time. You want to stay alive. You want to make sure you're protected. Because if you hit enough and you're keeping your budget alive, you're not getting blown out by 1 or 2, that's how you're going to enjoy the upside on some of these plays. Again, imagine staying alive until you even hit an Intel. And again, we've even played Intel multiple times on the short term. So it sucks when you're like, damn, I could have made everything on that play. But it's just like the real focus is staying alive with, especially if you're playing Minesweeper with plays that are either going to hit or go to 0. Oh yeah, you got another candle. UAE defenses, the same exact headline. You might get another follow-up here, or wait till CNN or somebody hits it. Explosions in Iran's Qasem Island. They're blowing up an island. Hormozgan province. Is that? I don't know where that is relative to what's it called? Karg. Oh, speaking of staying alive consistency, it's your boy Bradley Frizzle. Horna. Oh my goodness. Amen. Amen, Bradley Frizzle. We need a diplomat. You know that? I've realized Bradley Frizzle is like the Marco Rubio of the CRGC. You know that, Bradley Frizzle? God bless you, brother. Good morning. Good morning. Let's see, Bobo. The NVIDIA. I gave an update on the NVIDIA the other day. You might have missed it, but I don't, like I'm saying, that play, you need to decide. You're either going to win or lose, but I'm already getting flamed for it regardless, because I didn't realize how many people fucking top-ticked it. I'm like, yo, the play's up 100%. They're like, I bought it up 100%. So, but yeah, I think you should decide on that, or again, we've already I've gave multiple updates on that, but I'm already taking the L, so I'm not gonna dig the hole any deeper. We're just gonna find other plays. Again, I like the K-Web still too, but I still do like that NVIDIA play. But at that point, I mean, you got to make your own decision. There's nothing else beyond what's it called? It's just either IV jacks up ahead of earnings or it doesn't. It's a very, very simple play. So if you have better pricing, I'd make that decision, or you could sit that one out. You're listening to old timers talk about buying Intel at brick bodies? What the fuck is that? Bro, you guys don't realize I got like fucking, you know how hard it is not to like roast somebody? I got guys like, I hate your fucking Intel play, and I'm like, I look at his profile, I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna just refrain. And I had one this morning, and then I saw his, man, I'm not like, you know how hard it is to not just roast anybody sometimes, but I said, Lord, what the fuck is brick bodies? Are you guys, is that a strip club? Or is this a gym? This could be anything. Yeah, it could be either or. I don't know a brick body. It could be a fucking a figurine. He hate until, what is it? So there goes the peace deal. No, not yet. We need you just, if they break the ceasefire, if you get like a real announcement by Donald Trump saying it's okay now, you'll see hell is coming. If he starts doing that shit again, but other than that, that's the fact that didn't happen kind of after yesterday. That kept some people alive, or that kept a lot of the vibes alive. He did say no more Mr. Nice Guy. GME is going up. Dog, are you kidding me? That Intel is over 1,000% from the morning if you hit that one. So yeah, I still got a couple left, but fuck me. I made that one free early. And then let's see the rest. It's a huge gym with Olympic pools, fake grass. Pretty much a bougie LA Fitness. No way. I've never heard of this. It's in Baltimore? Interesting. Interesting. The best thing since wrestling. Investing. You got a little pop there. So again, little war freak out. Oil came down. Again, that was just one explosion, but the UAE, that's what people are tripping about. Because again, the whole UAE, Dubai, you guys know, like, technically if the UAE gets involved, I'm pretty sure that would be their first ever war. I don't think the UAE engages in wars. You know, they've had little scuffles with Iran before, but they've never been engaged in a war, which is quite fascinating. Dog, Intel 108. This is disgusting. Everything in Chipland is like kind of going nuts. Chipland very active. They beefing, I don't know, man. But I'm gonna post more plays. That's my plan. You know what I'm saying? If you thought I was gonna stop, I'm actually gonna post more. I'm gonna post even more. Okay, I'll try to tell you to get a long term, but they don't want to listen. But if you don't understand too, I've said it many times. I mean, even Uncle says it in a song. He says 145 5x quick math. That's the strategy. You guys know I only hit 20% of my plays, right? Like, you don't have to hit more than that. With what, again, I'm buying dog shit. They're all gambles. White House gave Iran a private message before new operation. So they're working with them. So, like, think about it. Even those intels are over 1,000% right now in the morning. Those are actually 1,500%. I wish I was lying to you. $1,500. That's this morning, but that's what I'm saying. You keep some of these small, you could lose on 2 or 3. You could lose technically on 4 plays, but then one of them at 500% gets you break even, and then 1,000%. Now you're up 500% if you keep decising the right way. So yeah, it's not. I am not about going about. It's not a. Again, that's why it gets crazy when we hit a bunch in a row, because then it starts to stack up. But yeah, the whole idea is stay alive. If you could stay alive and you're playing a certain amount of these, you're going to be fine. But then again, it's very emotional, the budgeting. And then, again, there's a lot of new people as well, too. And just there is a big difference. That's one thing I've told you guys. Like, you know, I like plays at 3 cents, 5 cents. I don't like them at 50 cents. But, yeah, those intels just – everyone went cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs on that this morning. But, yeah, I'm glad, though. We acted very quickly. We are tired of winning. Some people are. It just depends. I mean, how about Intel? Like, that one, I'm glad some of you got it in the long term. And then you got to realize there was a lot of people who faded that one for many other reasons. Poet, 27%, not $27. Oh, shit. Well, still, that one is coming up a decent amount. All of them, bro. You think Intel is going to 180 this year? Nice. Like I said, I was shocked by the sheer amount of I was shocked by the sheer amount of people who I didn't see that coming. You know that? I don't mind. I bought the shit at 20 something dollars, bro. But like I'm telling you, I was shocked by the sheer amount of people who were like, yeah, Intel's going to $200, Josh. I was like, really? Wow, I wouldn't mind, believe me, but yeah, I don't know. Do you buy Intel now or at 180? I recuse myself from the case. That's it. I'm a boomer. I'm just going to sit on my portfolio and that's it. And then intermediately, like days like today, I'll probably gamble on the options. So, but other than that, I mean, you guys do your thing. I did my job. I did my fucking job. You know what I'm saying? I got it to you early. I went all in on size with whatever we had available. I even made a follow-up video, and we talked about, and even as Wall Street Journal and Bloomberg were telling you no in the meantime, I was telling you I believed. And then, yeah, that's it. I've done my job. Anything after that, you guys got to decide. I don't like telling you to buy stuff I'm up on. So you might get mad. You're like, I should have bought it at 70. I mean, do whatever you want. You do whatever you want. They're all going. It's all chips today. It sucks because IGV wanted to get going, but then now they're like, I want chip stocks. 200 contract. I might have to wait till we get 200 contracts now that I think about it. It was a very deep that was one of the easiest. I mean, again, you got to go fucking full China. So I was down. I was down, brother. I was down. Intel 1.8. I don't, dude. Y'all, do you want to short it? You want to buy it? Do whatever. But we're done, you know. That's it, man. That's it. We're done. I'm just gonna stick to my plan and hold it. I might do a covered call, or I might buy a property with it. We'll find out. Taking principal out of the stock up 100, 200, a good idea? No. I mean, in any other scenario, yes, if it wasn't the long term. But that's the whole point. But then again, you're going to have to learn this. You're either going to learn by making the mistake or not. But essentially, that's the beauty of the long term, is that when you do get a real banger in the long term, if you follow the rules, it will allow you to see it to fruition. And that's why, if you don't notice, every fucking day of Intel gets crazier and crazier now. Because we started big on it, then it went big, and now you are compounding. Do you guys notice that? So now 10%, let me put it this way, 10% today is giving you 100% of what you bought it at. So think about it. You're up probably, if you're up 10% today on 20 grand now, because you allowed it to get that size, or again, even $10,000 on the small one, that's now getting you what you were putting in the whole initial investment. That's the craziest part about it. So yeah, you're going to make more off of compound, and that's how people's stock portfolios go crazy. You get one of the good winners, you're holding it there. So that's why I like to hold them for 10 years minimum, but I'm not trying to pull my money out unless I have a plan. And my plan isn't because I think it's up a lot, because I want more cash. No, I want either a property or a bigger investment, or we could reevaluate in 10 years. Again, what I do is it's sad that what I do is very different, because this is the OG way of investing. This is some Benjamin Graham bullshit, some Warren Buffett, get a good one and you hold it. Again, I don't rebalance every 30 days like Wall Street. I don't think you need to. You're not a computer. So like I'm telling you, if you know what you're going to move the money to and where you're going to invest it, you'll be fine. Literally property, but yeah, it's stupid. Your total investment was $2,100. I am up $1,400 today. Exactly. That's the point. That's exactly what you want in stocks. I mean, usually this takes several years for that to happen. So that's probably why people trip out, because this has only happened in 8 months. But yeah, that is the general idea. Paying the plug, got the keys to the crib, Florida to Utah. Oh, the sunshine to the snow. Eternally grateful for the lessons. Trust the long term. This is the way. Was this a long-term property? Did they long-term to a crib, baby? Florida. Amen. Amen. I love it. I know Intel one. Watch. Just go on my Instagram. Just wait. You'll be like, yo, you said don't buy Intel 100. What a terrible idea. Listen, now I could have made 10%. I'm like, fuck me, dude. Fuck me. I don't know what to tell him. It's crazy. You think people are scared Intel is going to pull back hard? I feel you, and it makes up a big portion of your portfolio now. So what should you do? If you're really scared, you either go to church, get a pit bull, or you go and buy a property. I'm telling you, that's the easiest way to get your ass. And I was saying this a week ago. So maybe 2 weeks ago. So the whole idea is that if you started hunting by now, we could actually make a move on a property. I'm not fucking around. I'm not kidding with you guys. I don't care how much money you make. I don't care what you think you have or don't have. Almost every single Intel position can be turned into a property. And then if you bought those fucking leaps, you're almost a millionaire. I'm not even fucking kidding you. So that's a whole nother story. But yeah, So like I'm telling you, if you're worried, if you are scared of this, bro, you know what I'm saying? And that's it. You just got to, I would turn it to a property. I would genuinely look, and I would genuinely go find something, maybe make some offers, and then by the time, hopefully, that you're able to pull the trigger before it comes down, if that's what you're worried about. Otherwise, if you don't think about it, if it does come down, if you're not going to bitch and you're still going to stick to the plan, then you have nothing to worry about. But if you're worried about it coming down and being up so much, I need to sell it, I think you should follow the rules. I don't think my rules are going to hurt you. Most people who follow them, you follow them early, you stick with them, that's it. Your worst case, you're going to walk away with equity. But yeah, I would definitely start planning and thinking that way. I'm being dead ass serious to it. I'm telling you, some of y'all could pick up some of these properties, maybe an Airbnb, and you could let it pay for itself. And it's not out of reach. Why you're shadow banned? If you were shadow banned, nobody would respond to you, dude. That doesn't make any sense. So no, you're good, bro. I don't think they'll bring back the divvy. I hope not. Remember, they still need to do a lot. I am waiting on the XDV for Kimberly. Do we have technical analysis on Intel? No. I think most people right now, the hardest part for people is not top blasting it, and then the other half is like holding a winner and doing it the right way. You told me to play it smart when I asked the dumb question on Intel. Best thing ever. What was your dumb question? I don't remember. I hope you're happy about it though, and say someone like it is good. Did I call the question dumb? But I hope it made you money. You know what I'm saying? I was trying to make you money, not hurt your feelings. Just keep that in mind for everybody. You've never had gains like Intel, so it's new territory. First instinct is to secure it. So yeah, there is a way to secure it. And it's not going to be just sell. Again, this is long term. If this was an option, I'd tell you to make it free already. You get what I'm saying? You make it free short term, but if this is truly a long term 10-year minimum play, you ride it out. And if you really want to get out of it, I would start figuring out how to buy a property with 10,000 at minimum, because that's kind of what's happened to everybody. No one's responding except you. Fight with them. They'll respond. Be like, fuck you, and then try to fight them. Like, you mad? But other than that, they might not just be responding. AMD could have AMD is either going to do very good or very bad, but if they take market share, they'll do good. But then if AMD does like bad, the other guys will benefit, and then vice versa. AMD does good, NVIDIA will probably come down. Meta, we're just riding it out. I mean, I don't think their earnings were that bad, but they were the worst out of all of the earnings so far of like the big seven. They had the most like caution. Victoria's Secret accused its largest shareholder of pursuing proxy fight. Is there an update on that? Yeah, I would say they said there was beef. Apple's even going up, but SPY's coming down. NASDAQ 1.2, Russell 1.4, SPY 0.7. Apple's really ripping. Latest headline, and Microsoft signs AI testing agreement with UK Security Institute. Latest update was the Iran, or White House gave Iran a private message before the Hormuz operation. You're pretty confident. I think you're just being annoying now. And now I'm about to ban you, brother. You had a Legal came in from the other chat, responded to you. I responded to you. I told you how to fight with people to get a response. You're like, I'm banned. Did you buy Intel? You didn't buy Intel, huh? Was Apple near 300? Oh, I get it. Well, that's, I don't know if it's gonna go 20 bucks in 3 days. That's gonna be the problem. Is anything short term on May? Is like if we get a real big pop, those will hit. But there's a lot of cheap Mays. But ideally, kind of June, July is where you should be. Then those are the short terms. As weird as that sounds. A little bit of Intel. All right, well, chilled out after 110. That was a fun ride. Is there a tax lot you should use for Intel? I mean, you could talk to your see, look at, he's already taken the advice. He said, you're sensitive. Buy this stock. See, that's why I'm telling you. That's how you get the reaction. Fight him. Then they'll respond. But tax law, I mean, that's why this is why I like the long-term plan, because if you actually like ride out all the other plays, ideally you could just write off any of the losses that you have when it comes to sell. But then again, you got to do it. You got to do it how you do it, bro. He wants to fight you, man. All right, I'm going to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. One of the largest container shipping companies says Hormuz transit not yet possible. AP. You're an OG here. I have no idea who you are. You've been pumping Aether stock for like 5 days in a row. So I hope it's been good. Do you have a long term? But anyways, I'll be right back. It's fucking every time Intel goes up, dog, it gets wild in here, huh? Doesn't it? Everyone, y'all need kumbaya, dog. Kumbaya. Make some free contracts. You know? So I'll be right back.
I make the contracts free. Every ticker, I just wait my turn. Let them all chase glitter. I just want my bird. Premium in my pocket. Got a plan, not a prayer. If the charts start dropping, I'm already there. I make the contracts free. The
bathroom break song, you know? That's why, man. You need to chill, bro. Huh? You need to vibe. There you go. Oh, what's that? Is Aries moving? All of them? Huh? KKR. Yeah, all those private credit names are moving. Free contracts. That's my therapy. Pfizer CEO not expecting a big merger in the next few years. Thank God. Iran president office communications. President is not one to resign, and raising the issue is a media rumor. I didn't even hear that till you said that. And then Carney picked former Supreme Court Justice Louis Arbour for Canada's next Governor General. Those move like what, 20, 30%, but not anything crazy. All right, Chatadonia. Well, you're coming back to VWAP. The first one was the... What was that? Another UAE missile drone interception or air defense. Pending operation guiding ships and warned Tehran not to interfere. Still seems like they're friendly. Thoughts on Elf? I like Elf at a really low price, but I don't think buying them. Actually, they came down. I thought it was at $90 still, but I'm like, I'm not really a fan. But I also remember Elf at like $9 a share. It was a very good value makeup company. And I haven't looked at their fundamentals because I know they bought in a lot of things. Small slice on the entry. Big dreams in my mind. Where is it? Yeah, so 59. I don't know. It's cheaper, but it's not... I don't know if they've grown into that, but yeah, and it's been relatively new. Otherwise, Ulta is my favorite cosmetic company. Estee Lauder too, they've came back up a little bit. It's all Intel, was a lot of, I mean, SanDisk is up 10%. It's all chips. I wouldn't say just Intel. There's a lot of chip activity, and then there was another like what, 20 or 40 earnings in the morning. So that was the other part of kind of lifting us up here. Further out, locking in the gain. Yeah, I talked about it the other day. I mean, I made a video on it, but then I reviewed it with all of you. Like, you just got to factor in the sizing where, you know, to make it free, you'll need more than one contract, and then you'll need 100%. You buy 2 or 3, you could change that ratio, and then even if you buy one contract and you don't want to go too big, then you have to understand the ghetto spread. That's what's going to help you. But that is, it's a very effective strategy, at least for staying alive and getting a lot of opportunity and upside. AI is deployed in more than 150 companies in KKR portfolio. Oh, it's a headline. I think they're having a conference call. Yeah, it was the Fed now. I know, dude. This whole family. Don't know how I feel about that. Ulta. I mean, dude, Buffett fucked it up for us, dude. I think you could have got Ulta cheaper until he got in the way. Because it shot up, now it's coming back down, but yeah, I like Ulta. We have Ulta. We only were able to pick it up once, and then it went crazy. Surprisingly. Ulta. Yeah, we're up 128% on Ulta. That's one we don't talk about too much, but I love the industry. APLD. I think that actually looks decent. Fire breaks out in Reed's area in Mekong wetlands near Iran. Winding spreading. There's a wildfire in Iran. Remember, we heard another headline on that. The global bond rise, I think it's because of this, both oil and spending. So again, like, you even have the Europeans having to spend more money, and then energy costs. So it's a mix of factoring in inflation and then making already unsustainable budgets a lot harder to utilize. You buy it under LLC or sole proprietor. LLC, I make a company for it. And that's what I was saying, for some of you guys, you could do that. It all depends on how you're going to finance it as well. But I wouldn't get, for a lot of you, especially your first one, I wouldn't get too caught up in that. I think the hard part is going to be figuring out how to finance it, especially if you don't have good W-2 income or something of that nature. But like I'm telling you, I think we brought it up not too long ago. I think some of you should look. I think you genuinely should start looking, especially if you have a itch in your ear to want to sell Intel. Like I'm saying, I'm not against selling Intel, but I do hope you can maximize a big gain in your favor, and then, turn it to something even better and keep that and get ready for the cycle and be able to cycle through with more assets, more safety, more everything, more life, Does it change on the expiration or heavier sizing? Expiration for sure, and sometimes heavier sizing if it really makes a quick pop and I went bigger on there. And usually I go bigger after I start hitting on streaks. That's why once I have more house money to play with, that's where you could start pushing it, or just general conviction. But at the same time, the ones with less time, you want to make them free as soon as possible. Because again, once the move stops, it's more likely to get clapped. A good example is those IGVs. So you guys remember the IGV, we bottom ticked that, and those are great. Those are awesome plays. But remember, I left a little bit on the table, but we hit that move so quickly, you were able to make it free. You still had time to hold it, but then those came back down. It's like you got to really protect yourself, and you still had the upside with it. But in general, if you catch a really big move too, that's usually ideal to make it free. You might miss out if it keeps going up, but you still should have exposure if you made it free. Recommendation on leap, sell, or exercise? Yeah, or make them free. You can't go wrong there. But it depends. If you are going to exercise it, or do you want it at the, because more likely you bought it out of the money leap, so you're going to buy the stock at a higher price. So you're going to take a different exposure. But yeah, you got to decide, are you going to not touch it for X amount of years? Otherwise, if you want more flexibility, I would either sell it or make it free. Dude, Qualcomm's has been going up and down 5-10% every other day. SoFi, I hate SoFi. I'm not a big fan of SoFi. I like other financials, but there's only one financial I think that's cheap. Is it Bank of America? That might be the only one that hasn't popped above 2020 or like 2008. But yeah, SoFi, I've talked about it, I think this even yesterday. Trump signs proclamation stream on White House. I didn't know we were going to hear him today. Oh yeah. I guess Trump is going live. And I'm feeling fine. Tractor Supply. And then DuPont. DuPont's post earnings. Yeah, but yeah, Tractor Supply. And Brazil. EWZ. And then Bank of America. I think they heard me. Trump admin manufactured pricing will generate $64 billion in federal and state savings over 10 years. Another Meta Chicle? Oh, shit. Yeah, Meta is dying, actually. Apple came down from the high. Quantum, no, I don't know much about it. Do you not like SoFi, the stock, or the company? Both? I just don't use them. And I think it wasn't in a Chamath SPAC. They're everywhere, but aren't they on stadiums and shit? But yeah, I'm not just the biggest fan. And then even as a stock, I don't like it. I like the bigger banks, and then again, even in our portfolio, we just have better financial exposure. So that's why once we got good, we added some decent size to JP Morgan, but yeah, ever since that, we didn't have to go too crazy. What do you do with the equity after selling a property? You're tired of the HOA? I don't know, man. How bad is the HOA? Condos are a little big, again, because condos could die, you know? Condos could actually decrease in value, especially if the HOA is a real big problem. But have a plan. This is what I was saying even with Intel a couple weeks ago when I was showing you guys the property. This is what I'm telling you. This rule will save you guys in so many ways. It'll save your family, your friends, everything. It's just a OG financial, like, financial wisdom? No, it's like it's like a order of operations. But like, don't sell something until you know exactly what you're gonna do with that money. That's a problem that a lot of people, they make very bad financial mistakes by just selling and then going into cash, and now the cash has no plan. You know what's going to happen to that rule of thumb? Yeah, there you go. Because you know what's going to happen when you go cash without a plan? It's just going to fucking wander. It's just going to fucking lollygag. You're not going to put it to work. You're more likely going to spend it. Now, then you're going to wake up one day. You're going to watch an Instagram reel. You're going to get a fucking idea because this money has not been allocated with a plan. And when you have a lot of money and no plan, you're going to end up with a lot of problems. That's what most people don't realize until they do this. And that's what I'm saying. Ask anybody who's done it. Has anybody ever sold, anything, a house, a car, anything? Have you ever sold, got a bunch of cash without a plan and it ended up well? I don't think it does. Most people, they're like, I ended up spending it, or I ended up going and doing this, and then before you know it, it gets very impulsive. So that's all I'm saying with like whether it's this is embedded into our long term, but like I'm telling you in many other ways, it's just like straight up. If you even want to sell a home, and you got, again, like I would consider that mortgage, especially if it's low. But you have to, like, even then, what's the plan? What are you going to put it towards? The stock market? Do you have a allocation that makes sense? Are you going to put it towards another home? Where are you going to live? What about allocation towards rent? Can you put it towards a company? A Pokemon card? I hope not, but do you get what I'm saying? Like that is what you have to really figure out. And again, the inflation and all that shit will add to it, but it's like, this is something that this is a rule even before people knew what the fuck inflation was. This is just good. It's a good rule of thumb, and it's a good financial acumen to actually plan your money and do it. And it's not out of the reach of anybody. You get what I'm saying? All of you could do this. It doesn't matter if you're smart, dumb, if you have a lot, you have a little. You could have a plan of how you're going to put your money to work. And that's something where I would strongly encourage you to take that step before making a bigger decision, a decision to sell something big, a home, a car, a stock, you name it. Have a plan with what you are going to do with that money, because once you put it in Wander Village and the money just wanders around with no plan, it's going to find trouble usually. So let's see, what was that one? That TTD starting to climb up. I don't think those moved up. Small slides on the engine. Big dreams in my mind. You bought 500 worth of Pokemon cards. Do you want to hear my tinfoil? PDF of my rules. I don't really have one, but like if you go on the original, there's the original long-term video, and I sound like I didn't go through puberty. But then like even on the latest Oracle video on the long-term, or on the trading fraternity, I do kind of recap some things and give you some easy rules there. But do you guys want to hear my tinfoil? I have tinfoil on Pokemon cards. Some of you are gonna get so mad at me. I'm not trying to make you mad, but it might highlight the tinfoil. I'm telling, it's amazing. You promise not to get mad at me? I know you guys are like, it's my best investment. I've been making bank on it. I know, but like I have tinfoil. Are you ready for it? Just don't get mad at me, okay? I'm not trying to stop you from making money. My tinfoil is that Pokemon cards, and then like creating like economics behind it.
We have great athletes.
I think it's a psyop to keep all of the like younger to older men from revolting. I think you keep, you know what I'm saying? Like in this inflationary environment, the wealth gap, how everything has literally, like, do you get what I'm saying? No, think about it. They're like, fuck it, bro. We need some way to like make sure they don't go crazy. Cause like, think about it. It's making you feel like a kid. You're making money off of it. You're like, gas prices aren't so bad. Fucking Pikachu will pay for it. You know, like you're like, oh, it's like giving people, it's like creating an economy. And if you're so busy on fucking Charizard, you're not gonna fucking fight against the government. I don't know. That's my take. I think it's a psyop to keep a certain amount of military aged men from revolting.
Kennedy
That's my
Jr.,
tinfoil.
Done an incredible job.
I think
Scott
he has some.
Turner,
Think about it.
everybody
Just
knows,
think about it, bro.
A legend, Linda McMahon, head of education in our country, and she's doing a fantastic job. They all are. We're also pleased to be joined by respected sports leaders and members of the President's Council on Sports, Fitness, and Nutrition. We really have some incredible people. It's like a who's who. Bryson, how many do we have on the council total?
Oh, it's got to be upwards of 30, actually.
Yeah, a lot,
There's
and
a lot of great athletes.
all top.
Yes, sir.
If they weren't really good, we don't allow them. Like, you're going to be really good. Like Gary Player, as an example, he won 168 tournaments over a very average career. You know that? Think of it. He won 168 tournaments, 18 majors, 9 senior. He has more championships than anybody, national championships than anybody.
HD coming up.
And I played with him. He's very proud of it, actually. He played with him on his 90th birthday. He very easily, on a tough course, from 6,800 yards, he very easily shot a 70. And it was the easiest 70. And normally,
OpenAI joint venture and talks to acquire 3 AI service
so excited.
firms.
Gary's like, all right.
By engineering firms.
I think he's the most unexcited human being.
Various Anthropic.
Because he's been doing it all his life. He's been
That's
winning.
only 0.3,
top
but
three
even
in
fucking
history,
Fidelity
in my opinion.
popped
I don't
off
think
an
it's my
Anthropic
opinion.
partnership.
Just based on the record, Gary is top 3. Jack and Tiger and Gary, greatest golfers. So thanks for being here. And as you know, we have the U.S. Open champion. And he won 2 U.S. Opens, but that last one was unbelievable. He had I think Gary's one of the greatest shots ever hit to win a U.S. Open, certainly. One of the top, they say one of the top 3. I don't know what the other 2 are. But he hit an unbelievable sand shot, sank a 4.5-foot putt, and he won the U.S. Open. And he's been a great golfer from the day he was born, if you believe in genetics, because I do. But he won.
Excuse me?
He won the U.S. Amateur.
If you believe in genetics, I do.
Easily. But he's a great person and a great friend.
You know how much
of mine.
trouble this got
Bryson
Sydney Sweeney in?
DeChambeau.
I don't think you could say that,
Thank you,
Mr.
Bryson,
President.
and you're very much in charge of this whole operation
Yes, sir,
with the
I am.
sports. He's so much into physical fitness. All you have to do is take a look at him. And you say, why is he even doing this? Because I think if you didn't work out at all, you'd still look almost like you do right now. But you are doing great, and everybody respects Bryson. He's the longest hitter in golf, and he's straight, And frankly, maybe the best part of his game, Gary, is he's a great putter.
Absolutely.
You played with him, right?
And an asset to the game.
And he's a great asset, and he's a great person. And we have, along with the University of Florida's basketball coach, Todd Golden. Todd? Where's Todd? Todd, hi, Todd. And what a job, by the way, what a job you've done. I see that. I'm a little busy to watch the games, but I always see your team is right up there. You're doing a
Only
fantastic
26 minutes.
job. As a
Kinda
young
early.
guy, an American
Yeah, it's still very
hockey
early.
hero,
Spy's still working its way
TJ
up.
Oshie is one of the
Everything,
best
actually.
hockey players in the world. TJ,
Mr.
good to
President,
be.
thanks for having me.
How's your golf game? The hockey players. Bryson was saying the hockey players seem to be the best of the athletes. Seem to be the best golfers. You know?
It's the greatest game.
Yeah, it's great.
Fun play.
And he's a good golfer. He's a 3 handicap, maybe better, right? It's very good.
Gotta work on the
But
putt.
stick.
Right, Gary?
Right.
Yeah.
But stick.
Anthropic
stick
to
hockey.
release 10 agent templates for financial
As a 3, he has to
services.
stick to
This
hockey.
might be the follow-up after Fidelity.
That's
The
great.
Fidelity
What a,
one was
what a
last
career
night,
you've
and
had
that
to
ripped.
at a young age.
And now you're getting all
And
these other ones.
professional
You'll see.
baseball pitcher, Noah
Pitch out.
Syndergaard,
Pitch out.
sometimes
Why
referred
you say
to as
pitch
Thor.
out like
And
that?
he looks like Thor to me.
We're
That's
catching him out.
where is he? It's very hard to miss. You look great. And as a man, I wouldn't want to get into a fight with him, I can tell you. That would not be a good situation.
Wait, are we about to hit the high?
This year we celebrate
High of the day, and then
250th
you're like about 1
anniversary
point
of our
away
country.
from the all-time high.
And it's our nation's founding. It's a big deal. In addition, we have the World Cup, and we have, which is just now starting, and we have the Olympics. I got them both, and I was very proud of myself. I tried to say I got the 250th also, but that didn't work out too well. But I did get both the World Cup and I got the Olympics, and I was very proud of that. But I was very sad actually because I got them in my first term, and I said, "Oh wow, I'm not going to be able to go as president because they were in 6 years, so I wouldn't be president. I thought I'd easily win the election, which, by the way, I did.
PN.
And unfortunately, bad things
Did you see
happened.
that run
It was a
yesterday?
rigged election. and
PN, 20%.
I said, "Oh, I'll do it
That
again."
looks
I had
like
the
it's just-
ultimate
it
poll.
probably
I did
halted
so
again.
well. And
No
I had the
options.
ultimate poll, and we won in a landslide. We won every single swing state. We won the popular vote. We won everything you can win. We won 87% of the counties in the United States. And I ended up with the Olympics, and I ended up with the World Cup. And very importantly, maybe the most important, is we have the 250th anniversary. And on June 14th, we're going to have the UFC, and the biggest fight they've ever done by far. It's the hardest ticket I've ever been involved with. They're building a 5,000-seat stadium right in the front of
Home
right by
Depot
the
and
front door of the
Lowe's.
White
Lowe's
House. And then they're
earnings
gonna
are
have
kind of shit.
Anywhere from 75 to 100,000 people in the park, right past the White House, with
Yeah, there's no news on
8
PN.
tremendous screens. And then we have Roger Penske. So that's Dana White's dream.
They had a
what
power
that is.
company
It's
they
gonna
took a
be
stake
amazing.
in a
And
couple of days
then we have
ago.
Roger Penske is going to have a big
Nanjing.
championship Indy around the Capitol, and the Indy racers, and he's been trying to get it here for 25 years. And he said, "I came to Washington exactly 121 times, and I was never able to get it. I came once to see you, and we had it done in a half an hour." And he's fantastic. He's won 20 Indianapolis 500s. Can you believe that? Other countries, and I say it all the time. I gave him the Presidential Medal of Freedom, like I gave to Gary too, because of his career. And then Roger, on his 18th, I called him. I said, "Come on, I want to give you the president. You won 18." Japan, Germany, all these countries, they spend billions and billions of dollars, and they don't. It's very hard for them to win. They don't win very much. They spend all that money, and Roger just wins it all the time. So I gave it to him on the 18th win, and since then he's won. That was 4 years ago. Since then he's won 2 more. So he's going to be here with the Indy cars, and it's going to be the biggest race maybe ever. And they're going to be circling the Capitol. We have Pennsylvania Avenue closed down, and I said, "Do you like the course?" He said, "I love the course." I said, "Pick the best course. We'll get it for you. Don't go the easy way. Pick the best roads. I don't care. It doesn't matter." And he picked he said it's as good as you can get. And unfortunately, he picked the most important roads in the city, which is a little tougher. But we got it done for him quickly, and that's going to be in August. So we have a lot of really exciting things happening. So today I signed a proclamation. recognizing national
You're
youth
mad. Well, his
sports and
chat
fitness,
facts
and
a couple
I'll
days
also
ago, he
sign the
said
very
Intel
first
should be
copy
at
of the
$25.
new revitalized Presidential Fitness
That
Test
might be
Award,
why all of a
a
sudden he got
certificate
mad
in
at Donald.
recognition of achievement of the
feel
gold
Donald is very
standard of
polarizing.
physical fitness, and this is something that
I was thinking, I'm like,
Bryson
dude, y'all
DeChambeau
were here the whole time
wanted
and then
to
just
do,
got
very
y'all listening to
badly.
me. I'm
Bryson's
glad though.
amazing.
Listen, man,
And
fight
so
Donald Trump.
he's
Don't fight
somebody
me.
that
That's good,
can
bro.
put
I don't
on
want to fight you.
25,
Get a
30,
long
At
term.
one point, I guess he
I'm just
put
here
on
to get
almost
long
50
term.
pounds. You
We're
remember
doing
he was
very
like
well
a
in Iran.
Very heavy.
Pittsburgh Steelers. And he decided he didn't like himself at that weight. It was all muscle guy. It was like crazy. He looked like a massive football player. You wouldn't want to play Monopoly. And he said he didn't like it. He developed too much speed. This is a problem with people. He had too much speed. He wanted to bring it down a little bit. So he lost. He can put on weight like up and down like a yo-yo. And he doesn't take the shot, okay? He doesn't need the fat shot. I said, do you ever take this shot? He didn't even know what the hell I was talking about. What shot? No, he can put it on.
Iran lawmaker Haj
He's
Delghani, 400 kilogram enriched uranium
He's a great
provides
guy.
deterrence,
He's a
won't give it to
absolute
us or other
champion,
countries.
so I appreciate it. But Bryson really wanted to bring it back, because we are bringing it back. It's something that's
PayPal
a lot of
on
people,
behind.
the wrong people.
It might still be in the
probably
red.
were involved. I don't know, but this is a group of people that physical fitness is everything. Gary Player, by the way, you talk about golf, but he was always considered in the best shape of anybody. He was long ahead of the rest of the world. Now you see all these guys have a 28-inch waist. They walk down, it's like robots, right? But Gary was always, he was way ahead of everybody else. From the late 1950s until 2013, grade schoolers across the country competed against each other in the presidential fitness test, but others. And then we had the Obama administration. Wonderful person.
Hey, dude, that's
Barack
funny.
Hussein
Your messages
Obama.
got
Have you heard of
restricted,
that?
but like, why the fuck
We
are
had
you
the
attacking
Obama
Tim, dude?
administration, which phased out this wonderful tradition of physical fitness.
I'm just gonna ban
Thank
it,
you,
bro.
Barack,
I'm
very
just gonna
much.
ban
Great
it.
job. And we're bringing it back. We're bringing it back. My administration's working very hard to defend America's cherished athletic traditions and pass our values of excellence and
make it easy, bro.
competitiveness to the next generation. So important. We're working on historic reforms to save college sports, and we banned
Why is there
men
a religious
from
fanatic
competing
in the chat
women's
room?
sports. That was
Because
sort of
I'm
an
a
easy
religious
one.
fanatic.
They say,
That
you
was-
know,
that was the
radical
easiest
left is-
response
that's
to
an
everything you
80-20
said.
issue now. It's
All right, man.
99-1.
Can you just chill? I don't
They
want to
say
ban you, bro.
80-20.
Just
Who the
calm down.
20%? I've never met anybody.
The
Nobody's
Intel trade
ever
was
come
very
up. I've been
transparent.
president for 5
That's
years. And nobody's
not like
ever come
you.
up
That's
to me
kind
and
of
said,
why I've never mind.
Sir, you have to allow men
You
to
gotta
play
say
in
it, bro.
women's
Just
sports.
chill.
You know?
You
I've
had no
never
other
had
comments except
one
for
person
Intel and Donald
say
Trump.
it's really
I don't want
important that we
to.
allow women
I ain't trying to rub
to
salt in
be
anyone's
challenged
dog,
by
so
men
just,
in women's sports, and
be at
it doesn't
peace.
work. So we did that, and
But
with the
yeah,
help
I'm
of
a
Secretary Kennedy, who's with
That was
us,
the
we're
easiest one, dude.
striving constantly to make America healthy again.
I banned the other guy.
And,
He already
that's what
went
we're
after
doing. We
Tim
have
for no reason. That doesn't make
Unbelievable
sense.
numbers
How are
coming.
you gonna go
Bobby
after
will
fucking
mention
Tim?
it. We have unbelievable
Yeah, that
numbers
makes
coming.
this stupid.
So these next few years will be a golden age for American sports,
Yeah,
just
his
like it's a
messages
golden
were
age
for
for America.
review.
You
I
know,
had
we
to
hit
look
an
at 'em.
all-time high
He said he
stock
was
market
sending
today,
like
despite
100 a
that we're in
minute,
little
but-
skirmish, military. I call it a skirmish.
I call it a
Because
skirmish. Kids,
Iran
you know
has
what that
no
is? A
chance.
skirmish?
They never did. They know.
Chip stocks, 52-week high.
They express it to me when I talk to them. Then they get on television. They say how well they're doing. And they have no Navy, totally wiped out. They have no Air Force, totally wiped out. They have no anti-aircraft capability, totally wiped out. No radar. They have no leaders. The leaders are wiped out. The whole thing. And then I read the papers and they say how well they're doing. They're not doing well. That's why you have no credibility. No credibility.
Over,
The
under.
news, the fake news.
Why are you
has
going
no
after
credibility,
again?
but
All of you guys, you
the
guys are mad at
President's
Intel.
Cup, it's,
I'm reading your
gonna be
chat
something,
faxes.
and we're
It's
gonna have
okay.
that.
Just please.
We're going to do a very special.
But then again, I told y'all, if you want a
presentations to
reaction,
Johnny,
fight with
as
each
you
other.
know,
It's a
is the
good one.
commissioner's
But yeah, I don't know.
fantastic person who runs the
How could
soccer.
Intel keep going
And,
up without anyone
I
selling?
don't know if you know
And then
this,
y'all
but
just fighting each
so
other?
more tickets
Why?
have been sold earlier than at any World Cup they've ever
Have I
had.
told the chat
And the
my net
numbers are
worth?
more than double.
I know,
They've never seen
I'm
anything
poor.
like it. So it's
I
really
do
a
not have,
shocker. I don't
like
know,
on
soccer's
paper,
taken
I'm
off
poor,
not to go
just
like
because
the
people
World
would
Cup
want to
is
sue
doing
me and
numbers like
attack me.
they've never done.
So
they've never
technically,
done
I'm not
anywhere
even
twice.
rich.
Then we have the
Like
Patriot
companies
Games in
that I
honor
work
of,
for are rich,
250th
but I'm not
anniversary
rich
this fall.
personally.
It's going to be all on
I'm
television.
just an angry
With
elf,
us,
and
it's
I
like
live my
the
life.
ones that we have here We're going to continue to win. Our country is doing great.
You don't understand why people
we're
start to
breaking
act like
records
crap
in
when
every way,
Intel
and,
pumps. I mean,
I know it's
are you
too
sure?
bad, but
I understand
can't
it.
let Iran
I
have
think it's
nuclear
very
weapons.
easy to
You might
understand.
be too young for this. I
You
don't
know, it's a little
but they probably
frustrating.
know.
I could I have
They probably know
empathy.
better than
I
most
could
people.
understand. That's why I'm
But
trying to
can't
say,
let
you know,
a bunch of lunatics
just
have a
relax. You'll be
nuclear
good.
weapon.
There'll be another
Or
one.
the
That's not
world
our
would be in
first
trouble. The world would be in
350% play
trouble.
in the
So
long term.
We just
We
hit
even had 1,000% on
records
Intel this
on
morning.
the Dow.
So
It was
you'll get
supposed to be done in
opportunities.
5 or 6 years.
You'll get
Somebody said
opportunities.
It couldn't be possible to reach 50 on the Dow, and I reached 50 in the first year. And then
Intel
we
makes
reached
people because Intel
7,000,
everybody
and
had
by
a
the way,
really
just set
good.
a new
That was
record. The
that was an
S&P
easy
just set a new
one.
record.
As weird as that may
Much higher,
sound, I mean,
7,500.
but that's what I say. It was very
But they said
polarizing.
even
A
harder
lot
than
of people
50
at
on
the
the
time
Dow.
thought it was a bad
He's getting
idea
to
that Trump. I
7,000
mean,
on the
again,
S&P.
think about
We
me
did that
last
by
year
the
and
end
my
of the first
attitude,
year,
and
all
I was
before the
begging
end of
people,
the
but at the
first
same
year,
time, I
Gary.
said, hey.
So
If
think
you
about
don't
it.
want
They
to
said we
listen
couldn't do it
for
in 4
certain
years,
reasons,
and
I
we did
mean,
it
it's
at
your
the end of the
future,
first
it's
year.
your money,
And
it's
then
your
you have
opportunity.
this,
So
and
you
then
know
I
what I'm
said-
saying?
I
Like you
called
just
all my
gotta,
people and I
and
said,
that's why I think
we
some
just set
people may
every
still be
record in the
frustrated
book.
and may not
The
learn
economy's
from
going
it, but
great.
at the
I
same
ended
time,
8
I
wars.
think Intel was a
Nobody else
good
ended-
touch
ever
the
ended
stove
them.
of like,
And
listen,
the person that
man,
won the
nothing
Nobel
matters
Prize,
except your
Maria,
own
she's a good
personal
person.
opportunity,
She
and
said,
you
"I
got to
don't
take
deserve
advantage
this.
of things
This
when they
deserves
happen. Otherwise,
President Trump.
you
There's
know,
never
you
been a man that
don't keep
deserves a
fighting
Nobel.
certain
He ended
things
8 wars,
that
including
you can
India,
get mad about the
Pakistan, which
politics
would have
and
been a
all of
nuclear
that.
war.
But I don't.
8
Again, we
of
made
them.
money under Joe
And
Biden. We took advantage of
called
every
everybody in,
opportunity. It's
Gary,
the
and I
same thing
said,
here.
you know
So.
what?
I think a lot of people had to
just
go
spoke
through
of the
that and
record.
really get a handle
And now
on
we're
it.
gonna
But
take a hit
you'll have another one.
because
I
we
wouldn't
have
be
to make a
so
journey
frustrated
down
and
to
angry.
Iran to take
As
the
long as
nuclear
you
weapon.
actually learn
They
from
would
it.
have had a nuclear weapon within 2 weeks. Remember, we sent that beautiful B-2 bomber in, and we blew up their nuclear potential. It was obliterated, for those that are not aware, and to a point where it would take them weeks to dig down, and we wouldn't let them dig down. We have our eyes on it all the time. But it was a very important thing. So we would have had an Iran with a nuclear weapon, and maybe we wouldn't all be here right now. I can tell you the Middle East would have been gone, Israel would have been gone, and they would have trained their sights on Europe first and then us.
I know. Be very
Because
excited about the
They're
next
sick
one.
people. These are sick people.
We're gonna
And
find
we're
one.
not going to let lunatics have a nuclear
In due
weapon.
time, baby.
The power of a nuclear weapon
That's
is
why you keep
something
going,
I don't
brother.
even
You
wanna
keep
talk
going.
about. It's not going to happen. And we have beaten them badly. They're talking, now they're reduced to little boats with a machine gun on the front of them because they had a navy of 159 ships. Every single ship in the first week.
Intel,
was
the options
right
on, if you bought the
every
leaps
single
on
ship they
Intel,
had
those are TLT
is
worthy.
resting
Not to mention, though, even like I'm
underwater,
saying,
right?
there's a
At the bottom
it's
of
great
the
for the
sea.
long term.
They have no navy. It's,
Like I'm saying,
totally
just
wiped
learn
out.
from
Same
it.
thing with
And
our
if
Air
you
Force.
now, some
So,
of you have to learn how to handle
we're
it.
doing well.
That's the next
But
step.
It's all about,
But we'll
having a
get
great
another
country.
one.
And one of the things I think that when they talk about physical fitness, one of
Like,
the things I
kids, do
notice
you
about
know what
friends
enriched
of mine, all of the
uranium
people,
is?
all the great athletes.
Have you ever heard of
is their
yellow
mind
cake?
is better
It's
than
not cake.
people
It's not
that
the cake you
aren't
think.
fit.
Yellow cake. It's
Kids, I
different.
think of mine.
Uranium.
Once
You don't know. You
once
should look
you hit a
into
ball
it.
well, or you do
We
whatever
can't let them
you
have
do,
uranium,
run well,
kids.
or play hockey as great as you play it. But once you obviously have to have a certain physicality.
You're like, I thought I was
you
getting
can't
a
have somebody
sticker.
with a great mind and zero athletic talent, right? But when you get up to that league, it's all about the mind. The mind is so important, and these people express it, I think, better than anybody. So with that, I'd like to ask somebody that's done really an incredible job. He has got some group of people that love him, some big group of people. It was a big day when he endorsed me for president. Very unusual, because I happen to be a Republican. I would say that Republicans were
again.
not too big in the Kennedy family, but they're big now because he's the biggest. He's the biggest in the group, and everybody respects him a lot. He's doing a fantastic job. So, Bobby, would you say a few words, please?
Thank you, Mr. President. When almost immediately after my uncle was elected in 1960, 60, he came across some federal data that showed that 5% of American kids were obese. And that was more than double the European number. And he became very concerned that Americans were becoming soft. And he published an article before his inauguration called The Soft American, in which he said that there's a national security issue. It threatens our economy. We need a vigorous population that is in good shape spiritually, morally, physically if we're going to continue to exercise leadership around the world. And he launched the physical fitness test, which became a milestone for my generation, for several generations after me. It was an enduring rite of passage for us that everybody in my generation remembers. It was a benchmark also because we did pull-ups, sit-ups, shuttle runs, and a number of other events, and it was a benchmark for measuring national physical fitness. Around that time, my uncle came across correspondence between Teddy Roosevelt and the head of the commandant of his Marine Corps. And Teddy Roosevelt asked him, what are the metrics? What are the physical requirements for a Marine?
Anthropics revenue grew 80 times in
Roosevelt,
Q1 on an annualized basis.
Saying that a Marine had to walk 50 miles in a single day with a 30-pound pack.
Look at you guys were talking all that shit. Now you have to listen to
Letter
RFK.
to his commandant.
You think that's a coincidence? Look at what you fucking did.
The following day, he had a cabinet meeting.
Couldn't just chill, bro.
It was on a Friday, and he had private cabinet meetings, unlike the ones that we have to go through here. Listen, my uncle was, I'll just say this, my uncle was proud. He was the first
My
president
uncle is
to
proud.
televise
Your uncle
press
is proud
conferences.
if you have a long term.
He was very proud. He did more press conferences than any
My
president
Arab
since
uncle
1964,
Ansel, so proud I have a long
1,000 days
term.
in office.
So proud.
This president does
I follow
that
the
every
rules.
2 months. He does a press conference every day.
And CLF metals and energy are going up. See if oil makes a move.
But it's the most transparent
Companies are moving first, and then buy a little bit off the top, but not big yet.
And he went into that cabinet meeting, a private cabinet meeting next morning, and he said to the cabinet, one of you has to do a 50-mile hike this weekend to show the American people that we're in shape. And this cabinet could have done it. And we have a bunch of thoroughbreds on this cabinet. He and Scott and Sean Duffy and Linda and Tulsi and Doug Burkham and Jameson and all the rest. There's a lot of people who could probably do a 50-mile hike.
What about me? You didn't mention mine.
This guy walks 9 miles a day on a golf course every weekend, so he could do it in the breeze.
When I'm not using the car. Go ahead.
My father was the only one who could do it. And he went into the Justice Department that night, and he had a bunch of guys in the Justice Department who were former Marines who had gone to Harvard on the GI Bill and played on the same football team, and he hired them all when he came into the Justice Department. And he said, you guys are going on a 50-mile hike with me tomorrow. And they got up at 4 a.m. and they started on the CINCO Canal towpath, which was frozen. It was the middle of winter. And they were going to walk to Camp David. One by one, they each dropped out. My father was the only one that made it. The last guy to drop out was his best friend, whose name was Dave Hackett. And Dave Hackett's legs had swollen up, and he said, I got to quit.
Heat is on the low. That was interesting.
You're lucky your brother's not the president of the United States, because the press was following, and there was no way.
Kimberly was at a Barclays conference.
I was at Camp David that night, watched him come in.
That's why they made that
move. They were covered with blisters. And it was part of the message that President Kennedy wanted to send the American people. If we were going to maintain our national authority, our international leadership, our moral authority as a nation, that we had to pay attention to our physical condition. The physical fitness test was a critical part of that. And I think it's very unfortunate that President Obama and President Biden abandoned it. They said competition is not good for kids, which is not true. If we're going to be competitive internationally, we need to be competitive with each other. We need to teach people how to win and how to lose and how to process victory and defeat. And today, since that time, the presidency has presided over the worst public health crisis in history. We're now the sickest nation in the world. We've gone from 5% of our kids being obese to 20%. 70% of adults are obese or overweight, and 77% of our children cannot qualify for military service. And that should be an eye-opener for all of us. And I'm so grateful to President Trump for his leadership and his vision of reinstituting the physical fitness test and challenging Americans to compete with each other in a friendly, congenial way. and to help each other get in shape so that we can prepare for a great future that this administration is going to provide for
ransomware
this
on
country.
schools, hospitals, not to mention banks, financial accounts, pharma.
Bobby, do you ever see a picture of Bobby working out? It's like
This guy is
I said, you got to be kidding me. He's in great shape. I didn't know that about your father. That's very impressive, huh? Did he work out a lot, Bobby? He was a great guy.
He was an athlete. He was always in good shape, and he played sports every weekend.
Was he? Your uncle was a great athlete too. Was he a very good athlete?
My father was the only one of the brothers that lettered in football. Jack was a swimmer, which allowed him to save his crewmates when his ship went down off the Solomon Islands. So he was able to swim, drag one of his shipmates to shore because he'd been on the swim team.
It's a great story. Very interesting. Bobby, that was very good. It's quite interesting. Everybody was listening. Usually people are sort of wandering off as people speak, but not when Bryson speaks or when Gary speaks. Go ahead, why don't you start?
Yeah, Secretary Kennedy, thank you for those inspiring words from your uncle. And
Chinese
thank you
AI
to,
models
the
are
President of
6
the
to
United
12
States
months
for
behind.
helping reestablish this
Not
presidential
bad.
fitness test. Has been something that we've been looking forward to doing for a long time, since 2013. I remember going through the presidential fitness test as a kid and getting that award, and it was quite an honor. So being up here and a part of that is quite instrumental and going to be amazing for our nation's future.
That's up.
Reestablishing the gold presidential,
Oh,
the
shit,
golden
dude, that's
standard of
even
the
higher
presidential
than
fitness
that
test
last
has been a
run.
huge deal for me. Is that these kids now are going to have a healthy future. That's really an important thing for us to note here. Is that we want to make sure our kids have the best opportunity to succeed in life. And
Topic
not only
says
from their
major
mind,
AI
but
labs are maybe
their
1 to
health
3
and their
months
well-being,
behind in
their
capabilities.
Physical fitness is a
China
huge
6 to 12
priority
months.
to helping them become better human beings in general for our nation. And so what's quite honestly cool is Secretary Hegseth here has allowed us to be involved in over 160 schools, military bases with DOIA and institutionalizing this presidential fitness test in those schools. So I have to say thank you so much for helping establish that, and hopefully here soon we can do that across the nation, of which we believe will have a tremendous effect on these kids and their future. So I just wanted to say thank you to the President, thank you to the cabinet members for everything you've done, and we're going to go out there and have a great day on the field and give these kids some fun things to go and play with, whether it's football, soccer, doing some pull-ups. Can you guys do pull-ups? You guys, no? We'll help you. We'll help you. But that's a part of the presidential fitness test, is aspiring to help these kids become a better version of themselves.
Bro, can Donald Trump
and that's
do a
why I couldn't be
pull-up?
more excited to be a part of it. I want to say thank you to the athletes that are here today and to Gary Player.
Presidential
He's
fitness
always been an
test. Hold
inspiration
on.
to me, and albeit I'll never get to your record, I thank you for giving me aspirations to hopefully get 1/8 of what you have.
I don't want to use
thank
my
you.
battery.
And, lastly, I just want to say that
Again,
kids,
I don't like-
most
do you
important
see
thing
the
you can
people?
do
They work-
is
I don't work
always
out.
get 1% better.
I gotta
a day.
save my
That's
energy.
the most important thing I can give you guys. Try to be a better version of yourself every day, because one day you could be up here as well. You could be up here as well. So thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for everybody.
Thank you,
for being
No, they
here,
meant the
and,
president.
I can't wait to see what we can do out there today.
They're already up.
Thank you, Bryson, and this is really for Bryson because he's worked so hard on this. He really put it together. He's got the best athletes in the world. I think it's actually 41 or 42. And all top people, all big names, top people, and they all want to do it. And Bryson, I was given a little idea by Bobby. He mentioned Camp David, and it's a special place. And I think we should have our next meeting, the full meeting at Camp David.
Sounds great.
So
Let's do it.
it's like a very special place.
Amazing.
So we'll do that.
Very special.
I'd love to have Gary say a few words. He's won 168 tournaments. Think of it. That means he won every weekend. I say, well, when did you not win?
BlackRock to
It's a
announce
record, I think, that will
hyperscale
never be
data center
broken.
deal
And he
this
won,
week.
18 majors, 9 senior and 9 regular, and many
Colgate.
other things. And he is a very special guy.
Colgate?
And if you think about the power of positive thinking, I don't know if Gary has the time, but he is the youngest winner of
pull-ups
the
are
British
hard,
Open,
dog.
what they call now the
I
Open
love pull-ups,
Championship.
because I'm a little
And,
Mighty Mouse.
he
But
won it
pull-ups are
when
not
he was
easy.
23, I think, Gary, right? 23. If you want, you could tell that story because
The
these are all
purpose
people
of this
that love
meeting is
sports
to
and they
make you
love
feel
golf,
out
but
of shape.
The way you asked,
I think.
you'd like
I'm
to
going off
practice.
on a
My
limb.
name's Gary Player. I'm
That's
from
it.
South
I
Africa.
don't. I like
You're not giving
fucking
me
RFKs. Like
time
you
to
could run
practice. I
50
must practice
miles.
on
I'm like,
these
I can't
courses.
do that.
the people thought, who is this? He said, you don't
Like
understand.
Iran, the little boats.
They never heard
Now
of
they're
him. He
no
came out of
longer
South
boats.
Africa. He's winning
That's what
everything.
happened,
He won the
kids.
South African Open like 14 times or something. It's incredible. But if you want to tell that story, I think it's a fabulous story. But as a man with a powerful, it's really the power of positive thinking. Go ahead, Gary.
Well, Mr. President, first of all, thank you very much for having us and hosting this today. I've been around almost every president for the last 65 years. And I've never seen a president that loves this country as much. They all did. And they all did great work. But I've never seen a president that loves the country as much as you do. And I say thank you, because I've traveled more miles than any human being before without being repetitive. And I've never seen a country like this. The freedom that exists, which is so important to all of us. And you know, sport can change the world. It can give people a chance that don't have any hope. It can give them hope, as we've seen. Many people with little education have become world champions. Only in America have you got that opportunity.
MA on the low.
And the other thing is, to Mr. Kennedy, who I have utmost respect for. You know, my great dream now, I'm finished with tournament golf. My great dream is for the youth of America. The youth of a nation are the trustees of posterity. These are the people that are going to be the future champions. And when I
I'm not as
talk,
dead
I
as
always
last
talk
week,
about
bro.
the importance of fitness.
I'm starting
It's
to
so
grow
important.
into the
Please,
Bulgarian
can we bring
split
it back
squats?
in the
You have
schools?
no idea. It's very
And
exciting.
as Senator Kennedy has so aptly said, to eat properly. This is so important, what you put in your body. And the big thing that I wish, and I pray every day, and wherever I talk, and I do a lot of talking, I say to the young people, just love this country.
Just love
Because
it.
you don't realize what's going on around the world. Even the students of the great universities of America really don't understand what's happening around the world today. There is a silent war taking place against America today. And what we've got to do is make these kids realize that freedom and exercise and education, start reading some books. Yes, keep your phone, but also read some good books. And listen to what Mr. Kennedy has said. What you put in your body is so important. What a wonderful job he's done, and all your cabinet members, of which I say thank you for maintaining this great word, this cherished word, freedom.
Thank you very much, Gary. And Gary is way ahead of his time, always. And how many Masters did you play in, Gary? The record, I think.
52.
52. Think of it. You had to qualify. After you won it, how many times did you win it?
3.
3. So when you win it 3, you get to play a little bit. But most of the time, you had to qualify. But 52 Masters, it's amazing. And did well in every single one of them. Pete, could I ask you to say a few words? Sure. You could maybe speak a little bit about a subject that they
kids,
want to hear about.
If
also,
you ever get them
want.
down, step
But,
on their neck.
just say
Don't
a few
relent.
words if you-
Absolutely, sir. Well, fitness, standards, competition, that's what we're all about at the
Crush
Board
your
Department.
competition.
So bringing those things to education
Fuck, get Pete.
is something I remember as a kid. I mean, the Presidential Physical Fitness Award was the pinnacle event at Forest Lake Elementary School every year.
Okay, well, do your
and I
lunges,
wanted to be the best.
your push-ups.
And I wasn't, but I worked my tail off every year to try to get there. Pull-ups, push-ups. I couldn't do the V-sit and reach. I could never beat that one. But I remember it because it was something my country clearly elevated as important. We should be in shape. We should compete. And there's winners and there's losers. That we need to infuse into our
didn't
young
wake up a
people.
loser.
Obviously, it takes young people to run a military. And as the Secretary pointed out, almost 3/4 of American young people do not qualify for military service. And a lot of that has to do with their physical fitness. So we're proud at the War Department to put this first into Department of War education activity. Our schools, 161 of them, across 30 installations. It's going to be mandatory for the young kids of those service members who use those schools. And we hope that's a pilot for all of American education. We hope the rest of America follows. We need young, strong, healthy Americans, whether you serve in the military or any other aspect of your life. And I think this presidential fitness test, Mr. President, is a perfect thing to restore. That sets those standards high for young people and something for them to achieve. The idea that competition is bad is the beginning of decline of a nation. Competition is critical to who we are and ensuring America stays on top. And speaking of staying on top, Mr. President, we are, as we talked about this morning, Project Freedom is ongoing. We're ensuring that we have control of that strait, which we do. And ultimately, Iran has a choice to make, and they know we're in a strong position. We hope they make a wise choice, and nobody better to make that deal, Mr. President, than you.
Thank you very much, Jackson. Doing a great job. A man who's in a you talk about athletes. This is a very serious athlete. Happens to be in charge of a little thing called housing.
Yes,
We'll
sir.
say a few words.
Yes, sir.
Housing?
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you to all the great athletes and ambassadors that are here, and to the kids that are here. You know, that word competition, I made a living competing, you know, and being in the top physical fitness that I could be in playing in the National Football League. And one thing I want to remind the kids and really our country is competition brings out the best in us, be it in sport, be it in business, be it in education. And you always want to be the best you can be, as Bryson said, every single day getting better. And I'm grateful that I have an opportunity to play in the National Football League, but it taught me how to be a good teammate. It taught me how to be humble in victory and to be steadfast, you know, in defeat, as all these great athletes know. And Mr. President, thank you for just your leadership in our country, but also for this important issue of having physically healthy children and a physically healthy nation. And Bobby, thank you for reminding us of your uncle and your father, of how important it is for us to look at the man holistically, spiritually, morally, physically, mentally. And I think America historically has been the leader in all of those areas, but we are at a critical function in our nation. And so I would encourage everyone, this transcends politics. You know, physical fitness is good for every man and woman and child in the United States of America. So, Mr. President, I'm committed to this. I've seen the benefits of it in my own personal life. My family and my cabinet colleagues are 100% behind this. And so I would encourage all the young people of America, parents, teachers, educators, to take inventory and hear what these leaders are saying about the national security of our country, and make sure that we're encouraging our young people to get out, get your hands dirty, get your knees going, get on the monkey bars, start running and jumping and playing together. Because if you're a good teammate, the stronger team we are, the stronger country we are. So thank you, sir.
Well, thank you. I have to just say we have a star named Linda McMahon, and she's made a tremendous amount of money on sports. At sport, they are great athletes, in my opinion. WWE, her great husband. What they built is incredible. They sold it for a fortune. Billions and billions of dollars. You made more than Bryson and Gary. If you add it up, would you say a few words? And she's one of our greats.
Do you smell what the Rock is cooking?
Well, that intro's
Start talking about Miss McMahon.
But I think what we really we've talked a lot about fitness, and I think that's incredibly important because that's what all this is about. But you know, the Greeks had an axiom: sound mind and a sound body. So as Secretary of Education, clearly, I want all of our schools to be able to adopt, you know, these programs. We don't control curriculum from the Department of Education, but I sincerely
Global bond.
hope
We'll talk
the
about it in a
emphasis
second, but
that is being
I think we could explain
refocused
that a little bit more.
on kids
But essentially,
and being fit
if it gets
and
bad,
being
it can
able to
start
compete.
impacting
What you
risk
said,
assets
all of
and
us are
tighten
saying the same
financial
thing, but
conditions.
Let's not forget,
That's the easy
it's
answer.
also a sound
not really that
mind
easy.
and a sound body. In order to have a sound mind, you do have to eat well, you do have to exercise, you do have to train, and you do have to be fit to do that. And if we all are, we
This
are the
athletics
best.
narrative. Are you
So I
guys really like?
encourage all of you.
You guys
to
are like, this
enjoy
is the
playing
SS.
and competing.
This is a worrisome.
And
Bro,
good
we're
sport.
fat as fuck.
Like
What
doing
is? What are you
don't
guys
forget,
missing?
You're studying all of your academics because it is all
Dog,
part
there was
of
just
your
a food event in San Diego. It's just fat motherfuckers everywhere. What
So-
are you guys
and
missing?
we
Why
have a
is
couple
this
of
that
other guys. You
concerning?
guys wanted to say anything, or
I
we'll
told
just take
y'all,
some
if I don't work
questions?
out, I turn
You
into
like
a
to
Middle
ask
Eastern
the guy,
ball.
How fast did he
The
throw
fuck?
it? He threw it very fast.
They're like, this
Very
is
scary.
so terrible.
Scary. And you want to say something?
I guess I'll just reiterate the thanks, Mr. President. Thank you, the cabinet members, for this opportunity to be here. Thank you, Bryson, to allow me to be in this elite company of people. It's a pleasure to meet all you guys. And
Let me look at you. You're an embodiment of the physical fitness test. So we gotta get you on
He
the
is
pull
seriously, seriously good physical fitness. And Coach, you've done great at Florida. Thank you very much.
No, incredible honor to be here.
UAE president, they remain able to deter any aggressions as armed force
for
unification.
youth right now.
South
Through
Anniversary.
experience, my wife and I have two young kids.
Qatar
9
Energy
and
extends
7.
force majeure on 2
They're very
LNG
active,
cargoes.
Very athletic, but I can see some of their classmates and some of their teammates, you know, staring at screens all day. And again, as I said, it's really important that we do this now. And not only will I think this will improve the overall physical health of our young people, but I think it'll also help the mental health of our young people as well.
And just in case you don't know, he is a coach who just came to a team and just took it right from the beginning here. Yeah. Just unbelievable job.
Let's get strong and dumb. Why do you have to be dumb? So do you associate being fat as fuck with being smart? Is that a smart decision?
Congratulations. Who's going to win in hockey?
I understand meatheads. I do, believe me. But wait, why is getting fat smart? I'm not following this inverse correlation right
We're
now.
going to go outside. Did you want to ask a few questions of any of the people here? Please.
Can I ask you about Iran, Mr. President?
Yes.
They've fired at U.S. ships several times in the last 24 hours. What do they need to do to violate the ceasefire?
Well, you'll find out because I'll let you know. They know what to do.
That's the big question. That's the main reason why we kind of chilled out.
More importantly, actually,
because even after escalation, no ceasefire.
You know, they fired them in little boats.
And
pea
Dizzle
shooters,
now.
you know, the pea shooters, little boat with little. You know why? Because they don't have any boats anymore. Their navy is comprised of. They call them little boats, right?
Boats or little boats.
And they're fast. Yeah, they're so fast that that they had 8 of them and they're all gone. And they're fast, but they're not fast like a missile. A missile is slightly faster. They're all gone, so they're looking around for little boats to try and compete with our great Navy. We have a Navy that's unbelievable. You know, we set up a blockade, as you know very well. Not one ship. A couple tried, and they got their engine shot out. You remember? I think it was one of the. It was a great display. A ship wanted to go through, break the blockade. They were warned not to. And then they were warned again by a young Annapolis captain of the ship with a great look, central casting. These people are central casting, I'll tell you. And he said, don't do it. Then he said, evacuate your engine room with this unbelievable loudspeaker that goes over water. He said, you have 10 seconds. And then from 4 miles with one bullet,
Burr,
right into the engine.
I did another 3%. And the crowd is going up. A couple of the cyber plays, they're already up.
It wasn't a missile. They don't want to waste a missile on
Actually, crowd is getting a little bit more aggressive.
We had another one at 2000.
And then weed is popping up again.
In the world, they were warned, and he said, go back now. Go back right now. You will be shot at within 10 seconds. Yes, I am going back to Iran.
That's the
I
whole
am
point.
going back, and that was the end
Internal.
of that.
You're not molded by
It took them 10 miles to turn. The ship was so big.
You make it, brother.
But they respect us.
PN, that one got halted earlier. I don't know what it is.
They respect us more than we've ever
bought
been
some
respected.
halted 3
Our
times
country
already.
now is the hottest country anywhere in the world. We had a country that was dead when we had that group of people that ran this country with their open borders, letting anybody come in from the Congo, from countries all over the world. They came in from prisons and mental institutions. We had a country that would have been a dead hit. If they won the election, this country would have been a dead country. Now we have the hottest country anywhere in the world. Go ahead.
These comments from Trump are hitting the wire.
Recently that
Iran respect us, the borders.
They could take over their regime.
Again,
do you plan to
no
arm
timeline
them?
Well, I don't want to say that, but
point
yeah,
on
I mean,
what ends
people
the
say, why aren't
ceasefire?
they protesting? They want to protest, but they don't have any guns. So you can have 200,000 people protesting and have 5 or 6 sick people with guns. And when they start shooting them right between the eyes, and you see a guy fall and another one fall, and you have no guns, very few people would be able to stand there and do it. I mean, I understand. I tell them not to. Don't forget, they killed 42,000 people last month. 42,000 unarmed protesters. They have no guns. So they had a 250,000 people crowd, and they had snipers. They had like 4 or 5 snipers in buildings up high. And you're standing there, and all of a sudden the guy on your left goes down, and somebody. That's what happened with the women protest. They had 200,000 women protesting a year ago, and everyone thought that was the end of Iran. And then all of a sudden, a woman dropped dead with a bullet right there, always right there. Then another woman dropped, and then the word started to spread. And then there was panic, and then they ran.
This is for the kids.
I don't want that to happen. We don't need that. We don't need it. But the only reason they're not, they want to protest so badly, but they don't have weapons. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. President. Next week, you have a very important meeting with President Xi in Beijing. Secretary Bessent has said that a top priority on the agenda will be Iran. What do you hope to achieve with President Xi as it relates to Iran?
Well, I have a very good relationship with President Xi. I find him to be a tremendous guy, and we get along well, and you see how we do. We're doing a lot of business with China and making a lot of money. We're making a lot of money. It's different than it used to be. But I'll be talking about that'll be one subject. But he's been very nice about this. In all fairness, he gets like 60% of his oil from Hormuz, and I think he's been very respectful. We haven't been challenged by China. They don't challenge us, and he wouldn't do that. I don't think he'd do that because of me. But I think he's been very respectful. And we've offered, if he wants to send the ships to the United States. I think one of the big things that's happened is I made a statement. Send your ships to Texas. It's not that much further. Send your ships to Louisiana. Send your ships to Alaska. Alaska is actually very close to a lot of the Asian countries. People don't realize it. Japan is back and forth.
Still ripping.
It doesn't seem it, but it's a very short route. 2 days shorter than almost any other route. We're making tremendous big deals with South Korea and with
Japan. High ticker is pretty active.
Spies
not making too much moves. We're going back and forth between like chips, a couple of software, really cybersecurity.
Space Force has. They just sent out some photos of the ships that are lined up all the way down the ocean, like it's a highway. It looks like the Long Island Expressway for ships, and they're all heading to Texas, Louisiana. We've made up this, and that's why. When I decided that I have to do this for the good of the world, not just the United States, in a way, we would have been in less trouble than a lot of other places. Certainly, the Middle East would have been blown up. There wouldn't be a Middle East anymore.
We offered if China wants to send oil ships to U.S.
Now they're trying to survive, and they won't be successful unless they make a deal. Oh, if they don't make a deal, they won't be successful. It'll go very quickly and methodically. Believe me, it'll be very easy.
Nike moved up a little bit on that.
We have
again, chips still
so
going.
many alternatives. It's amazing, and nobody knew this, because as an example, Japan got 90% of their oil, most of their energy, but most of their oil from the Hormuz Strait. South Korea got 43% of it. By the way, their ship was shot at. They were not in the cavalcade of ships. They decided to go it alone, and their ship got the hell knocked out of it yesterday. But they didn't shoot the ships that were guarded by us, I'll tell you that. We knocked down a lot of missiles. So what happens is that we have a situation where we have total control. As you know, the blockade's been amazing. It's like a piece of steel. Nobody's going to challenge the blockade. And I think it's working out very well. We're going to see. I can say this. Iran wants to make a deal. What I don't like about Iran is they'll talk to me with such great respect, and then they'll go on television, they'll say, we did not speak to the president. We did not. We did not speak to the president. So they play games, but let me just tell you, they want to make a deal. And who wouldn't? When your military is totally gone, we could do anything we want to them. Who wouldn't? Please.
On the filibuster, Mr. President, you posted a lot about wanting to eliminate the filibuster. It hasn't happened. Are you disappointed in Leader Thune?
Yeah, no, I'm disappointed. I like John a lot, but he has a couple of Republicans that are foolish people. A couple of them I like, a couple of them I can't stand, actually, if you want to know the truth. Although I am, according to CNN, 100% approval within the Republican Party. That's better than your record, Gary. I'm at 100% approval. Did you see the CNN poll? Nobody talks about it. CNN, I think the people that did that poll probably got fired. But within the Republican Party and MAGA, which is basically 100% of the party, I think, but 100%. No, I think that you're going to see some very interesting things. The filibuster, if you had it, we should have the Save America Act. We should have voter identification, voter ID. We should have proof of citizenship. We should have mail-in voting for the military and people that need it, but not for everybody. Because anytime you have mail-in voting, they're going to cheat. And they cheat like dogs. And they have to cheat. In all fairness to the Democrats, when you have men and women sports, when you have open borders, when you have transgender mutilization, don't listen to this, kids. of your children.
That's the one you tell them,
Transgender
earmuffs.
of your children, for everyone.
Earmuffs, put
When
the
you have
earmuffs on.
policies like that, you have to cheat. It's the only way they
Qualcomm's
can
been
win.
up all day.
And
It
we
was at
shouldn't
6
allow
last time
them
we saw
to
it. Now it's
cheat.
at 9.
And we should terminate the filibuster, because if they get the chance, they'll do it in the first hour back.
Yeah, Mr. President, thank you. When Iran is seeing 50% inflation, they've moved money from their sovereign
Their
wealth.
economy is crashing.
Right. Would you allow their financial system then to fail?
Well, I guess so, because we're making it fail, right?
Is that what it takes?
I hope it fails.
Is that what it
You know
takes?
why? Because I want to win. If it
I hope it does.
takes
Now that I think
getting
about it, I
pounded
thought
on by
about
the
it in
military,
between
I
those
think,
two
for
words. I
more.
said,
But
well,
in
you know what?
addition to
Fuck it. I
that,
hope it does.
It is failing. You know, we have sanctions on them, tremendous sanctions. Scott Bessen's done a great job. We have sanctions that nobody's ever seen before. No, they're failing. Their currency is worthless. Their inflation is probably 150%. The real number is 150%. They aren't paying their soldiers. They can't pay their soldiers. The money is worthless. No, they should do the smart thing, you know. They should do the smart thing, and because we don't want to go in and kill people, really don't. I don't want to. It's too tough. Great people. I know the people. I have so many Iranian friends from New York and from other places over the years. They're great people. I don't want to kill those.
Gas prices in the United States.
The incident yesterday, is it possible that you can talk about that?
Yeah, gas prices in the United States are $1.48 cents a gallon. You said they would come back down. Will Project
They'll drop
Freedom-
lower than they were before.
Will Project Freedom, escorting those ships, make that happen?
Well, it will, because so people don't realize some of these tankers hold 2 million barrels. One of them holds 4. I think it's the largest one in the world. That sucker is big. I've never seen anything like it. A ship. It's bigger than
IMF
aircraft
Tortiva,
carriers.
even if war ends today, it'll take 3 to 4 months to
it has a
deal
big
with
impact.
consequences.
It's so much. You know, there are like 400 ships in there. 400. That in itself. Now, the best is when it ends and just neutralizes. But what's happening is people are learning to buy oil from the United States. I mean, they're making the trip, and they have safer. Probably it's a better product.
They're
too, by the
learning
way.
to buy
But,
oil from us.
They're learning to buy. They're changing their habits. So when I did this, I thought the market would go down 25%, and I thought that was a great deal if it did. If it went down 25%, I was satisfied. I said, because we cannot let these people have a nuclear weapon. They'll use it. We can't. I also thought oil would go up to 200, 250, maybe 300, and I knew it would be short term.
He's just making shit up now at this point.
I thought it would go
300.
It's like at 102. And
now he's just selling you
that's
on
a
oil,
very
bro.
small price to pay
He's
for
I got
getting
to
rid of a
150,
nuclear
200, maybe
weapon
even
for people
300
that
now
are
that I
really
think about it.
mentally deranged. Yeah.
I was willing. I said, I'll take
The world is like- by the
25%,
way,
300,
Other
400. Fuck it.
presidents should have done this. 47
This
years.
is why,
they've been
and y'all, shut up.
toying
None of
with
y'all
these
say shit.
Stupid
None of y'all
people.
say fucking shit.
In
You
many
know why?
cases,
Look at fucking
stupid
Intel.
people.
What do you tell me?
It should have
You're
been
like,
done
well,
by
Josh,
Obama.
it
He
could go
went the other way.
200,
He was
300
giving them
even,
cash. He
Josh.
said plain
I
loads.
know,
A
Josh.
Boeing
You're the fucking
757
same. You're the
took
fucking
the seats
same.
out and
Stop
put
it.
green cash, 1.7 billion in the plane. Every bank in Virginia, D.C., and Maryland was stripped of their cash. They took out all the cash from the banks. They put it into a plane,
ISRG.
a Boeing 757 packed with cash, and they flew it to Iran, and they let these guys just, I don't know what the hell they did with it, but they took it and then gave them billions and billions of dollars and bribed them basically to be friends. And after giving them tens of billions of dollars, they screwed Obama, okay? That's not the way we play. No, we do it the old-fashioned way. And they should wave. They're very proud. Maybe you won't see a white flag, but essentially that's already what they are. They should wave the white flag of surrender. In hockey, they say uncle, right? When are they going to
say uncle?
When are they going to cry uncle? But
what are you talking about? Why you want me to say uncle?
expression.
I'm not even related
If
to you.
this were a
Fuck you.
fight, they would stop
What do you
it.
mean say uncle? Fuck you. I
You
show
know, we
you
have to
death
go out, and we have to
destruction.
do it, and it's.
You have no
it's very
idea the
sad
fury
to-
are
it's very
unleashed,
sad
man.
to
Fuck
see.
you.
Even
Fuck
shooting
your
those
uncle.
boats.
Fuck
They've
your
got
whole family.
3-4
Fuck you,
guys.
dumbass.
They got a little machine gun in front. They're shooting at one of our ships that's meant for it. It bounces. They don't even know they're being shot at. And then they take it out with an Apache helicopter in about 2 seconds. They go, Apache, ship, northwest 10 degrees. Turns around, boom. I don't like that, you know? You lose people. All these people, it's so unnecessary. It's so unnecessary. One thing we have the greatest military in the world. I built it because I built it in my first term. I didn't think I'd be using it at least so much in my second term. But we have the greatest military, the best equipment in the world. We had 111 missiles shot at one of our assets, one of the aircraft carriers, a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago. Think of this, 111 sophisticated missiles shot at one of our aircraft carriers. And every single one of those missiles was shot down with no problem whatsoever. If you would have said that 10 years ago, 5 years ago, it would have been an impossibility. You would have had to take those shots. Every single missile was laying in the water far away. I mean, they weren't even upset. And they're the coolest people. If you ever see them, you know, Pete, when they do the
say
missile.
uncle in Arabic, Ummu.
They say missile coming, and these
Say
guys, it's like almost like, they're very smart. These are extremely smart people. They go to very good schools, but they shot down.
China dropping, or at least
they're like a needle in a haystack. 111 missiles shot. 111 missiles were knocked down into the water. Didn't even get close to the aircraft carrier. No, nobody has a military like us. Okay, a couple of more, and then I want to go out and watch these great athletes. I'm not talking about him and him and him. I'm talking about these kids, because I think you're going to be far better as an athlete than anybody behind you. Okay, do you agree? I think you're going to be a better athlete. What sport do you play?
I play football.
Oh, there you go. Do you think you're going to be better than him? You'll be faster. You're going to be so much faster than him. He's going to be like lightning. He was known for his speed, by the way. I don't know. I think pretty good. What sport do you play?
He's talking about that with kids, yes. I mean, to be fair, my foreign dad, he showed me fucking Die Hard when I was a kid. So shout out Bruce Willis.
That's a good sport.
Yeah, that was kind of still wild.
I do dance, but I also do volleyball.
Hey, be nice and tall to be a volleyball player. What about you? Look at this guy, he's a big guy.
Me, I'm doing football right now, and next year I'm going to be trying to do
deep voice for a 12-year-old.
Whoa.
Already, let's go.
Whoa.
That's awesome.
And you'll never compete against women in powerlifting. You just see that they had a man powerlifter, and he decided to go to the
No fucking way he just said that.
Took a record.
I bet you'll never go against a woman, huh?
He beat it by 119 pounds.
You know how bad it? Do you understand? Do you understand that record?
A little quarter of an ounce. To 18 years it stood. This guy came. He was a failed powerlifter, but he went on the other side and he decided that he wanted to go into women's sports, and he broke the record. By
Dude, that's
118
crazy.
pounds. Think that's fair? So I don't think we'll have to worry about you.
Yes, sir.
You're going to do good. Are you
Yes,
a strong
sir.
person?
Yes, sir.
Good. You think you can take me in a fight? I think you could.
Yo, Trump just said he's gonna fight him?
How about you?
You think you can take me? You're big. Come on.
I'm trying to get into soccer.
Wow. And with your height, do you smash the ball, the volleyball? You get up high. Can you jump high?
Not very.
Soccer might be better. I'm just looking at it.
Maybe you didn't make a bad choice then. Maybe
That's good. Good luck.
focus
okay?
on your
What about
strengths.
you?
Hockey and golf.
Well, and you know that guy, right?
Yes.
You know that guy. Do you think you could be as good as him someday? Not easy.
Better.
Won't be better.
Dude, that was fucking
This young
crazy.
man today, of all the young men I've met, he had the best manners possible. He was a smile. I said, "How are you?" He looked me in the eye and said,
SEC
"Fine,
unveils
thank you, sir.
proposal for
How are you?"
semi-annual
Not just
reporting. That's so sad.
Are you a good golfer?
Yeah, we're only gonna have earnings
So,
season
what's
twice
your
a year
handicap?
now.
Do you have a handicap?
15.
So, this man is 90 years old. Do you think you could beat him? I'm betting on Gary. I'm betting on Gary.
You will.
Hey, you know what else?
Bro, that
And he doesn't
happens,
joke.
they're done with
It's a
earnings
big
season.
deal. You know, a lot
Twice
of
a
guys
year.
can play, but the flag goes up.
No
and
more gambling.
bad
Twice a
things-
year instead of
bad
once
things
every
happen.
3 months.
And I think being in good shape.
Because,
helps you
right,
in that
we're
respect
wrapping
too,
up
Gary.
earnings
See, if
right
it
now, but
wasn't
it's
a
going to start
cherished
again in
table,
like
this
2
is
weeks.
Very historic. I could get on this table and do 50 push-ups like that. Most people can't do that, even when they're going in the army, right?
Yes.
So you've got to keep in shape.
Yes, sir.
And you tell everybody
Right
how
as
you love
AI
this
starts to
country.
come into play.
Okay?
Good way to end. So
It
we're
might
going to
move
go
a
out.
little
We're going to
better, but
say
then earnings
hello
might be
to
a
the
little
athletes.
bigger.
We have young and
Because
great
now
athletes.
you're
We also
packaging
have
in
some
so
big
much info in a
superstars out there
report.
waiting for us.
A lot more can
And
happen.
thank you very much. And Bryson, thank you very much. You really took this and brought it to a level. It's true. Biden and President Obama decided that it wasn't important, and they're so wrong. Thank you very much, everybody.
You think you can take me?
Various other things.
Is Dario still live or what?
Some of our longest standing partners.
Well, I
It
need
is
to go pee.
also
I forgot to
pulling
go to
the
the
comps
bathroom.
analysis skill, which encodes exactly how
This
a
chat
banker
is scary.
actually
You should have
pulls
seen
together
it when it
comp
first
set
started, bro.
and executes in
Donald Trump started talking Intel at 109, bro.
By the time Sarah's heading
It gets
home,
wild, man.
Claude has already
It's a good reminder
prepared
if you
a
guys are
preliminary
looking for a
analysis
gated community.
with an
Locked in is,
execution plan,
you know, I don't really
detailed
advertise it, but I
recommendation
do
on
think
next steps,
if you're
and
looking for a
first
more
draft
focused chat,
of the
there you
LBO
go.
model
So
and the
thank you,
concept,
all of you guys
all ready for
who
Sarah
litter.
to review.
You guys are the selling point. So I will be
Now,
right back. I'm gonna go.
Sarah
potty.
is
This
back
the
at her
Anthropic
laptop.
live stream.
Using
And then
Claude
why
and
are
Excel,
headlines haven't hit since Dario.
Sarah starts to refine on these outputs together with Claude. Starting with comps, she pulls out a peer that isn't quite right. She lets the analysis and the calculations run, double checks the methodologies and the narratives, and everything looks pretty good. Now comes the hard part, the leverage buyout model. Sarah gets some intel that the sponsor is willing to stretch a bit more and has Claude rebuild the model a bit more aggressively. Claude immediately reruns the model with one additional scenario, making sure that the sources are tying and the numbers are always cited. Across the operating model, the desk schedule, as well as the returns analysis. No more manually checking every single one of those cells. Claude is doing the heavy lifting for you. Now, the deck, the part that every banker in this room probably has lost many Saturdays to. Instead of building it in PowerPoint, Sarah directs Claude to Claude Design. Now, the beauty of Claude Design is that it doesn't just create static decks. It's meant for interactive prototypes and dashboards. Within minutes, Sarah now has a fully fleshed out templated deck with interactive sliders of key assumptions like entry leverage or exit multiples. And she can watch the returns adjust in real time. Now, this is a conversation with her client, not just a deck presentation. The last step, let's get this over to the client. Within Claude for Outlook, Claude prepares a first draft of the email. Sarah takes a look at the email, trims it, iterates on it until it's client ready, and sends it with full confidence.
Let's see, these might cause some software reactions, but I wanted to hear Dario, but the president was pretty funny. That's good. We got some updates. Some updates on Iran. Again, he downplayed the ceasefire breaking. That's it. An IBM and Aramco explore collaboration to accelerate AI and innovation across Saudi Arabia. IBM, dude. IBM and Oracle. But yeah, SPY's still holding. It's 9 o'clock. So 30 minutes till push-ups and then the middle of the hour. But NASDAQ still up by 1.3. Russell 1.5. SPY 0.78. Dow 0.5. And we're like about a 1.3 away from an all-time high. So other than that, my friends, we are here. We are here. The market's good. Intel. I mean, today's a chip day, dude. After chips kind of rotated and software got a bid today, again, more earnings. more updates, and even the rest of this week, you're going to get more software in these smaller chip companies. I think even when does Micron report, now that I think about it? Or did they already? But yeah, man. So welcome. Shout out to your long term. I hope you guys are enjoying that one. Yeah, Micron already reported. They're going to be on June 24th is when the next earnings season starts. I don't like that news, though, man. I would hate quarterly, semi-annual reporting is shit, dude. So then imagine now all these companies and then the cash burn and then the cycle of debt. Maybe that's what stops the bonds from dying. But yeah, somebody was just asking about that. They said, what does the global bonds mean? So, again, pretty much this has been our problem for the last several years. If you haven't realized, anytime the bond yields get high, the problem is that it tightens financial conditions. It could hurt risk asset, the cost to borrow, both on like aggregate demand, both like consumer stuff down the line to like financial stuff. It makes the cost of everything go up. It heightens the debt burdens, and it just really all around tightening of financial conditions. But then, as we've seen over many years, it's not as if the bonds high yields don't immediately crack something. You know what I'm saying? And that's why it's like when we get to the level, what I'd be looking for is what I told you, is like every time we get near this level, they come up with something and something happens and changes. But then really what you want to be looking for is if it breaks through 5, you might for the first time go above 5%. And then that's where people really start freaking out. And the move to 5 to like 6 or 7 will probably be a lot faster than the move from 4 to 5. And that's kind of the worry. But again, higher yields, tightening of financial conditions is the simple one. And why? Because oil and spending, you have higher input costs with oil. People are worried about what that means for inflation. The debt was already pretty unsustainable. Remember, big beautiful bet. But then even think about the United Kingdom, Europe. They're like, oh, we need energy, high cost. We gotta do something. You know what I'm saying? So that now they start spending more, and then that makes the situation even more worse. So, and then last thing, just higher interest. It's harder to grow, because now all of your growth goes to paying back debt rather than paying, actually giving you a profit. So yeah, happy birthday! Hard hell, dude, we have 3 Cinco de Mayo birthdays. Amazing, Hayden. And for your long term, how much should be growth or divvy? I mean, you could do like a 60-40, 60% growth, 40% dividend. That's one I like. But you could even do, if you're younger, 70-30. It just really depends what your risk tolerance is, how old you are, kind of what you're going for. But that's why, too, like I'm telling you right now, it sucks because I really like growth stocks, especially since there's so many cheap ones still out there. But like now that Intel has made up a big portion of our portfolio, you should probably, when it goes and shifts into heavy growth, you could use that opportunity to pick up some dividends. But there's no real rule on it. But like 60-40, 70-30 is a good model to follow. That means banks benefit. They benefit as long as it doesn't slow down activity, right? As if it tightens conditions, slows things down, or now them and their clients, they have a harder time servicing, and then the money goes to servicing debt rather than growing. That's the problem. And that's why it makes it harder to even GDP to have growth when all of it goes towards debt. The Fed does follow the 2-year. So we may not get hikes. That's the problem. It just depends on how things play out. But if it does blow out, like right now, the long end of the curve is blowing out. The 30-year, the 10-year, 2-year is that, in a weird way, people's expectations are still anchored. So it's not messing that shit up yet. But theoretically, if the whole bond curve from the short end to the long end starts to get blown out, that, you might start to see ideas and opinions change on what the Fed's going to do. The government has debt in collections. They don't want to pay it. No, they'll pay it, but it just meant, like, let me put it this way. This is partly one of the criticisms of Jerome Powell is like, and then how Janet Yellen did the debt. And then it's sad because Bessent kind of did the same, but just for not as long. But then you are spending over $1 trillion a year just to pay the interest on United States debt. That wasn't like that. That's because the rates are so high, and they've been high. And then we issued a lot of debt. And then we're even going to get another debt announcement tomorrow. We're going to see how they term it out. But yeah, that's but not necessarily collections. It's a payment. You got to pay it, and if your rates are high and they keep going higher, that means it's going to cost even more to borrow, and then you've already borrowed a shit ton and it's already unsustainable, and then energy prices go up, and now people are expecting higher inflation. It's a very wicked doom loop, and that's why once it cracks, if the bonds do crack and keep going and they set off that loop of going higher and higher, it really starts to impact a lot of different things. There's a lot of good growth names. For Intuit's down 40%. ServiceNow is still down 30% if you want some of that exposure. A lot of them are in software, but yeah, I mean, even CRM I think is down 30%. Some of them have moved off the bottom, but you have a lot of growth names that are down 30 to 40% this year. Definitely, you have way more that are down 20%, but yeah, generally speaking, then there's a lot of staples that are still down too, or kind of the same price, but yeah, if you wanted growth, I wouldn't say it's there. I wanted Microsoft for the long term $100 ago. Yeah, we brought it up there. Some of you picked it up when I kept raving about it, but then that really didn't last for too long. It's your wife's birthday too. I'll tell her happy Cinco de TRADO. That's crazy. So many. Bro, so many. What's it called? SSM? What is it? 52%? But yeah, so many Cinco de Mayo birthdays. You got a house you might need help purchasing. What do you need help with? But good. You shopping with Intel? I'm telling you, I can't stress it enough, man. Intel, I think some of you, if you're really like, oh my gosh, Intel's going to come back down. I made so much money. I don't want to lose it. Go look for a house. Just start the process. See. Because maybe by the time you find one and are ready to go, it might work. StubHub popping a little bit. They have time to pay it? Yeah, the government, they could pay it. I don't think they're worried about that, but yeah. VMC? What happened to VFX? Didn't that pop yesterday? Or VX? Was that VXC? VXF? What was that one? VF? What was it? Is it this one? On Axon. I remember them when they were really cheap, but they have done very good. So I get kind of turned off by it. But yeah, that's down. I mean, you're not buying the highs. You're definitely not getting like a multi-year discount, but you're like it's like one of those that are in the middle. I mean, if your portfolio could actually handle it, and if you really believe, I mean, it's one of those you're gonna have to buy it again, essentially. So you know what I'm saying? It's either gonna rip, come back to the higher levels, or you still have a lot of downside potentially. But then if you really believe in average, but they have a lot of good contracts, and they kind of make a lot off the government. You need an anonymous buyer because of family issues. I'm not, this sounds illegal, but you can send me an email, but like, are you trying to buy it from somebody you know without them knowing? Because you might run into some issues. Or you could just go make a corporation and offer under a corporation. Any love for LMT? I mean, not for the long term yet, but so again, it's one of those that, because LMT is still up a lot over the last couple years. But then again, like part of the whole China healthcare and then defense stocks, those are some of the laggers here coming into May or next week or next month. But I don't know about the long term. I think my long term plays are easy for now. I mean, Kimberly, TAP, even potentially Nike, NVO. We have a couple of names that, because I want to add to them, just how I did with Intel, stacking up on names we already got. I don't want to get too many names. The only thing I'd buy that would be new is one of these growth names, Logitech. But yeah, so other than that, some of these ones, if I wanted any name like in the middle that's like high, but then off of like still high multi-year, but off of the highs, Home Depot or McDonald's. Those are the only ones I would actually consider. Maybe even Walmart, but Walmart's still a little jacked. But yeah, dude, Home Depot and McDonald's, they kind of get me hyped. I don't think they're the best deal. I don't think they're the worst deal. That's what I'm telling you. I mean, I think Home Depot is down like 20, but like if I was going to buy a name that's off of the highs, but like still you might have to keep buying into it if it really sold off, And if it was new, McDonald's and Home Depot. Those are the ones that I'm actually. That's what I'm saying. I'd be down to be patient if they keep going down. I don't like Lowe's as much. Their earnings wasn't bad, or was bad today, but they did decent. But I think Home Depot is just a behemoth. Lowe's is a little smaller. It's still not same company, but yeah, it's not. I think Home Depot has way better history. Lowe's is like the Kimberly-Clark of like versus Procter Gamble, right? And I ended up buying Kimberly because Procter. I still like Procter if that one drops too, but I do think the better one is Home Depot. HD socks again. SPYs slowly working up. Oil near the lows. Bonds coming up. UMC kept going. Coca-Cola. My email is tradingfraternity@gmail.com. But yeah, this has been the first. Home Depot gave up a couple years, down 25% on the year. So like I said, it might go down more, but it's just a very solid name. Same thing with McDonald's. I really like McDonald's. No take for Navitas, no. Again, I mean, Navitas, we got it $2. We got real lucky, but like, I don't like follow it. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not really, again, 1,000% on shares is awesome, but I'm not like invested in it. Like, it's not the play free. I got it so cheap. I don't even care what happened. I didn't even know they do anything. So good for them, but no, I don't really care. Domino's is good, but like Domino's is down what, like 30-40%. Well, it's just pretty much catching up to pizza, because pizza just hasn't moved. But Domino's started. Remember when we bought pizza, Domino's was $400 or $500 or something. But yeah, I mean, if it ever got really cheap, I might be down to add to the pizza portfolio with Domino's. German minister Waterpool says Germany cannot accept annexation of West Bank. Microsoft on the low now. But yeah, I do think if you want something in the middle, I do think Home Depot and McDonald's should, like, if you really don't want to buy deep value or anything, it's there. Why do you like McDonald's? This is the worst they've been in 25 years. Say what you said out loud. Because I'm like, what do you mean? That's exactly what so like Intel, right? Intel is at the highest price in a century. And I'm not down with it at 109. But when Intel was at the worst in 25 years, I loved it. Does that sound familiar? So, yeah, that's exactly why. I even think McDonald's can do worse in a weird way. But that is the exact philosophy we are looking for. You know what I'm saying? I want a good company that's not doing well in the short run, but is going to survive in the long run. You know, that's just like what the guy asked me the other day. He was like, why are you more, he's in Hong Kong, and he said, you're more bullish about China than people in Hong Kong. And I'm like, well, think about it. Even last month, everybody and their mother was literally bearish on the stock market. We got a little bullish. You know, you want to take advantage of those things. So, yeah, I think McDonald's is going to rule the world one day, sadly. I think once we turn into like AI dystopian land, I think like school lunches will be by McDonald's. Like, have you ever seen Idiocracy, where they like, welcome to Costco, I love you? I think that's going to happen with McDonald's. I genuinely think McDonald's is going to control the world. I don't like the CEO. He kind of creeps me out, but then that supports my theory. Yeah, it'll be like Carl's Jr., exactly. No, dude, McDonald's is like, they're too good. I like them too much, unfortunately. I don't own them. I've always wanted to. They always hold a premium. That's what I'm saying. It's like finally they've given up a couple years. I haven't bought it, but you know, like I'm saying, I would give it a real consideration. Nike's on the list. Nike's just buying one of the underperformers, right? That's one kind of struggling. It would suck if they get clapped out of the what's it called? If they get removed from the Dow. That's what people were freaking on yesterday. Welcome to McDonald's. I love you. McDonald's goes healthy. I mean, I don't think they will. But you know, some people already try to defend it as healthy. They lowered the price of the McDouble, but then they're like, yo, the McDouble's like 29 grams of protein, 300 calories. I mean, low key, kind of bodybuilding food. But then again, it's that. Protein. But yeah, Home Depot too. Home Depot is, ironically enough, why is Home Depot lagging? Do any of you know? There's a real reason. We just talked about it. Why Home Depot is lagging. If you really think about it. I have Chipotle. I like Chipotle. I just don't. Chipotle is the only growing restaurant company as of late at like a mass scale. But I still think McDonald's is bigger. Or maybe McDonald's will buy them one day. I think McDonald's used to own a steak, now that I think about it. Somebody did. Weed, legal, Trump reschedule, legally airtight. Administration expects process to be completed before midterms. Well, what because of real estate? It's like real estate's the answer, but it's something else tied to real estate. That's really the answer. That makes sense why you're not getting as much remodels. You're not getting as much home improvement and other things. Do you know? Yes, rates. So think about it. Like, oh, you could even chart it and you'll see it. But yeah, kind of the high rates, that starts to slow down that both remodel, home building, everything. So it's like in no coincidence, the longer rates have stayed high, you're finally getting a pretty big outperformance. It's not too often that Home Depot is down 25% while the stock market's at all-time highs. That just doesn't, even with ISM and manufacturing, that doesn't happen too often. I think the last time was 2007 possibly. But yeah, and but it makes sense. I mean, rates have been higher for longer and they're still up there. So like that's the real estate market is still holding up, but it's a lot slower as we've been talking about. But like literally, so that's one, high rates impacting a name like that, that's still, one step removed from the rates in the demand. Yeah, well, SPY 720, we're literally about 1 point away from all-time highs. Boomers aren't selling their old homes. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of sad, but like they're gonna die soon. But like 20 years is the expected time frame. So they say in the next like 10 to 20 years, you're gonna have like, I want to say like a third or a little more of property going from sale. Or potentially for sale based on the boomers that leave this earth. So that's the dark side of the macro. Oh, interesting. I didn't get your email, but I see an email from Tim. Let's see. What the fuck? Oh, they bought this as a portfolio sale. Yeah, they bought it. This was 35. They're charging a premium. They want 100% higher. It says 240 because of that, but this one is rentable. They said tenant just left. 60,000. Unfortunately, though, you'll have to put more money down. Like, it's hard to get loans on, like, the cheaper the property. That's why, like, 100, you could still get away with, like, the 10%. Well, yeah, this isn't bad. Peoria, Illinois. Is that the hood, you guys? Where are my Illinois people at? That is the hood. Well, maybe hood get nice here, but yeah, 50K. But that one was for sale for 30, and then it sold for 200. But when you ever see that, it's probably a portfolio sale. So someone probably sold 3-4 houses at the same time, and it was all under the same transaction. Boomers don't have kids. No, they do, but the house, usually most people don't keep houses they inherit. That's why I told all of you guys. I said, if I were you and you ever, again, I buy homes from people, and again, even people have asked me to buy houses they've inherited, but I always tell you guys, I say, do not, if you can avoid it and you could somehow keep the property, again, with the step up basis and everything, I would not sell a home if you inherit it. But I think over like 60% of people, I think the stat might be higher now that I think about it. It's the burbs. It's not bad. It's chill. Well, half of you are saying it's chill. Half of you are saying it's the hood. So this is getting... But either way, I still like them cheap houses. Based on 26 inheritance report, 56% of heirs sold the property. And then 70% expecting an inheritance plan to sell or rent. Only 35% plan to actually keep it and actually end up renting it. So yeah. And then only 17% actually follow through despite plans. So yeah, that's what I was saying. Most people don't keep properties that they inherit. That's what I'm saying. That's why I tell people this. This is like one of those other things. Like, it's the same exact thing of when people are like, oh, should I sell it? Or should I sell something without a plan? And that's why I'm telling you, that's one of the big people just get, they're like, oh, it's worth $1 million, 500,000, 200,000. They just want the money most. And then if you have multiple siblings and heirs, it starts to get, most people opt for just give me the money and let's call it a day. What books am I reading? Oh, I mean, have you heard of the Bible? That's a good book. But no, I actually read, I don't know, it's kind of weird. I shared it with you. I've read a lot of the G.K. Chesterton books, and then Demonology by King James. It's a real book if you never heard of it. It's a trip. If you have to share, I would convince the people in your family to keep the property. Your neighbor's kid just did the exact same thing. They all do. I saw that, Liam, that house looks, I think a Chad would like it, but are you guys auctioning it? So I don't know, unless you guys are trying to settle on, I think a Chad should buy that house. It looks nice. It seems like you guys have a fair price on it. So, but yeah, I don't know about like the auction though. It's going to be, you guys might end up getting more, but that was a beautiful home. A long term, is that the college one? I mean, anything, we even talked about 401ks, IRAs, those are all like, anything tax deferred is great. So it's good to have. It just depends on what your goals are for actually having the long term. But like having a separate brokerage, I don't think is a bad idea. But really, as long as you're knocking out the idea of saving and growing. MU and Sandisk, Trump looking to ease memory crunch with supply chain block. They're getting killed off of that. Nikkei, SPY's going down. That's actually hitting them for a little bit. C, and then whatever that PN is. Again, it might be one of those little quick pullbacks, and then we hit VWAP and then chill, but yeah, you got a pretty big candle on those. Yeah, they're all going down on that. Sandisk. What I'm saying, it might be temporary. Iran oil minister, Iran crude production has not decreased throughout the days. Oil exports during the war were good and satisfactory. You're about to inherit 4 properties. You're worried about making the right decisions. I think it's easy, man. I think you should plan right now and see what they're worth and maybe see how much repairs they'll need, if that. But if you could find a way to keep them and let them pay for themselves, that's like the plan with, like, even if you guys bought a house with Intel. That's what I'm saying. Ideally, that's what you want to do. If you could buy a home and have the cost covered through long-term or short-term rentals, that's usually the best way, because then you get to just hold the equity until you have another plan. Or again, if you want to maybe, one thing I would like is if you like wanted to sell them and then put them all into 1 or 2 houses, one to live in and then another rental. But then the problem is that these houses that you inherit, your guys' tax rates are going to be so fucking low. And that's the real advantage. Because if you went and bought a house now at a high price and the current tax rate, it's going to be a lot higher. More of your holding costs are going to increase. But then those 4 homes, you're probably going to have the same tax as buying 1 home today, which is kind of nuts. So that's why I'm saying, though, your cost of holding are very low. So if you could get that to cash flow and pay for itself, easy. Or again, or maybe they don't have any payments and all you have to do is maintain them. That's pure cash flow. And if you ever need equity, you need cash, you could use them as a little piggy bank and pull out of them. But at the same time, I wouldn't. I would just plan ahead and I would try to keep them, because like I'm telling you, that tax rate is going to it's going to make it so much easier to cash flow and hold on to that property. Israeli foreign minister of Hezbollah and other terrorists in Lebanon are dismantled. We're ready to return to our borders. Do you think Intel is overvalued? Why are people talking about selling? Well, it's not about overvalued or not. It just, people are up almost 400% from where we bought it, and they bought it with a lot of money, and it now makes up a large portion of their portfolio. And just like even the long term last year when we bought the farm, anytime valuations rise up, people get this idea. It's like what Ben Graham talks about, where, things go high and people want to sell out, whether they want to time it, overvalued, undervalued. Again, every, Mr. Market is going to be in your ear. You all have a business partner who every day he's going to try to get you to either sell or buy at extreme or non-favorable prices. So you gotta have a plan with it. And that's why I'm telling you, this happens a lot. Anytime we get some runners, even on the path of Intel from 20 to 110, this just came up. And like I said, if you want to break the rules and you don't want to hold for 10 years minimum, I wouldn't break the rules. I would follow the rules and turn it to a property. So, and like I said, if you were actually listening to that last week, you're making even more money on Intel now, but hopefully you get the ball rolling on looking for a property. And I think you guys could pull it off, bro. You know what I'm saying? I'm telling you, it could actually, it could go a long way. The contract's free. You sell and get your initial investment back. I make the contracts free. Trump pressures FDA commissioner to approve flavored vapes. Oh, dude, we're fucking in the midterms now. Wow. Yo, look at MO. Dude, that's insane. Bro, that's absolutely insane. That's probably the most wicked headline. That's some good midterm shit right there, bro. Because you know them fucking Chinese vapes, dog. They've been hitting. They be hitting those flavors this whole time, just getting the American companies getting nothing off of them. Oh my gosh. Flavored vapes, dog. It sucks. These premiums are a little high. I make the contracts free. Risk and reward in harmony. Oh, they're too much, though. Those are all fucking jacked. Damn it. Oh, it didn't even fill me on all those, did it? No, it did. But that might get a little aggressive eventually. But be careful. Sometimes these fade, but I think that's a good one. I don't like the play, but I think the idea, ideally closer to the money. There's only one cheapie, but oh, it's shit. Okay, there you go. Get some liquidity in there. Oh, yeah, if you could get that at 3 cents. Okay, hold on. So yeah. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. But yeah, I do like that. I haven't looked at the Philip Morris, but America, I think they would benefit a little bit more than not. Yeah. More time would be better too. Free. Risk and reward in harmony. Let me see if I can find you. Because remember, they're even coming off earnings too. So yeah, you could get that one's a cost a little bit more, not a recommendation. But that's the only one without premium right now. Some of the other ones, even the one above it, but yeah. I make the contracts free. eBay says CEO unsolicited bid for EOA looks dead on arrival. Well, no. Why MO though, bro? Y'all don't understand? Dog, if they bring back the Jewel Mango Pod, y'all don't understand. eBay board will meet this week to review GameStop offer. Yeah, bro, I don't know how that even affect them for taxes, because they've wrote that shit off. Is GME a good idea to get if they end up getting eBay? I don't know. I don't like Ryan Cohen. I wouldn't. I just, unfortunately, I'm not. I have zero energy towards thinking about that play. So if I miss out, maybe I'm a fool. But if not, I can't. You can't trust him with the money. At least I can't. Dude, I think Jewel Mango is bigger than weed. You don't think the Jewel coming back? No, bro. Do you remember the Jewel Mango pod? That was the last time I was addicted to vapes, dog. That shit was fucking insane. I think that would bring back the Zen wave of motherfuckers with Jewel Mango, dude. That was a wild time, bro. That was a wild time. The Jewel Mango was an insane, bro. The world was honestly a better place. That was the last time the world was like a good place. After that, we got no more Jewel Mango. Everybody flipped. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong. Right when they got rid of Jewel Mango, I feel like sanity disappeared. They started dyeing their hair, cutting off their dicks. They started doing all sorts of shit right when we lost Jewel Mango. You don't think so? I think the timeline switched. Nah, y'all don't feel me, bro. I remember it vividly. It was a much happier place. It was a weird world, bro. It was a different world, but like, nah. Yeah, no, think about it, bro. Think about it. Literally, they nuked the Jewel and then gave you COVID. That was literally how it all played out, bro. It was sad. Very sad. The creme brulee, all of them, bro. It was bad. It was bad, dude. Yeah, the jewels still exist, but nah, not the it's different. You had to, I don't know, Jewel fucking tobacco flavor. That was this. I stopped smoking. I don't think you realize. I was like, I'm not that sick. The fuck's wrong with you? Why the fuck would I have a tobacco flavored vape? This doesn't even make sense, bro. I said, what do you mean? Want me to smoke a menthol fucking juice? That's insanity. That is insanity. Well, GME's popping. Last headline: eBay board will meet this week to review GameStop offer. Ah, yes. This is what happened. Remember last time we had one of these? It's gonna drop and then chill out, but the premiums aren't coming down on the drop. That's kind of the idea. But yeah, there's two of them, so we'll see. But yeah, I think that pairs up with the midterm plan. Oh, sad, bro. Sad. Elf? I don't know. Somebody asked me about that today. I still think it's a little bit, still up there. I mean, I think there's better exposure to, like, Ulta, but yeah. I make the contracts free. Yeah, that was my tinfoil. When they blamed the vapes, that was like COVID. It was like October 2019. I got it. I got pneumonia. I had remember I almost died? If you were really watching the stream early in the day, it was right before COVID. It was like 3-4 months before. I was dying. And because I would just rip these jewel pods all day while I was trading. And then fucking, yeah. I almost died. It was insanity. If you buy the long term, is it smart to buy all the stocks you have in your long term? No, because some of them I haven't bought in a long time. But then you have to, and even then you should start with like an initial amount. But the idea is to work your way into it. So like you wouldn't want to buy all of them at once, and then you want to focus on kind of the higher quality ones, and usually the ones that I'm down on. But then not every one that I'm down on is like a high quality play, like Sweet Greens, for example. And then like I haven't bought Snapchat in like 6 years, even though people are buying Snapchat all of a sudden. But you could work with some of the more recent ones if they're down. And then just remember, it's not about having what I have in my long term. It's about depositing monthly and then, you know, adding to it and finding good pickups to add and buy with that. $30-year, well, yeah, MO, that one's going to take a little bit. But I feel like we played one of these MO plays last year, and it did the exact same thing. So, yeah, but keep it small. I think it might be worth it. As long as small, though. Small, because MO, once they start ramping, they get fun. You do remember, bro, I was dying. No, I actually almost died. Like, the doctor told me that if I didn't come in time, like, I would have got fucked. I had, like, liquid in my lungs. I had, like, full-on, like, fucking popcorn lung. It was bad, dude. That was a bad moment. But then again, like, I thought it was the vaping, but then, like, it definitely was, like, I probably was test patient 1 for COVID. GE's ripping right now. Yeah, but that's a real midterm play right there. That's midterm, and it helps the American companies. CRE, Care Investment Trust, 16%. Is that halted? That might be halted. That just had a pop. No options. How did you repair your lungs? Food, good food, more alkaline diet. I started eating a lot differently, and then I stopped smoking. And then, yeah, I stopped smoking everything. You know, at one point, dude, I was ripping fucking Nick vapes, weed vapes, and then that was like, I guess I was a couple years after college, but like, I was telling you guys, I used to rip dirty bongs. Like, it wasn't a good habit. That's all, you know. I was like, you know what? I want to live, and I don't want to not live, and I don't know why. I just got old. I still had hair then, actually. That's the fucking crazy part. You know that? I didn't even realize how good of a hairline I had. Iran's IRGC warns all vessels to use straight corridors set by Iran, or they'll face decisive response if they divert FARS. What were my symptoms? It sounded like popcorn when I would talk and cough and like death. It was like pneumonia. I was like dying. I like barely could breathe, and then fluid everywhere. But yeah, I would have trouble breathing, like even walking upstairs. And like I wasn't like fat, as fat then. I lost a little bit of weight before that. I was in decent shape, but not like I am today. But then like, yeah, I had a way worse history smoking leading into it, and then it was just the vape I was getting nuts, bro. Did you rip a bong and vape? I mean, at one point in my life. Yeah. All this, I don't know. Well, this story is related to the MO play. So this is, I don't know, man. It's more in line. You saw her again with the pop. I swear this is related to the market. No, I don't. I don't smoke anymore. That's it. That's why I have dreams. Oh, I had a crazy dream yesterday. But yeah, that's the one thing I can tell you. If you guys ever, the one advantage, if you can't, some of you though, you need to stop smoking weed. And I don't say this as someone telling you what to do. I don't say this as your father or anything. I say this as motherfucker, you're wasting money. So then I just mean like some of you aren't even getting high anymore. Okay? You know what I'm saying? I don't even think so. It's like, what are you doing? But the only benefit I could offer you to stop doing it is literally like you'll get to dream again. And I love dreaming. You know that, both metaphorically and like physically. Like, you don't think that's just one of the awesomest features as a human? Like, what do you mean we just fucking lay down, go unconscious for 8 hours a day, and then fucking trip out? And you're telling me you don't want to experience that? Like, and that's a normal part of being a human. You know that, right? Like, we all just, like, literally we're like, okay, let's turn off now. We're just going to lay down and move silent, go willfully unconscious, and then you just start hallucinating. That's literally what it is. That's why I'm like, I don't know. It was kind of an incentive for me. I like dreaming, and then once I got my dreams back, I've been enjoying it. How do you stop? You stop, and then you're for like 3 to 5 days. You're just gonna like have trouble falling asleep, and then you're gonna like get a little sweaty because you'll still get like little symptoms. And then if you smoke the little fucking weed carts, you're fucked because then you'll like get like a little mini withdrawal. But like you see, once you get past, if you could get past the first 5 days, you're fucking fine. You're not. Weed doesn't really do that much to you in terms of like wanting you to keep doing it. I think it's harder to stop nicotine than weed. But yeah, you still 3 to 5 days. Well, if you could get past that, you usually are golden. You don't dream when you stop. It takes like 2 weeks, 2 weeks to a month. You saw and then Sony, and then GMA, and then where's your boy MO? Your environment won't allow it. Won't allow you to stop smoking weed? I've never heard that one. Maybe nicotine, if like, you know, where you work, but most people, like, there's not weed in, I don't know, yeah. Oh, he's a grower? I know people who grow weed who don't smoke it. Mask on the high. Interesting. I like my mask. Thing's up 71%. Current circumstance, French admiral deploying warships or civilian vessels in Strait of Hormuz would be suicide. Fucked up situation. I can't escape, nor the weed. Been trying for 4 years. I mean, with that attitude, brother. But no, I'm telling you, weed and that's the same thing though. Be careful then, because I don't mean to be like, you know, I'm definitely trying to encourage you, because I'll tell you, just like, be careful, because if you're telling me you can't stop weed no matter what, and like it's something emotional, and you're doing this or that, like, I would be careful trading. You get what I'm saying? Because then that emotional framework is that's not a good idea. And it's not, those definitely don't, the discipline that we've talked about. So in a weird way, it's like, if you really, like, again, I think nicotine has a general bigger pull on you, rather than the weed. But I think if you could get past 3 to 5 days of weed, it actually becomes, most people, they have done it. Again, I've even seen people smoke for 15 years in a row and be able to do it. But just be careful then. Be careful with gambling. That's just genuine brother to brother advice I could give you. News on Hood. They just had a stick. Functional speculators. You can't have functional markets without speculators. Robinhood CEO says, if everyone's hedging, the market is going to break. As long as you have a strategy and it's systemic, who I am to say you shouldn't engage with trading that asset class. So yeah, they're at a conference, Wall Street Journal Future of Everything conference. So Vlad defends gambling. He says your speculation is needed for the functional market. Oh shit, we should have done push-ups. You smoked for 10 years and stopped. It wasn't that bad. It was hard falling asleep though in the beginning. That's what, like, the people who've done, like, dude, you know, there's some people who smoked every day for like 15 years. But yeah, that's what usually, like, the falling asleep and like the mind racing at night is what really fucks with you. But like I'm saying, if you could get past the first week of it, it's easy money. You've been trying to get off the weed for a while. Just gotta, I mean, again, it's just one of those things, like, you might not even be as motivated to do so. I don't mean that in a negative way, but like, that's why weed is like, that's why, what's his name? Who's the dude? John McAfee? That's why he was saying, like, it just doesn't affect you as much. So then, like, you're not like, so I'm saying, go fucking, you know, you go make a mistake drinking alcohol, you'll ruin your life in a week, you know. You go fucking do some fucking heroin or Elon's ketamine, you're gonna fuck shit up real quick. And you're gonna be like, yeah, I need to not do this. Like, so I don't know. That's the only problem. You might have to have a strong desire to be like, I'm done with this. I hate this. But yeah, if that don't occur, then it might not hit the same. Your TLT calls got clapped. Do you want me to introduce you to a therapist, or what do you want me to do about it? I don't know if I'm the right guy. I'll give you another play eventually. That's why I think, you know, you guys got to learn the 20%. And that doesn't mean 20% of your budget. It means 20% of these option plays are going to hit. You're going to lose 4 out of 5 of them. So, and remember, I mean, even in that respect, we're coming off of a 1,500. I realized the 1,000%, but yeah. And then that's after some of the ones last week, too. Yeah, those intels are still up, dude. TLT, the Widowmaker. I mean, it kind of has become one, but UNG futures, natural gas futures, has been coined the nickname, the Widowmaker. You quit the ONs. It's crazy. The trend of nicotine pouches has been demolished comparatively. You're trying to quit Coke? So do you want me to ban you from the locked in? Because your last comment, do I buy Intel now at 180? Okay, you know what I'm saying, bro? Otherwise, just don't die. But you are probably going to die. So, I hate to be... I don't... Just be careful, man. Be careful. You know that? Did I tell you about my friend? One of my good friends from college. I've known this guy was a good guy. And he died off of Coke. You know why? Because it was fentanyl. So be careful, brother. Be careful. But if you're gonna go to the other chat if you want to fuck around. But yeah, chill, bro. Chill. Chad, I mean, Intel is at 109. Chad does get a little out of pocket. But yeah, that's why I was saying the other drugs will fuck your shit up way quicker. So that's kind of the blessing and the curse. But yeah, the weed shit, you guys, you know, nicotine. This all started with the MO headline. The MO at 10? I think I got it cheaper than that. There was a couple of them. And then the ones for June were a little more expensive. I'm surprised someone hasn't said sell weed yet. That's usually what happens in these conversations. Not a terrible transition to Philo. Repent. Repent, dude. Repent. And they said buy Intel, sell weed. I know, man. I'm surprised. I'm surprised that combo didn't hit. Iraqi prime minister tells Iranian president that Baghdad could help contribute to mediating a role between Iran and the U.S. I'm not lying. Intel goes crazy, so do the people. It's a strong correlation at this time. I'm telling you, because you guys don't remember it. You don't even remember, like, bro. Why ISRG? That's another $10. It did that earlier, but you don't remember when we were buying Intel. Maybe you guys just weren't there. Some of you guys were just like, woo, fuck yeah. You guys were vibing, doing your thing, but I vividly remember the hate of Intel. I'm telling you, a lot of people got very mad. It was because of Trump, and people were at that time, and that's why I was saying, man, I think, I hope it was a learning lesson in a certain degree, because it's just like, yeah, it was very polarizing, and then now it makes this move. Then you have the people who didn't get it, were mad at Trump, then the people in it, and then now even the FOMO, and they're like, what do I do? Oh my gosh, the excitement, emotions. But ever since Intel has gotten above like $75, every time it goes up, everyone goes a little cuckoo. I don't know how to it's fun. It's kind of a lot of fun, but at the same time, you gotta you gotta be careful, man. You gotta be careful. Iraqi Prime Minister, Kimberly or McDonald's. I think you have more value in Kimberly and then higher quality in McDonald's. But both of them, I would plan to buy them more. Like, again, if McDonald's comes down, you're going to have to buy some more and balance it out. Oil fading a little, just chilled. I mean, it just came back to yesterday. We went up 4 and now we're down 4. So kind of pinned. But remember, at one point, Brent went up like, what, 7-8 days in a row? Maybe they hate AI art because it's not really art. We need an all-time high. I did not get the email, no. It's tradingfraternity@gmail.com. But yeah, I got Tim's email. Tim sent me an email with the property. But yeah, it was a different one. Not yours. Philo. Should we? What time is it? 10:02? Let's give it like 10 minutes. 10-15 minutes. I think we can move into Philo. Let's see what oil, because oil stopped kind of moving. Everything's pinned. Again, you have AMD earnings after the bell. That's what we should get, though. You guys should kumbaya everything out, Intel, the drug talk, everything else. Just breathe, bro. Just breathe it out, man. Kumbaya. Boom, 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 boom. Kumbaya, my long term.
Get bought, my friend. Dips get bought. Boom, boom. Kumbaya, my long term. Kumbaya.
It's a great day for the long term. And now that's it. Just don't fuck it up. And now you could focus on, we need value. Intel is slowly, that's what I was saying. Like, Intel's move, technically 50% of today of your initial investment. That's why that's on like a lot of the accounts. So that's why it's like now you're compounding at a higher rate. You got growth taking over, but yeah, we do got to we're gonna have to buy some value. Good thing we got some deposits though, and we'll see if Maybe the midterm money glitch leads to more value than the other ones. The rebuild is fucking nice, dude. I can't believe it. It's a nice account, man. I got good deposits, strong deposits. Now, again, Intel is 40% of this account now. Last week it was like 20 or 30. So yeah, it just keeps going nuts. AMC goes up. Bro, you're gonna shit on me for talking about the long-term quality of McDonald's, and then you're gonna fucking offer me popcorn in fucking movies at AMC at fucking gold mining theaters? Really? You want to start your long-term today? It doesn't matter about what you do today, the next month, even the next 6. It's really gonna be about sticking with it. So and again, every time it goes up, everybody wants to get a long-term. But so remember, bro. That's why, like, that video, Intel, that was the video where we rebuilt. That's why I saw the opportunity before even we knew we were going to buy Intel, but we used the farm. We used the long term to buy the farm. I wanted you to see that lesson of following that rule, leveraging and moving your money to the right place. And then that's why I said, when we built with Intel, I said, if you missed out on the long term, that was the opportunity to, like, really rebuild. OpenAI introducing memory features for all plans. We'll have access to 5.3 instant for 3 months. ChatGPT never had memory? Like, it wouldn't remember your shit? Oh, is this live? Oh shit. God, they're streaming the fucking presidential fitness test. It's crazy. How do you sign up for this? They're all taller than me. I'd like to compete. I never did that. Russian Minister Lavrov and Rubio hold phone calls, and Honda is set to freeze plans to build EV factory in Canada as demand sputters. Intel 27, never realized compounding could be that amazing. Oh yeah, but now that's what I'm saying though. It sucks because there's a lot of good there's good value out there, or like good growth names that are still down. But if Intel is making a big portion of your portfolio, I would start focusing on some dividends and value that are still down. So then that way, whenever Intel comes back down, hopefully you could be positioned. I mean, I wouldn't mind getting a little bit of speculation on some more growth, but yeah, you could still do a lot more. In hindsight, would you consider buying the ranch a good decision, or would I have waited? Oh, no. I mean, why do you think I still have it? I think the ranch was one of the best decisions because I don't know if you know, but like those properties are booming now. So like off-grid, homestead, land, water rights, those are actually very popular. So like I'm even telling you, I already knew the property was up a lot more. But even like my Redfin and Zillow estimates are already up over 20%. So yeah, I already have I probably have around $400,000 in equity on that ranch. So if you remember, and that's being conservative. I think if I do my Josh Answers special, I bet you I could fuck around and pull out $700K. But at the same time, it was a little challenging in the beginning because it was hard to make money off of it. And it was hard to get it to pay for itself. But as of lately, the last couple of this year, pretty much, it started off a little slower last year, but now I've really got it kicking into gear. I hope it stays like this, but as of most of this year, I think, or last 3 or 4 months, it's been making money rather than having any overhead costs. But in the beginning, I had to shell out some money for the overhead, which I was willing to do because of the equity. So yeah, I don't think it was a bad decision. So let's put it into context. I pulled out $250,000. I think we left some money in the long term, or I think I pulled out 260 or 250. And then, yeah, so like I'm telling you, if I sold it today, I will get back all my money plus $400,000 profit. So that's what I wanted you guys to do, where I'm telling you, even with like Intel, because I did think the long term was up, and like I actually got to monetize plays that are down. I mean, I sold Meta at $700 something. That's almost like what, 40% higher than where it is at today. Coinbase was green for me. NVO was actually a little green for me as well too. It was kind of nuts to think about. So there was some names that we got to cash out on. I still had losses to lower the tax liability, but like I'm telling you, the whole idea, I did it with Bitcoin, and this is what I wanted you guys to see, because if I go and pulled out 400K and profit right now on that property, I would get all that 250 back plus $400,000 additionally. So you get what I'm saying? That right there would be able to, that now we have a $600,000 long term, essentially. It would suck because I wouldn't have the same positions, and I would have to redeploy the money. But yeah, I mean, like I'm telling you, it hasn't even been a year. So theoretically, let's say I sell it in August in the next couple months, that would be $400,000 profit off of that. I would have needed my long term to double. But then again, all of our other long terms kind of doubled. So maybe that would have been possible. I would have made 250 on the long term possibly. The deposits, the big account's 3,000. I stopped raising it, and then the small account is 330. I raise it 10% a year, so next year we'll be at 360. And then the Colt sister is at 200 a month, and it never goes up, ever, because I don't know why. I don't know why. It generates income through event rentals. So people are doing corporate events and retreats, you know, pretty much short-term rentals, but not necessarily like Airbnb. But yeah, and then I need to put a little bit more money into it, and then because I've had wedding inquiries, but I just don't think it's nice enough. And like there's some people, but like, you know, the average wedding venue in California costs $75,000. So yeah, but I do want to start. I want to get it up on Airbnb and Vrbo. Yeah, I haven't really fixed it up. All I did was furnish it, and we put like, you know, kept it somewhat clean. But yeah, Central Command spokesperson Al Jazeera, positive responses from ship owners and insurance companies regarding Freedom Project. Well, no, dude. So did I tell you? Homeboy I ball with, I told him the plan for the, I was like joking around a little bit. I was like, yeah, I want to make it like a gambling rehab. And he was like, oh, we have that. But he has one for mental health. And then he has one for like a rehab, like drug detox center. And he said it takes about, he said he got it. You remember the Chad? We had one of the Chads who said he consults for that. Well, I was talking to him about that, but he has two of them in California. His are in like North San Diego, like Escondido. And he was explaining them to me, but he was like, yeah, he was like, they pretty much, all of the costs, they're hella expensive. It costs $25,000 a month to run it, right? That's for the nurse. You need 24-hour staffing. That's for like all of the expenses, but then they make $75,000. So it's a net profit of $50,000 a month. But he said you're only allowed to have two of them. But then he says the state provides you places, so they provide you people. So you have to go through the licensing and do it all, and then the state references. And then he says the mental health ones take a lot longer. But yeah, he said there's not really people who do gambling, but you could do a mental health one. And he said that one is probably, that takes longer, but yeah, you get a lot. But then the state just sends you people. I didn't know that. But yeah, that would be something. But I was worried about the staffing, but he said no. He said he said it's expensive to staff, but you'll make the money even just off of the people the state sends you. You eloped, still spent $15K. Well, let me know if you guys want. If you guys want to have a wedding at the farm, I'll give you half off. And then I'll take the money and then I'll use that to remodel it to make it nice. That's what I should do, but nobody wants to book it without it being nice in the beginning. And I don't want to spend that money to make it a fucking wedding venue until I'm like, but then again, like low-key, the demand is already kind of proving itself. It is, people are interested in it. You never work with Medi-Cal? They take longer. It's $1K a day. Yeah, dude, it's crazy. So this guy, dude, I didn't know this. The homeboy I'm balling with, I call him Luca. He pulls up from half court, dude. He's fucking insane. He's a real good baller. My Persian, he's a Persian brother. But yeah, he has 2 of these and he's making bank off of them. A rustic venue, I know. It's unlimited in Texas. Oh, wow. But yeah, that's why I said, I don't know, the Chad who worked in it, you should just come and do it to the farm. And then I don't want to do anything. If you manage it, just cut me in and I'll pay for the property. It's already paid for. Do it ethically. I spent my early childhood in that. I don't know how it works, but he says this guy's not like a scammer, but you know, he's definitely doing it to get, like, the government pays you a fuck ton of money. But yeah, like, they operate them normally, but I don't know. My mom told me not to do it though. My mom says it's a curse. She said, you don't want that money, not good for you. I said, okay, mom. So maybe. But right now it's not doing bad. Monday and Microsoft. Go there and farm it. Well, yeah, right now, I mean, it's like I said, it's just in the beginning when we got it, we did the events. I had to take over the property. We had one cult event. It was like winter, but yeah, like winters are pretty slow. So at least my first winter, but like I said, the farm it's starting to chug along now and getting some income there, that makes it the easiest part because now we already put the cost down. The mortgage is getting paid for by itself. And then, yeah, like the equity. So and then again, I still have a long term. We still have stocks growing and you got to rebuild. You know what I'm saying? So even imagine then you got the farm. And then if you made one deposit, and put $3,000 in, that was able to do a lot of work. But yeah, so it's just like, I like the equity value and, you know, we're expanding the portfolio and real estate hasn't popped yet. That's the craziest part. Real estate has kind of been stable. Like I said, these types of properties have been unique, and that's the other part. Now I'm getting rental data on the property. So by having these events and generating income, I'm able to now, you know, that when it does come time to sell, we're going to use that as the value proposition. You could save lives. I don't think it's dirty. Relapse rates are high. Yeah, I mean, it's a lot. I've never done government programs. I've made all my money in real estate and stocks. But like, you know, you see all these motherfuckers making government money. You're like, what the fuck? And like I said, dude, I play basketball with the guy. He's making fucking a solid 50, 75K a month off of 2 of these. Just doing, and then again, he just balls. He doesn't even manage them. He manages them, but it's like nurses and other people doing them. Make a wedding. I know. Don't you have one? Come, Habibi. Come to California. Set this one up and yalla, call it a day. A tractor? No. I still need one, dude. I need, because like the road keeps washing out a little bit. But like if I could like tractor over it every day or every week, I think it would be effective. I need a tractor or like an ATV with the little dragger thing. I need something. That would be a good investment. That Monday in Microsoft didn't move. Apple did wake up. LWLG. Attach a daycare. That's what I'm talking about. But yeah, I know. Chad Farming Layering Center. Iren, Apple, Velo, a couple things. Yeah, Apple getting some bigger candles here. That KOF, that Capital One. Oh no, that's the bottler. Yeah, Apple just woke up 282 to 283.70. Hi. And oil's going lower. Apple has been testing integrations with Google and Anthropic to let users choose rival AI models across iOS. That's a big pop, dude. Well, shit, homeboy was saying those Apple plays, those definitely hit earlier. But yeah, again, anything with Anthropic partnership this week has gotten a rip. Did Google go down off of that? Yeah, because Google, remember, Google and that integration, that's what everybody thought. What would you charge for a wedding? We're looking for venues in San Diego. What do you want to spend, dude? Because like I'm saying, the property, it's like truly not, it's not decorated for a wedding right now. And that's what I'm saying. I would have to like put in, like ideally, if you really paid for a wedding, I would just take your money to pay for the decorations and set it up. And then maybe I'd throw in some more in there if we were going to start doing the weddings. But I don't know. Come check it out. If you really want to, you could go take you and your fiance, go through, bro. And then, yeah, you need bathrooms. We have a couple of bathrooms on the property and there's multiple units. There's a lot of outdoor area and like you could do it like good. But yeah, I need more. We need more flowers. We need more scenery. And then we need to like even like maintain the road a little bit. And then, you know, trim a couple of the trees. All right. Well, 1020 spy near the high. You didn't get any bad news. AI to offer more Apple, more flexibility with iOS. How's life been? God is good, bro. You know, even if life was good or bad, I would tell you the same thing. You know what I'm saying? That's just how God is. I'm in his hands, bro. So are all of us. Amen? Amen. Amen. But on that note, I think we do get into philo. Does that sound like a worthy proposition? Can you guys handle that? All right, let's get it. Jesus. Praise God. Amen, amen. It's a call, baby. Hey. Yeah. If we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I've been there, I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you been scared, big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been on, yeah, I've been clear, no fear. Oh dear, who you try to control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting. Nah, it's done. Daddy said it's finished. Made me in his image, but that always made me timid. Wonder why we different, don't you ever get it twisted. It's the only way we get it, set apart from the start. And the heart isn't ours. It's a hippie with the love, but it's David with the sword. I want peace, so that means you gon' kill me if it's war. Nietzsche, Trotsky, can't beach on the arc. Want it easy or hard, want a genie or a god. Then believe me, lil' bro, you a child, you a son of the highest in the bud. Don't deny it, we don't like it when they tell us who we are. I can tell you who I was, I can tell you who he is. I can make another song that's telling y'all about the crib. But for a second, keep it real, it's not the reason they will kill. It's the freedom in believing, they want death to bring the will. But I'd rather have it now, and I ain't never backing down. Lion gonna eat me or turn his ass around. Either way, I will remain up in his name and say it proud. Here, let's say it now. Jesus. I put Jesus on the beat so I can listen to it. I got reason to believe that we living in it. You could say it's one hell of a decision in it. Ay, if we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I've been there, I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you been scared, big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear. No fear, oh dear, who you try to control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting. Amen. 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 Woo! Charadonia. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, how you living, baby? Are you ready for philo? Are you ready for philosophy? I got one for you, actually. I'm gonna start with the Miles clip, 2 of them. But I want you to listen, but I have a different point for you. I don't know, let's see if it hits, baby. Because I got some, I don't know, I've had this message for you before. You know, I don't know if you'll notice, this comes in waves. You know that periodically, I'm going to remind you something. Periodically, I get this strong feeling to tell you all what I'm about to tell you today. So take a listen, though. Take a listen. I think Miles could help expunge or expound on the point. Here it is.
The job is really an opportunity someone else offers you. And if somebody offers you an opportunity, they can always take it back. And if you build your life on someone else's offer, you are as safe as how they feel at the time. And they can change the way they feel anytime and withdraw the offer. Anybody know what I'm talking about? That's why you can't build your life on a job. Stay with me. I'm going to help you with this here. One of the good things about a crisis, if you lost your job, if your business shut down, if you got to withdraw your investments, or you had to sell some property, or things ain't working out, there's a good side to these kinds of things. Every test is temporary. Say that with me. Every test, shout it loud. Give someone a high five. Tell them every test is temporary. I'm going to say it loud. Every test is temporary. Say it with some feeling. Every test is temporary. Clap your hands. That's the truth. The job is really an...
Okay. You heard that? Hold on. I'm going to give you one more. You heard it, right? Okay, here's another one.
Stop being afraid of yourself. Stop settling for this, man. Go back to your dream. The one that won't quit. The one that you're smothering with your busyness. Become a child. I told my daddy years ago, I said, Daddy, I want to travel around the world and I want to advise governments. My father says, do you believe this is possible, son? I was 14. I said, yes. He said, then I don't know how, but you must believe it. My father told me the same thing that Joseph's father told him. Stop.
So do you know what I'm about to tell you? This it's philo, but it's not philo. Hearing those 2 things. I'm going to tell you all to create. I hope none of you forget. Starting your own business. Getting involved. Do you understand? Not a job. Jobs are great. Nothing wrong with jobs. And again, everything's going to be temporary. Even the problem's temporary. The good is temporary. Winter is summer. Summer is winter. But like, dude, don't be afraid either. And remember, this is part of it, bro. I think some of y'all got a lot of talents, and remember the era you are walking into right now. I'm great. It's awesome, bro. You got good investments. You got good, you're thinking about property. You're thinking about the cycle. All of that's good. There's another part to it. I think some of you are called for business and making something and creating something. Do not smother it with your business or your fear. And you know what I see a lot? I see it in people I know in real life, people who've asked me for advice. I see it even on the stream. I think this is something too, that depending on the level of failure you've already reached in certain areas, because again, failure turns some people off, failure gets some people excited. But I've seen this one a lot. I think people know what they want. I think people know what they want, and they want something big, or they know what they should be aiming for. I see it even in the long term. You know you should be going for quality, but why do people settle for something less than quality? It's the conflict, the difficulty. Do you get what I'm saying? Don't let your dream, your decision, your goal stop telling me how difficult it is. I agree with you. Doesn't mean you should settle for anything less. I know I hate for this to sound cliche, prosperity, but no, this is something I was telling you all from last year, man. I say y'all should learn these AIs. You should learn this computer. You should learn these how you could involve things. You may not do something on a computer. Maybe that computer is going to help you do something in the physical world. There's so many things. Like I'm telling you, man, what's the point of this long term? What's the finish line? What's a goal that we could have? Build. I want you to build something that's going to allow you more freedom and to be more effective in so many other ways. The cup will overrun, my friend. So that's why don't limit yourself. And I hope too, at the same time, I think one of the best ways to not limit yourself, I don't think you should have a appetite you can't control. Appetite is what kills you. Put a knife to your throat. That's what Proverbs will tell you. But don't be intimidated by wanting even something good. And I hope that you could all aim to a level where you're aiming on a level because you're being called to it. Do you understand me? I really hope you get me. Why do you, like, if something there's a dream and there's something in you that keeps pushing you in there, but then you keep saying, oh, because of this or this, and then the world, and then the people. That's why all that doomer stuff, man, we can't do it. For real. I hope you have something that calls you. And I think you all do. Because I say this, and I've said this to many people on the computer. I've said it to people in real life. They're like, well, how do I know what? You know what you want. Don't stop playing. You know what you want. You at least have some inkling of what you want. But then you start weighing what you want against some level of reality, of conflict, of difficulty, of out of reach. I almost had it. Come on, stop playing with me. Am I lying? I don't think I am. I've had this conversation so much. So much. Even to the point you'll be like, well, Josh, what do you want? You know what I want. What do you see me do every day? I tell you, man, I'm always with my family. Why? I care about things. I care about certain things. Why do you think God, Jesus? What do you want? You know what you want. Aim for something. But you all have a calling. And that's why I don't want you to forget it. And especially all the things, you're not going to learn everything here. You're not. But you guys are definitely going to learn how to take care of yourselves financially. You get what I'm saying? And that doesn't mean just take care of yourself. That means a level of thriving. That is something I was trying to push a lot of you towards last year. I said, no, enough of this. Stop wasting time. You should thrive. You should use this stuff in benefit. And that's part of this too, man. You guys aren't going to sit here and, even if you mastered the trading, even if you mastered the financial markets, I think you should all get a business. Whether you're owning a business passively or you're doing it actively. I think some of you have callings. You got time. You're smart. You're growing up in this generation. You know how to use a computer. You know what I'm saying? Iran sets up new body to manage vessel transit through Hormuz. Press TV. You know what I'm saying? So, bro, control the appetite, but listen to your calling. Whether you don't know how to get there or you don't know, whatever it may be, whatever conflict you think it is, don't let that be a reason to settle. Do not let that be a reason, you know. And what I'm talking about, I think you got to watch out. This is a fine line. It's easy to get greedy. It's easy to get crazy. I think a lot of you will eventually be tested with this. But it's not. It's about setting a high standard. I've had this. This is an old philo. This is an OG philo, bro. Do you know what a standard is? It's the minimum level you are willing to accept. You got to have a high standard for yourself. All of you. That goes on every level. And that's why I'm telling you, you know what you want and what you want to accept. Stop willing to accept something because you think something else is going to be too difficult. It's going to require this. I don't think it's possible. So he says, stop being afraid. And y'all are coming into a great opportunity in this world. Isn't that weird? Look around. Go. Scroll enough on the internet. There's not a lot of people saying this. And you think it's only the people who are billionaires selling you GameStop. No, man. This is different. Look around. You are in a technological opportunity. And if you, bro, I've seen it. I see it every year. You know that? I meet somebody every year, hundreds of you, who play their cards right. And they're like, dang, that was facts. This was a great opportunity. This was something you were able to change. Oh, I hope you feel me, bro. So, yeah, that's what I wanted to start with. I think that was a great thing to just remind you. And I reminded you a lot of this last year. I was telling y'all, man, make businesses. Some of you should be getting into it. You should be learning this stuff. Do not shy away from it. But especially, bro, you got callings. Stop smothering them with busyness. Stop smothering them with fear. At the very least, you know, I don't know what you're going to do. I don't know what you maybe, again, you have your challenges. I'm not taking that away. I'm not disagreeing. But I want to see what happens when you don't smother it in fear and busyness. Something happens. And I think there's a little bit more light than we're thinking. So I hope you see. The light will help you see, right? Amen, bro. So that's the first thing. The second thing, bro. And I got one too. I'll kind of I don't know. I could even start with this one, but I'll end it because it's a little insane. But I'll start with one thing I heard the other day, and I blew my mind. Low key, it kind of changed how I viewed God. You know, that's why it's so beautiful, right? I've been doing God for a while, man. God. That's why I'm like, dog, he's a trip. He really is, man. What happened, Adam and Eve? What happened after they ate the apple, dude? What was the first thing that happened? Did they get punished? Right when they ate the apple, was it a punishment? Was it hell on earth? Did everything just go to shit? Yeah, they noticed they were naked. You're right. But what did God do first? That's the question. Yeah, the shame settled in right away. But what did God do? In that story, what's the first thing God does? Dog, it's a trip. Yeah, he looked for him. But before he said, oh, you messed up, you did this, you did that. Oh, now the world is fallen because of you. Death, destruction, the animals, the connection, before all of this stuff happened. He covered them. Do you understand how crazy that is? That's why I say this changed how I viewed God. I didn't really look at it like this. The first thing he did was cover them. Before, he didn't shame them, they shamed themselves. But the first thing he did was covered them. He covered their shame. This is even the Old Testament God killing, striking down, all of that. And the first thing he did was cover them. You don't think that's insane? I think it's insane. Because you know how he covered them? He gave them a skin. The skin of an animal. That's a whole nother analogy to that means an animal had to die for them to get covered. That's a whole nother analogy, if you know what I'm saying. But the first thing he did was cover them. He didn't shame them. He didn't bring in, before anything else, before the world was fallen, they were covered. The first task, the first thing on his mind of God was covering that shame before anything else. You don't think that's a trip? Does that change how you view things? Or like I said, that kind of tripped me out. I never looked at it that way. They got their own, and then the whole animal skin, the whole cover, all of it. It's a trip, dude. It's a trip. But that's what I was telling you the other day. I was like, I don't know, man. There's an architect. There's a designer. A lot of y'all view God as a judge. Some of you, I think, have grown in this love, and you've got to see what I'm talking about. But I know what it's like viewing God as a judge. That's why I rejected it my whole life. Really. I was like, I'll never be able to meet that. Send me to jail. Send me to hell. I'm down. I said, that's impossible. He said, no, it's a designer. It's an architect. And think about it. That's part of the design. Not only our reaction and our shame, but then also the reaction of God and what his priority is. So it's funny because that's going to lead into the last thing I'm going to tell you. And this one's kind of crazy. This one I think is going to surprise some of you. This is something you are going to have to learn. I think your walk with God, and I think people's walk with God has been halted by this. Because this is hard to wrap your mind around. It truly is. What I'm about to tell you. God is not going to make things easy for you just because you're good. You know that, right? And guess what? Vice versa. Just because you're bad and evil, that doesn't mean things are bad and evil. Doesn't that suck? Like, you should think about it. That's the reality of life. That's why I'm going to ask you, I'm like, what do you want? No, what do you ask God for? I know you want protection. Again, you're not going to get safety. You're going to get security. But even then, part of the way you're going to grow, God never promised this. And sadly, this is not how he works. He's not like, okay, you did good, you get protection. Oh, this is a good guy. Let's make everything easy for him. Oh, this is bad. Let me make this bad for him. No, why? Look around. How much evil do you see and people get away with it? How many evil people you see living great lives? And vice versa, how many good people do you see struggling? This is the reality of life. This is one of the hardest things to wrap your head around with God, yes or no? That's why I said this is where people's journey stops. They say, well, God, why did God do that? Why does God allow this? Why is that? How come the world is like this? How come we have people struggling? And how come you got kids getting sick? No? Think about it. This is something you got to realize. There's no easy answer to it. It's not like, oh, well, you do this and do that. No, but like you got to think about it. That's why I'm telling y'all, bro. If y'all think the philo, it don't matter what's happening in the day. There's no philo because just you did good, you did bad. It doesn't matter. Because God is going to use everything. And at the same time, bro, part of this development, what God is going to work through you and show you and teach you all of this, it's not, you got to get out of this mindset. You know why? Because it's going to lead back to that shame. It's going to lead back to either shame or ego. No, you don't see it. Oh, I did bad. I'm such a bad person. That's why nothing works. I'll never be there. You're going to live in that. Vice versa. Wow, I'm so good. That's why everything is good. I'm so good. I'm the best. That's why God, look at that. No, that's not how he works. It's not how God thinks. You're not asking God and you're saying, hey, God, give me this. God protect me. He's like, okay, well, you were good today. You were good last month, sure. That's how humans learn. That's how humans grow. No. You're going to get too hyped up on your ego, or you are going to get too wallowed in the shame. There's no progress in that type of way God works. You get what I'm saying? And the sooner you realize this, I think the sooner you are going to learn the architect. The sooner you are going to learn this designer. You're going to really understand the kingdom. Because that's just not how it works. That's why I'm saying that's a very judicial approach. Dog, that's why only God could judge me. He ain't even judging you like that, dog. You get it? Yes. We have equated God to Santa Claus. It doesn't make sense. So the sooner you understand this, then now what are you going to pray for? That's why be careful what you pray for. You praying for good things. You say, God, keep me safe. He's going to say, I can't do that. I could keep you secure. But what's it based off? You think God kept you safe because you were good or bad? No. You know how many times in my life I've done the right thing and only bad things have happened? And then I look at other parts of my life and I was like, dang, bro, I really fell short and God has still continued to bless me. I know we have all done this. So how can we, that's why I'm saying, man, take the plank out of your eye. Because you can't look at the world like that. It's just not how it's even worked in our own lives. So my brothers, my sisters, there's a deeper level to God. There's a deeper level to everything you have and what's about to happen with your growth and development. And one day you're going to realize where God, what his first thought is. And it's not, unfortunately, it's not going to come down to you get the protection of the Lord because you're good or you're bad. And now God is only going to give you bad things. No. And the sooner you understand this, the sooner you're going to get to that next level of understanding who God really is. I'm telling you, you might even spend your whole life trying to understand this. And I bet you right when you start to understand it, that little thought is going to creep in. Or you're going to see something in the world creep in and be like, this is one of the hardest things to wrap your mind around as a human. But then also at the same time, if this is what you really build your faith on, and you're able to understand that you're not going to understand this fully, and that it's deeper than just I'm good, I'm bad, I did good, I did bad, whatever, the naughty or nice. No, dude. You're going to see there's a deeper level to it. Again, you're going to view people at a deeper level than him. You're going to, how you treat shame and how you treat your ego is you're going to view it a little different. Why are you getting so hyped? What did you do? Why do you have an ego? What did you think God gave you something? Because you're good? Why are you so down right now? You think you're bad? You think you can't come back like anybody else? You're tripping on both sides. Sooner, and then now you'll start to realize the design. And that's why sometimes everything works together. You may not, I don't know how, listen, bro, I can't design an engine. But I definitely operate with a car. It works. Takes me from where I need to go. There's an architect, there's a design to it. You're not going to understand every piece of it. That's not going to stop you from being involved in it. But yeah, man, watch both sides of this. Watch your shame, watch your ego. That's why the beauty, man, when it's winter, think summer. When it's summer, think winter. And God, you have a deeper relationship. And if you want certain things, you understand what you're really asking for. Because he could give it to you regardless. But it's probably not going to happen how you think it will. That's usually what stops us. And the thing that you think is stopping you is not really what's going to stop you. He don't work like that. So rejoice, man. Just rejoice. But take that to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile, press hard chat, X out the chat, hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list in main channel. First link for the stream alerts. God bless America.
cold, baby. If a humble man tell you to be humble, he a narcissist. Tell that to the arsonist, the pharmacist. I wonder about the Stalinist, the Darwinist. I must insist, the things that we up against don't play defense. So next time that you take offense, my boundary just another fence. Don't forget, remember this, already lost everything. Don't tell me about a fucking risk. I'm humble but I'm powerful, but I don't have to tell you there's some moments that you can't forget. So if I'm fake, come and get me now. It's not a big head, I just know the size of the crown. You watched a lot of porn. Does it look like I'm fucking round? You didn't like me then, I didn't hope that you would like me now. You want peace, I want it too. You want war, I got a crew. But I won't lie, dog, I only need a few. So tell me what you really wanna do. Man, I swear I'm just like you. Cause the tongue brings life, but it brings death too. Please just move. Good advice is never taken by a fool. I took a look at life like a mechanic look at tubes. Cheap, fast, and quality, could only pick two. Mannequin, I'm rude, but in a panic, in a feud. Would you want it on your team, or do you want it against you? The humble made me hungry, I will eat any food. Humble made me better, fake humble made me confused. The truth is that there is a real humility typical of our time. But it so happens that it's practically a more poisonous humility than the wildest prostrations of the ascetic. The old humility was a spur that prevented a man from stopping, not a nail in his boots that prevented him from going on. For the old humility made a man doubtful about his efforts, which might make him work harder. But the new humility makes a man doubtful about his aims, which will make him stop working altogether. One turn. It's a call, baby. Hey. Yeah. Ask me if I'm holding stocks. Please don't be ridiculous. I was holding shit and buying dips. You were a little kid. All I want is ownership, but I still put a limit in. No matter if you young, you could always use a dividend. Know you want the money, I suggest you do not rush with it. Deals aren't plans, make sure you don't fall in love with it. You ain't never saved, by the second month you double it. Trading foreign currencies, I don't need a dub on it. I don't need a translator, nod my head and run with it. Humble always said, never marry but have fun with it. Mama said that's wrong, but deep down I always fuck with it. If you don't like my plan, do your thing, I wish you luck with it. Why they call me fan, but I don't see them at the holidays. Say that you're a man, but on the internet you talking gay. Go ahead, you could cancel me, but don't act like you ever pay. You look dumb as fuck if only one of us is playing charades. Stop asking what I mean, bitch, that wasn't a parable. Just because they copied me don't mean that we're comparable. You support the phony, that just means your judgment terrible. An iPhone in your hands, you're a narc, that's a wearable. Didn't buy the stock, it was down, right in front of you. Didn't say I lost, my account looked like a W. You don't got the long term, it's hard for me to fuck with you. If you can't pay yourself, then I wouldn't put my trust in you. Fuck it, dude. Hold my dick, I won't hold my tongue. Remember they were talking shit about Amazon when I was young. Oh wait, they did the same, it was Meta right in front of them. Think they'd have a little bit of shame from always looking dumb. Nah, they on a diet and it's humble pie. It's 2025, you could kick it, you ain't gotta lie. Made $1 million buying value, I don't buy the hype. My girl is really classy, all you ratchet bitches not my type. Why? They don't buy it till it reached the high. You picked the right thing, but you also picked an awful time. You would be surprised how making money make you fall behind. Maybe I offended, but that doesn't mean I told a lie. Wow, you really like it when they lie to you, ignoring all the things you hear, denying what the eye produce. Helpful isn't friendly if they helping you to tie the noose, to teach them how to steal your money every time you live and lose. Damn, I won't lie, my mama taught me that. Whoever sold you all those courses, you should probably take it back. It's all a bunch of bullshit, you would learn more if they told you that. I know you know the truth, so you still got time to go to that.
Repent. 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 It's okay. Clear it out, man. Clear it out. Just final one. Go, come on, bro.
Ooh, Mumbai, my long term. Kumbaya, Kumbaya, my long term. Kumbaya. Stonks go up, my friend. Stonks go. Ooh. Dips get bought, my friend. Dips get bought. Kumbaya, my long term. Kumbaya.
Oh, that was Service Now. I thought that was Net. But yeah, there's Analyst Day. Dips get bought, my friend. Picked the right thing, but you also picked an awful time. You would be surprised how making money make you fall behind. Maybe I offended, but that doesn't mean I told a lie. Wow. It don't matter if you young. You could always use a dividend. Amen. So Chatadonia, 2 hours. 2 hours remaining. SPY gotta buy the dip day. You're about half a point just above that, away from an all-time high. 0.8 on the SPY, 1.5 on the Russell, 142 on the Nasdaq, and 0.63 on the Dow. Analyst Appreciation Day? No. Service Day, the Investor Day or Analyst Day. I don't think there's an Investor Appreciation Day. I don't know if that exists. Dips get bought, my friend. Dips get bought. Dips get bought. The long term, brother. Great day. It's a great day until it's not a great day. So, you know what I'm saying? Welcome to the emotions of the stock market. Sooner you're able to handle this, the better. And that's why, too, I don't know, Intel was awesome. But also as well, bro, get the long term and then look for a house. Otherwise, stick to the plan. You're an investor. You have an investment partner in your head every day. He's telling you an idea to buy or sell. You either listen to him or ignore it, or you follow through with the plan. I help wake you up. I ain't do nothing, man. Just go to the secret place. You think guy on YouTube go hard. Wait till you go to the secret place. Go straight to the source. You don't need nothing. You don't need anybody except the secret place. The Father. Amen. WBD just took a pop. I'm the coolest person you've never met in person. Wow. I guess so. You haven't met. You've talked, but yeah, we never met. One day, you guys, you got to come make the farm trip. Shit, and I'll put you to work. We'll dig holes together, like Shia LaBeouf. Just main line. I'm telling you, no middleman. I don't believe in it. I don't like middlemen. I don't like. Why do you think you don't have an ETF? I'm telling. I didn't make an ETF. I said go get a long term. Go straight to the source. You don't got to go to a priest, a pastor. You ain't got to go to anybody. Go straight to it yourself. That's literally what Jesus said. He said it, bro. You know that, right? Oh, man. He believed the same thing. I believe what he believed. That's why he said the Father. Go straight to the Father. But other than that, my friends, you feeling good today? You have a good day? Otherwise, are you ready for more? It's still May. I can't believe the charts are already starting to like show 2027. You guys know it's almost 2027. You're still a little further away, but you're almost there. Good day. It's your birthday, dude. I can't believe it. You got a good day to have a birthday. Everything vibing. Are you going to do anything for your birthday? Bro, how's your dog? How's the new puppy, bro? How have you adjusted to that? Has he pissed all over your carpet? Like, what's up? Tips get bought. A quarter? You're a quarter century? Ooh, cook a brisket. Let's go, boys. Let's go, boys. I'd be down. He pissed all over your car one time. Other than that, he's chill. That's not bad. It's not bad. the weekend decided. I don't think we could do June, the Father's Day. Otherwise, what's the next 3-day weekend for the market after June? And then not 4th of July, because then it'll be really, unless you guys want to travel on 4th of July. But otherwise, I'm thinking August. Isn't there a holiday in August? That might be when we have one for everybody. But again, I mean, if any of you ever want to come out ahead of that, I mean, either if I'm there or not, or if you want to just come kick it there, I mean, shit, as you could come in between events. If any of you want me to put you to work, I think one of y'all should go fucking buy one of these $200 a month RVs, and then that's it. I'll give you a free utilities and a free plot. And then if you start, I don't know, if you come up with a money making, I'll cut you in. You need work? That's it. I could cover expenses, but you got to make money off the land like we live in the 1900s. Do you think you could do that? The 4th would be lit, honestly. I would kind of be down for it, but like, are you guys up for the travel task? Because that's going to be fucked. You'll stay the summer and fix the roads? Oh, dude, please. Please. I might even give you the barn for that one then. You know, if you don't have an RV, but them roads, dog, it's getting manageable, but yeah. From LAX, you said 2 hours? Yeah, but then you got to, what's it called? You got, Labor Day, is that September 1st? But Labor Day is I don't like the holidays for traveling, because you guys got to think a lot. That's what I realized last time, because you guys all got to come over here if you're not in Cali. If you're in Cali, it's easy. But then, yeah, that's why it's like, Juneteenth. That's what I was saying. That's Father's Day. You'll get me straight. You'll do commercial grading. What are you gonna use? Do we need to rent equipment? Because I'm down, actually. Or you guys got tractors? Maybe help me find one. Help me. I want to buy a quad with like something, because I'm gonna have to maintain it after you guys leave. That's the only problem. But yeah, that's the what's it called though? It's just the airports. You guys will get fucking smashed. The airports are crazy on 4th of July and any other big holiday. A skid or a dozer, your tractors are in Atlanta. I love Atlanta. You know, I love Georgia. Dude, Bobcats are expensive. They're still, dude, it's like even like $1,000 to rent one for a week. So yeah, it's not cheap. Could we dig for oil and sell it? I don't think there's oil. There's water, there's wells, and then there's I really believe there's gold. I'm not fucking with you. I just haven't gotten it tested. Because every time it rains, bro, the ground starts shimmering. I don't know how to explain it. It's like it shimmers. It shines. It's beautiful. Getting paid to be a caregiver for your parent? I think either through insurance stuff, it would probably be the only way. Or like you could get write-offs. But other than that, I don't know if there's like government programs that necessarily pay you. Crystals everywhere, little intels. No, bro, I think it's there. Get a Kubota with a drag. Just gonna be pricey. I want to buy the Kubotas. I thought were cheaper because it sounded like a knockoff Kawasaki, but even those are expensive. I think the best idea was when I went to Tractor Supply website and I was like, oh shit, if I bought a quad with like something to pull behind it with an attachment, I think that would work pretty good. Silver? Oh, Dizzle. Remember, Dizzle has earnings today. Those first out of the money sets, they hit for a little bit, but then died. Those are even worth way more the other day. Dips get bought. Didn't they use AI to find mineable locations? Oh shit. Maybe Q's 52-week high? You tried to get support in Michigan for your grandma and mother, never qualified. You have to make a small amount. So that exists though. You could submit it. What's it called? One of the Chads is asking. You saw a lady on IG dragging weights around with her Ultima. Way cheaper. I'm kinda down. That shimmer or shine is common. I'm not saying it's unlikely. You dog up the earth every day. Nothing beats a Kubota. Damn. I had dreams, bro. I had dreams it was gonna be what's it called? That we had a gold mine. But then maybe I'm just romantic. I'm like, fuck yeah. We did it, y'all. We did it. A 6-wheel ATV? Oh, wow. State support, not federal. Well, yeah, we'll look up the state of Cali then. I think S2K is in Cali. Quad with the swivel could make a mini tractor, right? That's what I was thinking. I didn't know that existed till I saw it. Let me see. 6-wheel ATV. ATV tractor. Yeah, that's what these are. I didn't know that was considered a 6-wheel, but like, can I hook up something to the back of it? Why are these still 20 grand? Okay, there's one for 9,000. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, but like, how can I use this to like go over the road and like flatten it, and like if I wanted to like drive over weeds and like fucking rip them up, would that work with something like this? That's Canadian? Oh, Canadian 12,000. Flatten? I think I would have to hook up a tractor to the back. Alright, and Spy's ripping. You got a couple of staples, a lot of chip stocks. High ticker is pretty active. Pajekian comment denies rumors between conflict and then between the disputes between him and the IRGC. U.S. issues general license for Venezuela. Iran's Joint Military Command says it has not carried out any attack against the UAE in recent days. So that's good news, but then again, I mean, is the Iran Joint Military Command different than the IRGC? Then there could be difference in Hezbollah, and then anybody else who disagrees. Who is they? I mean, again, some people insinuated it was a false flag. They were saying it was Israel. But then again, that one comment yesterday, someone like took credit. They said they had to. So yeah, but again, as long as the ceasefire is not, as long as you don't get Trump or any of them being like, it's over now, we're done, you violated it, you violation, penalty. Well, again, you hit a high on that, on them denying it. Let's see, Kubotas. Oh, there's a mini excavator. Oh, this one's not bad. 8 grand for a Kubota. But it has no attachments. But what happens if I need to maintain it? End phase, big spike? A little bit, not like news. Tan was going up earlier. Yeah, I think all of the solar ones are, everything's kind of just melting away. Actually, let me check the market. We got SPY 339 in the green, 162 in the red. Dow 22 green, 8 in the red. NASDAQ 62, 30, 39, 38. Well, I don't know if this isn't an all-time high yet. You're still half a point away. But yeah, end phase, tan, they're all moving right now. Something with all of solar. They're maintained. This isn't bad. This is the cheapest one I've seen. But it literally has 0 attachments on it. But this actually might work. I say, do you deliver? But like, how do you even buy one, dude? I don't know how to test drive one of these. I don't even know what I'm looking for. I'm like, does it run? Good. Good. What else can it do? Is the carburetor intact? Oh. 2007 for $9,000, $12,000 for a 2007. 1,100 hours. The skid steers are a lot more expensive. Unless you got like one of those mini ones. Amazing. You kick the tire? That's what I was thinking. Yeah, that holds up good. IRGC, Iran Joint Military Command warns of crushing response if any action taken by UAE against Iran's islands, ports, or coastlines. Alright, man. Well, you're melting away. I mean, Palantir had bad earnings. You have everything kind of melting up. You're about 60-70% in the green. It's a pretty big day, man. NASDAQ 1.5, 0.94. Intel 13% without selling off its high. We're almost there. You're about 0.2 away from ICAP. The ICAP high of the day. Oil stopped moving. Where's bonds? Even they got a bid, dude. Dollars chilling at break even. Oh, McDonald's is running. Even McDonald's, that's it. The double-double, dude. The fuck? So everything. TM and Pfizer company reviewing new molecule designed using AI. The fuck? Remember, Pfizer had earnings. They even had their conference call earlier today. Again, McDonald's, a lot of things just started picking up. Yeah, well, Enphase, I don't know. There's a lot of energies companies that might get into it, but they're all solar. There are so many of them, actually. And then we talked Constellation. Those picked up from the other day. Is NVIDIA a boomer stock now? I mean, kind of, right when it became a good value stock. You notice that when nobody gave a fuck about valuation, and NVIDIA would go up all the time, kind of like Intel. And then once the value people were like, oh my gosh, the price to earnings is so low, that's when it stopped moving. So, I mean, you're not wrong in a certain way, as odd as that may sound. Why do you get requested by a fake trading frat account? It happens, man. But yeah, my Intel has the little thing, bro. So you could, it's easy to not, back in the day, it was easier to fall for it. Do you guys like the Instagram videos, though? You're getting a little watch list. You know, dropping plays, a couple of things to watch. I hope that's been good for your 1 minute watch list, man. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if you guys like it or not. Some of you get mad if I only give you one play and then it doesn't fucking hit 1,000%. I could understand, but I will, you know, we'll try a little harder with some of them. It sucks. I hit the 1,000% today, but by the time I put it on the watch list, they'll be like, yeah, I bought it at the high, Josh. Fuck you. I'm like, okay. Well, fuck me. Take my profits. Let it be. Kraft Heinz, KHC, and a lot of other value plays. Everything's, dude, you're broadening out. That's what we were talking about today. Watch for the broadening out. It sucks. Software's still down. And then financials are break even, but you're getting a little bit more risk on here as we get to the highs. But yeah, you've broadened out a little bit more. Risk and reward and harmony. GME Cohen appearing on Fox Business next. Nice. I'll listen to one. I don't like the guy, bro. I really, really don't. You guys don't remember. You know why? You want to know what my worst experience with Ryan Cohen was? It was on BBBY. When it was still Bed Bath & Beyond. We made like 1,000% on the contracts. We fucking killed it. And then he puts out this like filing to sell $200 million of stock. And then I'm like, all right, I'm out. And then literally I made a video and then I got reported. They literally got me reported and I got a strike for the video. I challenged it. But like, dude, I literally, you guys reported me. Not you guys. I'm sure those people don't exist here anymore. Some of you do, though. The guy, you know, the guy who said I'm going to hell for selling AMC. You know, he still like watches. You know, that's the funny part. But yeah, so like, dog, I made a video and I'm like explaining what this filing means, this registration statement of stock, and I'm like, yo, guys, your fucking god Ryan Cohen is about to dump 200 million. And they're like, no, he's not. It's part of his master plan. They're like, they gave me every reason why not. And then I get my ass reported. And then literally the next fucking day, he just dumps the shares on everybody. And then you know what happens? No one says shit. That's what's going to happen. Even if those fucking NVIDIAs hit, everybody was like, fuck you, that place is shit. I hate you. If that play hits, no one's going to say anything. So, you know, I know how this game works. That's why I'm telling y'all, man. It's bullshit, but that's my last experience with Ryan Cohen. And I'm like, this guy, bro. I'm just jealous. I am. You know what I'm saying? Because, like, I have a cult. I'm supposed to be Josh Atola, a cult leader. And I just don't think I'll ever be able to brainwash people that hard. You know what I'm saying? I'm jealous. I'm not gonna lie to you. I really wish I could run a cult like Ryan Cohen. If I had that ability to get motherfuckers to be like, oh my gosh, yes, no, he's only filing a registration statement not to sell, but to help us. He is gonna do it, yo, dude. He has a master fucking plan all the time. It doesn't matter if Ryan Cohen took a shit, they're like, he's doing that strategically. Watch. And his claim to fame is selling kibble at a 1% margin on the internet. That's it. All he did was fucking pair up Petco and UPS, and that's fucking it. Okay? Honestly, I'm jealous I didn't think of it first, okay? I'm a hater, bro. I'm a fucking hater. Why didn't I think of fucking Petco online? How come I have a cult and I don't have a cult following like that? That doesn't make any sense, bro. Okay? So, yeah, bro, that's why I don't fucking like the guy. I really don't. So, yeah, man, they're like, he's playing 4D chess. I'm like, oh, my fucking God. I don't even think he knows how to play chess. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you even really, like, nah. That's a bullshit. So, yeah, I'm just jealous.
In cash, which is $28 billion, and the other 50% is equity.
He has the listing and the same wall. Oh, I fucking hate it.
And GameStop. So,
this is him.
People don't understand how it's possible to
and y'all call me a Zionist? He's fucking Cohen. The fuck is wrong with you?
Say business A is eBay. It's making $40,000. Just use round numbers for argument's sake. And business B is GameStop. If this was a stock for stock deal, we were combining both businesses, GME shareholders would own 80%. GME shareholders would own 20%. eBay would own 80%. But what we're proposing is immediate liquidity to eBay shareholders. So instead of them owning 80%, they'd be owning 60%. So they're owning 60% of 50,000 in earnings, and GameStop shareholders are owning 40% of 50,000 in earnings. Now, I'm confident that I can increase the value of eBay and their earnings by cutting costs dramatically. They're spending $2.5 billion in sales and marketing, and we can make that much more efficient. So it's going to go from business A of making 40,000, it's going to be making 80,000. So now the combined business is making 90,000. And there's different kinds of dilution. There's dilution that decreases earnings per share, and there's
diluting you for your own good, bitch.
Per share. This is a transaction.
Fuck you!
I believe is accretive to both.
Maybe I'm just an old school investor. We don't like any dilution. Because I don't like anything diluted. You guys don't even like your drugs diluted. What's wrong with you? If I say, hey, give me your weed, let's dilute it. Oh, let's get your drugs and dilute. That's how people die. Okay, that's how people die. You don't like anything diluted. Unless it's poison, but he's giving you the poison. You want to dilute him. Oh my gosh.
Over $5.6 billion on an
you see why I don't engage in this shit? Fuck him.
It's a business that can be run much more efficiently. There's no inventory. It's an asset-light business.
I'm telling you, man.
It can be run much more efficiently.
Dilute you and you're gonna enjoy it
with an owner's mentality.
It's for your own good.
And that's putting aside.
Nah, Michael Saylor's not growth. Even this. That's Michael Saylor's way more straightforward.
Treating it like a family business and operating more efficiently.
That's why I like Michael Saylor. Michael Saylor is just fucking batshit. Okay, he's like, yeah, I'm gonna take the money and buy the Bitcoin. Like that's it. Michael Saylor is caveman yield. You know what I'm saying? And it's not like maybe that'll work. I don't know, but like at least Michael Saylor is straightforward. He's not like I dilute you for your own benefit. Good for you.
And here, I think really for me, my opinion is you're the linchpin. You're the key to this, right? And it's not unlike the New York Giants saying, hey, we're going to trade for a better quarterback. And I don't know why traditional Wall Street doesn't get that.
We're going to trade for a minor 18.
Deals like Paramount, an $11 billion company making a $100 billion deal. They can see that, but they can't somehow see you orchestrating this deal. And
shut up and listen. How about you guys just go fucking order kibble, okay? You shut up.
What happens? It's.
I want to hear it.
It's good.
Why don't you fucking go on Fox and listen to it like a real Republican?
Needs to be a healthy.
Okay, you're gonna have to listen to my ranting.
Yeah. Speaking of which, this morning,
you fucking Zionist.
was on CNBC. And they tried to get him to talk badly about these investors, folks who are on social media who support you, people who own your stock. I mean, what do you say to these people, folks who are just right now watching this interview that have put their hard-earned money behind Ryan Cohen saying he's going to make this work, despite what the fact that the establishment media, the financial media says about you and this deal?
I mean, the way you opened up the show is exactly what the situation is. I mean, there's a lot of experts. They've never run a business. You know, if you look at GameStop and where it is today and where the experts predicted GameStop was going to be, it's doing a little bit different. And I'd rather not say, just look at our financial results, and we can play all the old clips of
Burry sold out
the,
after this.
The experts and the Wall Street.
Even Burry was like, I'm out.
You know, the Wall Street analysts that were bearish on the company. And frankly, by the way, the company should have been bankrupt many times over. It is a very, very tough business, but it's making healthy profits now. So they weren't wrong. If the old management would have continued running the company, then we wouldn't be having this conversation now. At least it wouldn't be about GameStop if they would have continued running the show.
Right. There's no doubt about that. Let me, again, picking up on that though, because you have been pretty tough, and you wrote this great piece called "The Hollow Men." Before we get into that though, Semaphore put out a piece. They said about Ryan Cohen, the billionaire didn't help his case Monday when he squandered what goodwill he had with the street in a disastrous CNBC interview, playing to his base rather than the investors he now needs. By showing contempt for legacy financial press and big institutional investors, those investors are crucial if he is serious about taking over eBay. Your thoughts?
Wow. Does he sound like a Simpsons cartoon,
it's
bro?
Okay.
Let me pick up though on the hollow man post, because you did suggest American capitalism is rotting from the head down. Let's talk about that, because I tend to agree with you. This period that we're in, we have people who are doing amazing things, and folks who have no concept or understanding of what they're doing or their vision get to beat them up all day and night. But
okay, I'm
what
gonna
are
go to
the
the bathroom.
consequences
Can we get
if
an eye cap?
if we don't find a way to sort of re-embrace entrepreneurship and risk-taking the way you and others have?
A good example is this situation. You look at our board fees. Nobody really talks about this. Our board fees are zero, and the majority of our board has invested their own personal capital into this company, and in many cases, a substantial amount of their personal capital. And you look at most boards in America, and you look at eBay's board as a good example. Their board fees are like $4 million a year. I think their average director is getting paid $350,000 a year. 6 times the GDP of America to show up at a few board meetings. There's a problem with that in terms of like the system. It just should not be like that. And if you look at insider buying at the company over the past 5 years, it's like our board fees. It's zero insider buying.
Right.
If you look at insider selling, it's hundreds of millions of dollars. So the system, there's a deep problem with the system that exists, but that's corporate America.
Well, Ryan, I want to say thank you for coming on. I'm wishing you luck. I'm still a shareholder, and I still have faith. So thank you very much, and hopefully you'll come back soon. We can pick up on this conversation.
It's great to see you, Charles.
You too. Thanks a lot.
Bye.
All right, folks. Coming up, John and Darian is going to discuss some.
Jeez. All right. Well, I get to at least go to the bathroom. That was Ryan Cohen. Yeah. You want dilution? It's good for you. It's amazing. It's okay. Sometimes I have to rage every now and then. It's good for you. You know what I'm saying? It's good for you. I don't know if it is, but that's what my girlfriend's dog does. He'll just go out and rage for a little bit, and then he comes in. He's like, "Hi, what's up?" That's your leader. Who's your leader? Who's Ryan Cohen? That is your leader. He dilute you. Go ahead, take as your leader. You do what you need to. Hey, who are you? That's your leader. Well, Chad, 30 minutes till power hour. We still got a lot of time. That little extra rip. You got a little bit more in store for the rest of the day. A Rubio press briefing. God bless Rubio. Everyone likes Marco Rubio, right? I think everyone's came to the conclusion he's the one doing everything. I don't think it's live just yet. Do I like Open Door shares? No, I do not. Open Door is a really bad company. I mean, I think people bought them when they were really cheap, but I'm not the biggest fan. I like Archite, but we also got it a lot cheaper. Reddit's dropping. Wasn't Reddit up all day? The fuck? They flipped? But yeah, even real estate stocks until, I mean, I think real estate stocks are the high risk to reward with everything going on. Everybody likes Rubio. You're never beating the allocations. Oh, shut up. You guys love Ryan Cohen. Fuck you. Fuck you. Uh-huh. Nah, fuck you. You're the Zionist. That's crazy. I think my stance on Ryan Cohen should give me... I don't think you guys... I'm about to turn into y'all. I don't even want to talk about this anymore. Okay, God bless you. I still need my $7,000 to settle. Okay, where's Nico? Nico, can we get a dono in here, man? Come on, bro. I thought, how do I don't know. Somebody, can you guys sign up for Locked In then so that Israel could pay me? Or like what? But nah, man. Just one of those. SMH. Why SpaceX dumping space stock? Oh, I don't know. Well, we're getting close to the IPO, but some of them went good, and then it was bad earnings. And then I have to go right at 1. I have a call, unfortunately. Instructions unclear. 6,998 to go. You're about to fail. You failed Supreme Leader. You have a long term. You're gonna have another shot, but you need the long term. But yeah, man, I don't know. You were going big on some of them. Again, more solar is going up. U.S.-backed pipeline targets global reliance on Strait of Hormuz amid Iran threats. U.S.-backed pipeline targets reliance. Yeah, that's on Fox. Fox News. Well, Chad, if you have any questions, I don't know, you guys, I feel like I already raged out on Cohen I had to rage out on Cohen and then fight Zionist rumors right after. It's amazing. But I might just go on Reddit now at this point. We'll see. Surprising traits of women who earn over $775,000. What? The number one reason women get into 1% drive is they just stick with it. Oh, I thought there was gonna be a fun fact. I was waiting for it. Is Apple in the SPY? Yeah, Apple's in every index. Apple is on the SPY, the Dow, and the NASDAQ. Believe it or not. A college draft player admitted to rehab for sports gambling addiction? No way. That's maybe. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I'm cut out for the rehab industry. Like I said, mama doesn't even approve of it. So we'll have to see, bro. We'll have to see. The non-farms, I think it's 160,000 jobs. I mean, you're not pricing in anything crazy for bonds or anything of that, but as long as it doesn't, like, we haven't really responded to the data. Unless it changes the path of the Fed or it's a major surprise, it's kind of second or third order. It's shady, but if you do it right, mad respect. I think the gambling one would be good, but then again, like I told you, like, I feel like I'd be good at running it and I'd be bad at running it at the same time. Because, like, I feel like I have enough info to help people with it. But then, like I told you, like, gamblers fucking annoy me. You know what I'm saying? Like, the real bad ones, they're terrible people to be around. And then I might just, like, fucking go full Arab on them. And you're like, fuck you, man. What do you think this is, huh? And I don't think that would qualify. It's like, I feel like if you do it my way, I could help. But I don't think if we had government funding, I don't think it would qualify. The scared solvent past mama. Oh no, I didn't share. I liked scared solvent. That would be fun. But no, I did not run that idea by her. Yeah, you want to be. It takes a lot, bro. You need a lot of patience. You need a lot of patience. I would say my sister could help you guys. There's like, she could help run it. But then she'd be like, you have problems? Blame everybody in the government. I don't think she would end up helping. I don't know. She'd be like, wow. She's a nurse. She's a good nurse. But then again, did I tell you that? Did I tell you guys when she texted me? This was in last year. This was before she wanted to sell the long term. And then before she wanted to move to Palestine, she sent me a text and she was like, if I disappear, will you come and find me? And I didn't respond to the text because I said, this is about to be some dumb shit. And then she's like, hello. She said, if ICE comes and takes me, are you going to come and help me and find me? And then I didn't respond to that one either. And then she was like, she said, you're not going to help me, really? If ICE comes and takes me, you wouldn't even tell your stream to come and help me, and you wouldn't even as my brother? And then I finally responded. And I was like, sister, why the fuck is ICE going to take you? Okay? I said, listen, maybe mom and dad had to deal with this, I don't know, fucking 40 years ago or something. But I'm like, why the fuck would you have to deal with this? I'm like, this is a ridiculous. I said, I didn't even want to engage with this conversation, bro. And I'm like, oh my fucking God. And she's like, well, she said, if they try to take any of my patients, I'm going to fight them back. I said, I don't think you should do that. I don't think that's part of your job description. But I said, no, I'm not going to come and save you. I would not. I'd say, nope. I'd say, damn, I turned into Peter. You know, Peter denied Jesus. You know, she don't like the Jesus analogies. But I'd be like, nope. I'd say, nope, I don't know who that is. I don't know who that is. Nope. I said, why would you get in the way? And why are you going to try to beef with people? I said, they're not even going to come into your shit and try to take anybody. Okay? I'm sorry. I hate to burst the bubble. So, yeah. But it's good. She hasn't asked me that in a year. Well, this was like in the height of it. And then she's like, should I sell my 401k? I'm like, fuck me, dude. It's amazing. What's the age difference? I think she's 5 years older than me. She's 4 or 5 years older than me. She's definitely older than me. That's the crazy part. But me and her, we shared a room at one point when we were young. And then, like, I would fuck with her. Because I would, like, on the bedpost, like, we had different beds, obviously. Calm down. But, like, I would, like, tap on the bed at night. And she would rage. And then she would attack me. But she beat me up for most of my life. You know that? Up until, like, I got into, like, high school and I could defend myself. She would, like, whoop my ass, bro. Mm-hmm. My energy is incredible. I sleep really early. And I work out. You guys know I did leg day yesterday? Dude, I'm so happy. You have no idea. I, like, feel my leg day, bro. I don't feel dead. Like, it's actually kind of crazy. Okay, like, I literally... Oh, Jensen on CNBC soon? No way. But, dude, the Bulgarians don't kill me anymore. And can I admit something to you guys? Now that I think about it, I don't think I was really doing leg day. You know what I'm saying? I really don't. Because, like, last week, I like, fucked my shit up. I went so hard on leg day. And, like, I was sore all week. But, like, dude, now I'm like, holy shit. I don't think I was really doing leg day. I think I was going too soft on leg day. Because I was doing it at, like, the end of the week. And, like, I don't know. I was, like, I wasn't getting into, like, too crazy of movements. But now I'm doing, like, hella lunges, the split squats. I'm doing way more, like, not machines, but, like, free weights and just lunging. And then I'm doing hella booty workouts, bro. But, like, dog, it's crazy. I'm telling you, bro, yesterday I did leg day. I did the same workout with more weight. I was Bulgarian split squatting more weight. And I feel so much better. I'm not, like, I'm still sore, but, like, nothing compared. And then I did it. I wasn't, like, shaking halfway through. So, yeah, bro, I was like, damn, I realized I have to. Gala booty. Yo, day 10, gala booty. I challenge. Speaking of booty workouts, you try and get worked in a debate, gala booty. I would love to challenge you to a debate. Okay? We can stream it live. Okay? If you beat me in a debate, I'll switch allegiance. I'll join the IRGC as a money manager. Because y'all are obviously interested in that, you scammers. So, yeah, let me know, Gala Booty. Day 10, intern or nephew, please inform your uncle. Thank you. She's my big sis. You care about her a lot. I mean, I do, but, like, at the same time, you know, I give her the same advice I give you guys. You know what I'm saying? So, like, I love her, and I love you guys. I really do. Like, if you think I ever take pride or pleasure in somebody doing bad, I assure you I do not. That's a weird thing. That's very weird. And, like, I hope she does better and makes good choices, but at the same time, yo, bitch, if you got to learn the hard way, you gonna learn. I tried to help, and, you know, if that's how it's gonna be, unfortunately, sometimes the only way to learn is through going through it, you know? So that's it. I just got her a long term. I got you a long term. That's it. If you listen too. But yeah, bro, I don't know what to tell y'all. Because she's just, I still love her. But at the same time, I try not to engage too much in her life. I let her do whatever she wants. You know, because that's how it should be. She'll figure it out eventually. But Also, I think some of you have the same exact sister as me. I'm telling you, bro. I don't know what to tell you, bro. I don't know what to tell you. It's just, you gotta just let them be free and pray, and then hopefully, you know, one day good decisions will happen. But, you know, she's made some pretty bad decisions and hasn't learned yet, but I have faith she will one day. Don't trust us. We're strangers on the internet. I mean, who said I trust you, B-word? I said I love you. There's a big difference, okay? I don't trust anybody. I don't even trust myself. I only trust the Lord. But like I was saying, you know, I wouldn't, like, if anybody asked me financial or information, I would give you the same information I would give anybody. That is something I think a lot of you have seen over the years. So I don't have no secret thing, or, oh yeah, dude, I don't tell one person one thing and another person the other. I genuinely tell everybody the same exact thing. But yeah, I wouldn't trust anybody. So no, but I still love you. But yeah, love and trust are a little different. Yours is an actress. No way. Wow. That's pretty cool. Is she like a real actress, or is it like, yeah? Here's where I think when we had this, at one point, we all had a heart-to-heart when I shared it, and you guys were like, Josh, that's my sister. And I'm like, no way. I'm like, she terrorizes everybody? You're like, yes. I'm like, what? You know, I'm like, dog, this is good. Like, she's a nurse too. I'm like, what? Oh, so yeah, we had a real bonding moment over that. But I think this is a canon event. I think to a certain amount of the Chad who understands. I don't trust me. Why would I trust you? Damn, that's a tragedy. World in war, but the truth is the casualty. Start thinking really hard. Can you tell me why you mad at me? You disagree with me, so you think that is blasphemy. But in actuality, you sacrilegious fallacies defending your reality. Fight or flight. I don't judge you being cowardly. You ain't fighting me, bro. You're fighting your insanity. You should trust people like them. I think of them as the long term. Yeah, I mean, there's still I just don't trust humans, if that makes sense. You could build trust and you could grow it, but even at the end of the day, it's still a human. But yeah, just like the long term, that's how you do it. This is how you come up with songs? No, I mean, there's a lot of things. She asked about that Uncle song where he says, refuse to eat the turkey, but keep living in the land. She asked me what that meant. And I said, wow. Oh, NVIDIA. Wow. Jensen.
Reason, generate
fucking
a lot of
sell
tokens.
some shit, dog.
Not only that.
Pump it.
The amount of use has gone up orders of magnitude, because now for the first time, AI is doing work. It's doing useful work. And the return on that investment for software companies, for agentic companies like ServiceNow, is completely accretive. And so that time has finally arrived.
So in that context, Bill, tell me about
love
Project
everybody.
Arc and
love a lot.
the work with
and don't
NVIDIA.
expect anything. You know that?
How does NVIDIA's stack
I love everybody without any
actually enable
expectation.
that? What's the level of
That's the
capability
secret
that's
to
gonna
life.
bring that you didn't have before?
Because if you assume everybody, you can't trust them, and everyone's crazy. That means when you do stuff, you do it because you want to. And you do it out of love, and not because you're going to get anything. I'm not doing it to get trust back. I'm not doing it to receive anything. Even same thing with my sister. You know, that's why I give her good advice, help her long term. Anybody else you want a long term, I would love, but I don't expect anything back. That's the secret. That's how you can still remain peaceful. You do it because it's intrinsic. You want to.
The rules and the rails is taking place at that level.
Oh, they got the service now,
so
dude. They got the dream team.
OpenShell and the AI agents
OpenShell,
that come from
OpenAI,
and Anthropic and Gemini. We think it's fantastic. Gemini, we think it's fantastic. But we also know that the enterprise needs to control it and make sure it's secure so we can scale and bring all of that thought leadership and content to the enterprise. We are the action layer.
Oh, I used to do farmers walks back in the day, bro. You're right. I need to get those.
Now it comes to the edge. We manage the humans and the agents, and all of that is happening on a rules and rails basis with ServiceNow. This whole platform,
I get a house from the Chad one day.
There's an agentic
I mean, if
front
y'all
door.
got those
We
intel
manage the
leaks
identity of the agents
back
and the
on
humans for
August,
you,
I think
and
somebody
we
should
even
buy me a
manage the
house.
security
But hey,
of
you
the
know,
IT and the
I don't
OT,
expect much.
IoT,
But one day, I think one day it'll
shadow
happen.
networks,
Praise the
devices,
Lord.
all on one
But if
platform.
not, I'm
And
still
I would
happy.
like to
I'm still happy
compliment
with my
NVIDIA
choices.
because they're the best company out there. And to think that Jensen runs Employee Works from ServiceNow, the humans and the agents, is a testament that we're very proud of. But also, if you think about the complexity of the bill of materials that goes along with NVIDIA, a supercomputer, think about it. That's a really complex thing. Configure, pricing, quoting for a company like NVIDIA's scale done on ServiceNow is a testament to
I
the
think
move
those
we've
leaps
made in
are, I have to
CRM.
check, I think they're
So when Jensen calls us
30,000%.
the operating system for the enterprise,
It's disgusting.
everybody at ServiceNow is fired up to deliver service now.
Now.
So, Jensen, on physical AI, I think a lot of times people think about these humanoid robots that we see, we hear about folding laundry, maybe the dogs running around, but there's a manufacturing component of this and a flexibility in manufacturing that it seems like is potentially transformative on a global basis. How do you think about the nearer term economic opportunities, TAM expansion around physical AI in that context?
Until now, until physical AI, the world's $50 trillion of industries that are associated with the physical world. The conference center we're in today, manufacturing plants, warehouse and logistics, all of the roads and cities around the world. None of that has been an exposure for IT, exposure for software. But now we have agentic systems. Use this as an example. We now have agentic AI in the enterprise, and it's going to be running in this open shell that NVIDIA created.
So
And it's going to be
SMCI,
accelerated
ANET,
on NVIDIA's computing
Dizzle,
platform.
and
It's going to be
Navitas,
secure,
and
it's
tomorrow
going to be
morning,
safe, it's going to be
Disney,
governed.
NVO, Uber.
Well, you're going to do the same thing with robotic arms. AMRs running
What are you
around
gonna
the
do with
warehouse. The entire manufacturing line will be operated by robots, managed by more robots, and the entire factory is a robot. All of that software are basically going to be physical AI agentic systems. They're going to run in open shell, they're going to run on top of ServiceNow, and you're going to manage them just like employees. And so you could just see it now. There's an operating system, there are humans on it, there are agentic software AI on it, there's physical AI on it, all the way from the center of the enterprise, all the way out to the edge of the enterprise, all running on one common fabric, ServiceNow.
Jensen, I know you got to run. Bill, we're going to talk more in a bit. But now I'm going to toss it back to Kelly. Thank you once again for having me here to learn. Bill McDermott.
And thank you, Jensen.
Thank you, Bill.
Jensen.
Congratulations.
You're the best. Thank you so much.
Love you,
You're the
Jensen.
best.
No, you
Thank
are.
you.
No, John, thank you very much. No, John's the best. Coming up, a check on one of the big beneficiaries of Bitcoin reclaiming the $80,000 mark. It's at 81 and change today. Those details after this.
All right. That was fun. Well, NVIDIA didn't like that. Literally every minute. I know Jensen. No, not muting. Ba da ba ba ba. Well, he has a stake. Jensen even made money on Intel. How come? Wait a minute. How come no one thought about that? I know I've heard it, but like, how much is NVIDIA up on their Intel stake? Interesting. And then yeah, ServiceNow benefited off of that more. I don't know what they didn't like. I mean, maybe the agentic stuff, but yeah, I think just vibes. Not a recommendation. No, I don't. I'm leaving right at 1. I can't stay around for any earnings. I could give you the preview for AMD, but that's the best I could do. The fuck? I hear a fly. How is there a fly in my room? Oh. I think the Nvidia deal did go through. Yeah, they got $5 billion at $23 a share. So they're probably up $20 billion just on Intel. Where is it? But yeah, I have to leave right when the market closes. I have a call at 1. But yeah, they're expecting 9.8 plus or minus 300 billion, and then next quarter 10.5. So higher or lower than that, that'll be it. But then last 4 quarters in AMD's pricing in 10%. They're up 45% since last quarter. And then last 4 quarters, they dropped 17 loss, gain of 3, loss of 6, plus 2. So last earnings was their biggest one to the downside, but AMD doesn't really move as much on there. Not a recommendation. Like you'll see, some of them are 10 cents. Those are really far, but like I'm saying, I wouldn't go big on them. But yeah, that's they have upside if it actually hits. Yeah, there's some for even 9 cents. 5 cents. Someone just got one for 5 cents. So that's what I'm saying. The rest of the chain doesn't go that deep, but then that's one that could actually like go cuckoo for but it has to hit. We've hit a couple thousand percenters on that one, but yeah, you have to get lucky. So I would size it according to getting lucky, aka it's a fucking gamble. So good luck. World in war, but the truth is the casualty. Start thinking really hard. Can you tell me why you're mad at me? It's a good song, bro. I didn't go over SMCI. No, actually, the price isn't bad. Again, didn't they have that fraud thing, though? That was not too long ago. I forgot about that investigation, but if they could run up business, people will like it. SMCI. Oh, I have a preview? No, usually I don't. So they're pricing in 12. Last 4 quarters, gain of 14, loss of 11, loss of 9, loss of 18. And they're down 6.2 on the quarter. And then ANET. ANET is up 24% on the quarter. They're pricing in 11. Last 4 quarters, 5, loss of 9, gain of 17, and loss of 5. And then who else? A-Lab, and then MSTR, and then Navitas, and then Tempest, Tem actually. And then the ones in the morning. Yeah, that was Nibis. Do you think AMD will be bullish? Oh, I have no idea. I think AMD is going to affect the rest of the chip industry. Notice that premium, the premiums all decayed ahead of their earnings. So they had their pre-run like a week or 2 ago. But I don't really know. I just think AMD doesn't really move too big on earnings. Last one was a big one down, but then they're up 45% on the quarter. So I just think AMD, I'm more concerned with how it affects NVIDIA and then how it affects Intel. TSX. For more for AMD, how OpenAI will pay bills. Yeah, I think there is a preview, like a deeper one, but I just don't know if if they blow out, like again, you saw Intel, if they could really be exciting and surprise. But remember, this earnings season, more companies beat on average, like by a fat margin. But then this has been one of the smallest earnings moves for most companies. Oh wait, they're doing a press briefing? I thought it was like a Rubio thing, but no, this is like Caroline and Rubio. Oh, wait a minute. No, Caroline's pregnant. That means Marco Rubio's doing the press briefing. Oh, I forgot. Cop in, there was a headline on the CEO, and then this morning they announced the $20 million defense contract or some sort of deal. Yeah, bro, I forgot. It's Marco Rubio's other side hustle. He does it all, son. He does it all. Yeah, Oracle's climbing again. This is going to be fun. This will be fascinating. Have we ever seen this? Yeah, bro. Rackle is starting to ramp a little. The Rubio show. You have 7 holdings reporting. Wow. We had one, but even though Intel's taken over all of the hype in the long term, IRM, dude, that thing's been getting a little juicy. Yeah, good day for the long term, man. Yeah, there's still a ton of earnings this week. That's even part of today. It's like one thing with like the ceasefire not cracking, but then the other part is the what's it called? The other earnings that did fairly well today. UMC. I keep forgetting that ticker. Cloudflare. I know, bro. I kind of wish we bought Cloudflare at 180 for the long term. It was still jacked up. But again, listen, what happened to all those motherfuckers? That was an Instagram play. You know that, right? I gave y'all Fastly, DataKelb, and Net, and all of those are fucking ripping if you have time on them. And we had the other, what? It was like 700 to 1,000% on the first Fastly. They playing with me, dog. They're like, but Josh, the Nvidias went down $20, you fucking dickhead. I'm like, why? But yeah, I wish we bought Net for the long term. But I have some contracts still. I'm riding those. I love them. I love them. I'm a big fan. You cashed out. I cashed out of one set of Fastly. Remember, I let one of the 1,000%ers that they didn't like fully capture. But yeah, we hit good on the first one, and then I took some off the table. I still have DataKelb too. I have DataKelb, and then I still have Nets. The Nets are really juicing, though. Rackle. You made 12K off net today. That's why you're trying to buy the locked-in subscription. I see you, bro. I'm not against that idea, but then again, I will ban your ass if you don't follow the rules. But you're free here. You're free in here. But yeah, shout out to Locked In. The way you mocked her. I feel bad. I do that in public sometimes. That's my problem. If I hear certain sounds, it's not because I'm trying to mock them. I just think I'm a little like cuckoo, you know? Sounds and like vocal stems. I'm like, oh. All right, I need water. I've been raging out here a little bit. It is. It's hard, bro. I do that to my girlfriend, too. If she says something, I'll be like, It's gotten me in trouble before, bro. It's gotten me in trouble before. Right center. All right, I need water.
Nowhere else to go,
Oh. Dude, the high ticker is just going. We're about to get an eye cap. Excuse me. I'm gonna ball today, bro. Post leg day. I gotta do biceps too. Shoulders, biceps. And then basketball. And then Watchlist. You know what I'm saying? So I'll see you there, Chattadonia. The cackle trigger. Dude, imagine if we had Kamala. If we had Kamala, I would be... No, I still do the Trump one. He's funny. The Kamala, I think I'd be like... EL good. They're a little up. I mean, they were down cheaper, but they're not too high. They're off of the lows a little bit, which I don't like, but definitely cheap. But they are struggling for a reason, but I think the industry is good. It's kind of a pseudo China play, and at the very least, it's on the XLP. It's one of the bigger staples, believe it or not. And it's actually one of the only staples that's like really red. Do some ceiling painting? Is that like a workout or is that like home improvement? Because it could be either or. They give hella fancy names for some of these workouts now. It's just a normal press briefing, but Marco Rubio's doing it. Granted, he's like 2 hours late, but yeah. Oh, home improvement? I might be down. That's it. My girl, she said she wanted to paint her house. I'm like, no, you're bored. But that's why I'm like, no, please. She's like, no, I just want to touch things up. I'm like, no, you're not. I'm like, what fucking TikTok did you watch? This is bullshit. So I'm saying, like, don't fuck anything up. You're going to sell it probably one day. 100%. They all got quiet. Watchlist is members only. The one on YouTube. But if you want the 1 minute watch list, it's on my Instagram. I've been posting it on YouTube too, but like, it's honestly insane. YouTube will give it like 2,000. It'll show it to 2,000 of you, but Instagram it'll give it to like 30 to 40,000 of you. So you know, just trying to spread the word on good info that Wall Street doesn't want you to have, because fuck Wall Street. But get a long term too. Oh, maybe I need to make long term videos as well on there, because then that way maybe people won't miss them. But then again, the last Watchlist video was like 45 minutes long. I think YouTube realized I was testing it. That's why they're starting to show you guys. Because like straight up. Oh shit. Oh, new all-time high. Oh, no way. Wow. At Power Hour. Power Hour minus 10.
Needs Jesus.
Your long-term hit a new high today. The market hits a new high today. Are you kidding me? Shout out to long-term, baby. Get ready. We still have the rest of the year remaining, guys. There's so much more that could happen. It could just rip every day. It could drop 10%, and then you buy the shit out of it. There's so much is going to happen. Are you ready for it? Oh, thank you, Rubio. Hold on. I want to hear Rubio's first press conference.
And the goal of it is to, frankly, if you want to talk about it, it's to rescue like almost 23.
He wants to fight you, Matt. Okay, I'm sorry. My IG is not private. It's the trading fraternity. Ooh, I have a blue badge. If you can't find it, you're probably blocked. Which that is kind of hard to get blocked on my Instagram. But then again, that must be crazy if you can't find it. It's the trading fraternity.
This blockade of the Straits of Hormuz. Nations from around the world, the overwhelming majority of whom are not even engaged in any military hostilities, are now at risk not just of losing their cargo, but the lives of their own citizens because of this blockade. These ships, you know, you don't leave a ship out there for this long. You start running out of food, you start running out of potable water, essential supplies, and they're at the mercy of this piracy. And what it is, it's piracy.
Fucking pirates.
And not only that, but some of them have seen, you know, been open fire on and rained down senseless attacks
PM
on
and MO are
civilian
popping.
ships already.
MO with the little
so
baby
frankly,
stick.
the way to put it, these are innocent bystanders. These
and
are countries
PM.
That, and ships and so forth that have nothing to do with any of this, and nonetheless are being caught in the middle of it and being held hostage merely because Iran could do that, just because of
bro, if the long term goes up 10%
tens of thousands of
from April to today, the big long term almost doubled.
Because they're unhappy.
I'm actually, this is kind of unfathomable.
Life in Iran today. And so they're sitting.
This might be bigger than the Snapchat fiasco.
And at least 10 sailors have already died as a result.
Bro, you went from low 30s to almost 60
So already
now.
many nations privately and some publicly have asked the United States
That's
to
disgusting.
help free their ships and to restore freedom of navigation.
The long term goes buku, baby.
Critical artery of global trade. And so President Trump, as he always does, stepped up and answered the calls for their help. And he's directed the United States military to guide these stranded ships to safety, to provide a protective bubble under which they can operate and move product and get themselves out of there and out of harm's way. And this is the first step towards reopening the strait and bringing this regime's last-ditch
but can I just tell you guys something now?
Bringing that to a close.
When Intel comes down, you're going to get so sad.
Because we were asked, but because we're the only ones
so
who
just
can.
prepare for that, okay?
We have the power.
It's summer now.
The steps that we've taken.
So I need you to prepare for winter.
Under President Trump,
and that's why if you don't want it to come down, go get a long term. Or go get a property. Telling you.
We're going to be unashamed.
You understand me, right?
Our power and our abilities.
I hope you understand me.
Military power in the service of our national interest above all else. Now, what's really important for you to report and for everyone to understand is this is not an offensive operation. This is a defensive operation. And what that means is very simple.
I can't turn it louder on this.
There's no shooting unless we're shot at first. Okay, we're not attacking them. We're not. But if they're attacking us or they're attacking a ship, you need to respond to that. You're not going to let some fast boat come up on a ship and shoot it up. We're going to respond to it, and we've been successful. We're going to respond to it, and we've been successful at it. I don't know what the exact number is, but I know a number of those fast boats have now been targeted, and will continue to be if they pose a threat to our forces. We'll shoot down drones, we'll shoot down missiles, but it's defensive in nature. This is defensive. So if you hear stories about attacks and launching of firing back and forth, it's not back and forth. We are only responding if attacked first. This is a defensive operation. And that's
U.S.
what's occurring
military
here.
confirms loss
Just about
over
the importance of the Straits for a
KC-135
moment. This is
tanker over
approximately a
Persian
quarter of the
Gulf? No
world's
way.
oil trade, along with
Is that on
significant
CENTCOM?
volumes of fuel and fertilizer that
Or is that the
operate through
old one
Straits of
from, like,
Hormuz.
a month ago?
The Iranian regime cannot be allowed to dictate who uses this vital waterway. I don't think this is also being reported enough. Maybe you are reporting. I don't read everyone. I don't many damn outlets here. I don't know who you all are, but I mean, I know who some of you are, but I don't know all of you are. But I will say this about
I don't know if I can
it.
read your
Yeah,
shit.
but
I don't know
this
who
is
the
an
fuck you guys are.
international waterway. This is an
Like, yeah,
international
okay.
waterway. And international law is very clear, and I love it because everybody always talks about international law, and this international law on this is very clear. International waterways, no country can control them. There is no international law that allows you to say, I'm going to put mines in an international body of water and I'm going to blow up ships that don't listen to us and try to go through. That's what Iran is doing. This is a criminal act. And someone needs to do something about it. Something needs to be done. It's completely illegal, completely illegitimate, and completely unacceptable. And that's why the United States military is guiding stranded commercial ships safely through the strait and is working to restore freedom of navigation and putting an end to these efforts to hold the global economy hostage. So far, as a proof of concept and as a proof of function, 2 U.S. flag merchant ships have successfully transferred the Strait of Hormuz in the first stages of this project, and they're now safely on their way. The U.S. military is deploying the necessary assets to extend this defensive umbrella over commercial shipping. But there should be no mistake. And as I said this already, this is a defensive operation. I want to reiterate that point. This is important to understand. If no shots are fired at these ships and no shots are fired at us, we're not firing shots. But if we're fired on, we will respond, and we will respond with lethal efficiency. The assets supporting this project, by the way, include guided missile destroyers, over 100 land and sea-based aircraft, multi-domain unmanned platforms, and 15,000 of the finest military service members on the planet. These forces have already destroyed, as I told you earlier, I thought it was 6, it's 7 Iranian fast boats that failed to heed our warnings. And by fast boats, we're talking about, some of these things look like Boston whalers. Okay, so these are not like Navy ships. But nonetheless, they come fast at these boats, try to swarm them, try to harm them. We're not going to let that happen. So 7 of them now sit at the bottom of the sea, along with, by the way, the rest of Iran's Navy. That's where you can find their Navy today. And we're going to continue to systematically clear this passageway through the straits to restore
Yeah, if you want to sell
navigation.
something, you get a property. That's
now,
how you do
while
the
this
long-term.
project steadily progresses,
That's what we
Operation
do with-
Epic
that's what we
Fury,
did with the
Economic
farm.
Fury, I'm sorry.
That's what I've been
continues
talking
to
about with
impose
Intel.
Maximum pressure
Telling
on
you,
the
even on
Iranian
one of the
regime
smallest ones,
and
you
what
have a
remains
down payment.
of their already frail economy. Today, inflation in Iran is 70%, and their currency is in total and complete freefall. U.S.
Shambles.
sanctions enforcement is stepping up. It's moving in lockstep with the naval blockade to degrade Iran's capacity to generate, to move, and repatriate revenue. It directly targets the regime's primary revenue lifelines. The blockade alone is costing Iran as much as $500 million a day in lost revenue. 90% of total Iranian trade has been halted, causing permanent damage to Iran's oil infrastructure as wells are forced to shut in. Again, all of this is in response to their piracy. Okay, it cannot be that you have these straits and they blow up any ship that moves and the only ships that get to go through are theirs. You can't have a situation in which the straits are closed to everyone else, but they benefit from the piracy. That can't happen. That's why the blockade is in place, and that's why these sanctions are crippling them. Any foreign financial, and by the way, Treasury is now identifying and cutting off every dollar of revenue that's flowing to this regime. And so, look, any foreign financial institution or commercial actor that enables Iran's sanctions evasion is going to face secondary sanctions exposure and a loss of access to the U.S. financial system. As President Trump has said, and the facts clearly bear out, the United States of America holds all the cards. There is no scenario here in which if they decide to join a ladder of escalation, they wind up getting the last say. But our preference is for these straits to be opened to the way they're supposed to be opened, back to the way it was. Anyone can use it, no mines in the water, nobody paying tolls. That's what we have to get back to, and that's the goal here. Every day the conflict continues, however, our leverage on Iran will continue to increase, and their position will continue to weaken, especially as the blockade really begins to bite in conjunction with the sanctions. So, look, the time's come for Iran to make a sensible choice. And it's not easy for them to do that, obviously, because they have a fracture in their own leadership system. And apart from that, I mean, the top people in that government are, to say the least, they're insane in the brain. And so we need to address that, and it's difficult because it's hard to get past that in their system. But it's important for them to make a sensible choice and the one that's right for their people. The president, our president, has proven time and again that his preference is peace. But Iran must accept the reality of this situation and come to the negotiation table and accept terms that are good for them, but ultimately good for the world. The diplomatic path, if there's a real diplomatic path, I'm not sure there's going to be one, but if there's a real diplomatic path and we continue to explore it, Steve and Jared are working on that very hard. If there is one there, it could be one that leads them to reconstruction, to prosperity, and to stability, and to not posing a threat to the world. The alternative is growing isolation, economic collapse, and ultimately total defeat. I know what the right choice is for Iran. I hope that the people over there making decisions will make the right one. The last point I would make, and it really is important for them to understand this, is they really shouldn't test the will of the United States, at least not under President Donald Trump. He has proven time and again that he will back up what he says. And if they test him, ultimately they will lose. The hard way, the easy way, the long way, the short way, they will lose. And with that, it's time for your questions. So, Catherine, why don't we start with you first?
Hi, Catherine Herridge. I'm an independent journalist. Secretary Rubio, have you seen any recent indications that Iran is willing to give up its nuclear weapons program that is credible, verifiable, and that would lead to an immediate de-escalation?
Isn't that
well, look, this is a long-standing problem for them, right? I mean, they have wanted, they have always said they don't want a nuclear weapon. That's because they've always said that, they just don't mean it. And why do you say, well, how do you know they don't mean it? Well, we don't mean it because they're doing all the things, and historically have tried to do all the things that you do if you want a nuclear weapons program. For example, they innovate and try to innovate long-range delivery missiles that now, in some cases, are capable of reaching much of Europe. They build these large underground centrifuges for enrichment activity. There are countries in the world that are involved in the enrichment business, but these guys do it in mountains and in caves and in hiding. They've always had secret components of their nuclear program undisclosed to the world. And we know for a fact that they retain highly enriched uranium at 60%, that they did so. And that has no civilian use, none, zero whatsoever. So they have an opportunity here to agree to something that will make it clear that they're not interested in one thing is to say we don't want a nuclear weapon. Another thing is to do the things that prove you don't want a nuclear weapon. By the way, if what Iran wants is a civilian nuclear program for power plants and stuff like that, there are a lot of countries in the world that have that, and they don't enrich. They import the enriched material.
Wendy's?
You know, they could have that if that's what they wanted, but they're not acting like that's what they wanted. They're acting like they want a military, nuclear program. That's unacceptable. So that's the process we're engaged in now. To create, that's the object of this diplomacy, is to come up with some level of understanding about what are the topics that they've agreed to negotiate on. We don't have to have the actual agreement written out, and one day this is highly complex and highly technical. But we have to have a diplomatic solution that is very clear about the topics that they are willing to negotiate on and the extent and the concessions they're willing to make at the front end in order to make those talks worthwhile. That's what Steve and Jared and the whole team is working on, and I hope to have good news on it. That's the outcome we would prefer. That's the outcome we would have preferred a year ago. That's the outcome I think most of us would have preferred a long time ago.
If you have,
but that's not the option
old
they've given us, given their
EWIs
activity.
coming back to
All right,
life.
there's no way I can figure out who to call on. I'm just going to press right in the middle, right there. You right there, yeah. Right in the back row.
Thank you, Mr. President.
I'll go to you next. I can't get everybody. All right, go ahead.
Thank you, Secretary Rubio. Keep going right. Welcome to the White House.
What's that?
Talking to me, sir?
Yeah, I see you. Yes, sir.
Thank you. I have two questions on two separate issues that come
Do they
under
get two questions?
There's
a lot of people in here.
that fall under your umbrella.
All right, well, you answer. You can answer two questions.
There was dead EWIs that came.
And I'll pick the one I like better.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. The first has to do with the blockade. There are lawmakers from both parties who claim the blockade is an act of war. What do you say to that? And my second question has to do with the fuel embargo of Cuba. How long, Mr. Secretary, will that last?
Okay, two things. All right, good. I'll answer both your questions because I like the second one too. The first one on the blockade. And so why do we have a blockade? We have a blockade because they shut down the straits. So I don't know which members of Congress you're talking to, but here's what I would ask them. I would ask everybody here. It's very simple. These guys have shut down the Straits of Hormuz. This is what Iran is saying. We will shut down the straits. No one can go through. No country in the world can go through unless we allow you to go through, and you have to pay us. But our ships can go through, meaning the Iranian ships, as much as they want. That's crazy. Who would agree to that? So how are we going to have a situation where they get to close the straits to everybody, and the only people who are allowed to go through there 100% without paying anything are the Iranians? If you do that, they'll keep the straits closed forever. They're trying to make this some new normal. Okay, under no circumstances can we ever allow them to normalize the fact that they get to blow up commercial ships and put mines in the water. So the response to that is we're going to blockade your ships. If everyone's ships are not getting out, your ships are not getting out either. That's not an act of war. That's a defensive measure. It's a counter to what they have decided to do. You know what is an act of war? Putting mines in the water. Why don't the members of Congress, whoever it is complaining about it, they should be all over that. These guys put mines in the water. That alone, mining in the water is illegal, period, under any circumstances, and they've done it. But this is crazy stuff, but this is what they've done. On Cuba, oil blockade on Cuba. There's no oil blockade on Cuba per se. Here's what's happening with Cuba, okay? Cuba used to get free oil from Venezuela. Used to give them a bunch of free oil. They would take like 60% of that oil and resell it for cash. It wouldn't even go to benefit the people. So the only blockade that's happened is the Cubans have decided, the Venezuelans have decided we're not giving you free oil anymore. And you can only imagine nowadays, the way oil prices are, no one's giving away free oil, much less to a failed regime. So the problem with Cuba is worse, okay? Their economic model doesn't work. Doesn't work. And the people who are in charge can't fix it. And the reason that I can't fix it is not just because they're communists, that's bad enough, but they're incompetent communists. The only thing worse than a communist is an incompetent one. And that's what, so incompetent communists run that country. They don't know how to fix it. They really don't. And we have 90 miles from our shores, a failed state that also happens to be friendly territory for some of our adversaries. So it's an unacceptable status quo, and we'll be addressing it, but not today. Okay. All right, let's go to the front, right there.
Secretary Rubio.
Yeah.
You are going to the Vatican to meet with the Pope. Is this an attempt to smooth things over with the Pope, given the rhetoric between President Trump and Pope Leo?
No, it's a trip we had planned from before, and obviously we had some stuff that happened. And no, look, there's a lot to talk about with the Vatican. I'll give you one example. The Pope just returned from a trip to Africa, where the church is growing very vibrantly. And we have shared concerns about religious freedom, freedom in different parts of the world. We'd love to talk to them about that. The topic of Cuba, we gave Cuba $6 million of humanitarian aid, but obviously they won't let us distribute it. We distributed it through the church. We'd like to do more. We're willing to give more humanitarian aid to Cuba, by the way, distributed through the church, but the Cuban regime has to allow us to do it. They won't allow us to give their own people more humanitarian aid, and we're willing to do it through the church. So there's a lot to talk about.
And the president recently said that the Pope is endangering a lot of Catholics as a result of his rhetoric around the Iran war. Is that a sentiment?
Well, I don't think that's an accurate description of what he said. I think what the president basically said is that Iran can't have a nuclear weapon because they would use it against places that have a lot of Catholics and Christians and others for that matter. It goes back to the central point. I think the president, without trying to speak for him, but I think I can characterize it this way. He doesn't understand why anybody, leave aside the Pope, the president, and I, for that matter, I think most people, I cannot understand why anyone would think that it's a good idea for Iran to ever have a nuclear weapon. Look what they're doing with the Straits right now. They're holding the whole world hostage. They have these sailors, on commercial ships that are going to starve to death out there. They don't care. They don't care that this is melting down the economies around the world, even of their own allies. This is what they're doing with the Straits. What do you think they would do if they had a nuclear weapon? They would hold the world hostage with that nuclear weapon. That's what they would do. They would do exactly to the world with a nuclear weapon what they're doing now with the Straits. And I think the president's point is how anyone cannot see that as an unacceptable outcome and an unacceptable risk is beyond him. It's puzzling. And someone has to do something about it. The difference between this president and like the 6 presidents that preceded him were that he's the only one that's actually been willing to do something about it. Everyone says Iran can't have a nuclear weapon, but you got to do something about it at some point. And he's been willing to address that threat. And that's what he promised he would do when he got elected, by the way, is address threats like this.
Secretary.
Yeah, I wish I knew your names,
thank you
guys.
so much,
I
Mr.
apologize. Can you put name tags on?
Thank you so much, Mr. Secretary.
Who are you with? Who are you with?
I'm with Rudao Media Network.
Okay.
Mr. Secretary, the president has said multiple times that weapons were provided to the Kurdish groups to pass on the Iranian people. However, Kurdish political parties and the regional government says they have not received such weapons. Even some claim these weapons remain in the U.S. base in the region. Can you clarify who those weapons were given to and whether you intend to retrieve them or still want to pass to the Iranian people?
Yeah, look, ultimately, what the president is expressing, and I think has repeatedly, is he wished the Iranian people had, look, he's heartbroken by these images. You think about it, you're an Iranian, okay? You're unhappy that your economy doesn't work for you. You don't have freedom. You don't have an opportunity to express yourself. You've got friends that have been shot in the head because they're out protesting. And it's heartbreaking to him to see that these people are abused in this way and have no measures to take against their own government as a result of it. By the way, this goes back, if you guys remember the protests in 2009 where they slaughtered people in the street. This is a vicious regime, guys. Okay? These are people that hang people from the cranes in the town square so everyone can see. They continue these executions of people and have continue to do so for over a decade and a half now. And so I think what the president is expressing is the desire that he wishes the Iranian people had an ability to fight back against some of these things that are happening to them. And I would view that as distinct and separate from the specifics of this operation that was ongoing before it concluded, and certainly different from the operation that's going on now. Right there in the
regarding Colombia, Mr. Secretary,
right behind you, not Colombia, right there. Yes, ma'am.
Not Colombia.
Mr. Secretary, thank you so much. On Lebanon, are
Yes.
we in a ceasefire or less fire? And the second question, do you think
Ceasefire
you
or
would be able
less fire? Wow.
to achieve an agreement between Lebanon and Israel without risking a civil war in Lebanon? What are you doing to risk? What are you doing to?
No, I got it. I got the gist of your question. So look, here's the challenge with Lebanon. Okay, there's no problem between the Lebanese government and the Israeli government. Israel doesn't claim any land in Lebanon belongs to them, and by and large, I think a peace deal between Lebanon and Israel is imminently achievable and should be. The problem with Israel and Lebanon is not Israel or Lebanon, it's Hezbollah. Hezbollah operates from inside of Lebanese territory. They terrorize and attack Israelis, but they also are inflicting tremendous damage on the Lebanese people. The reason why Lebanon gets attacked by Israel is because of Hezbollah, because Hezbollah is hiding in some house, launching rockets against Israelis, and then they get hit. So what you're seeing now is Israeli responses to either attacks or perceived threats. And this is not new. This has been going on for a very long time. What is our hope? Our hope is to engage the Lebanese and Israeli governments under our mediation at the table to achieve this. And that is having Lebanese armed forces and a Lebanese government, not just with the willingness, but with the capability to begin to challenge Hezbollah and disarm them. Because the Lebanese people are also victims of Hezbollah. And by the way, on the topic of Hezbollah in Lebanon, who is behind Hezbollah? Why do they exist? They're an agent of Iran. If you go through that Middle East and you identify every problem, Hamas, Hezbollah, to some extent the Houthis, obviously, and others, behind every one of these groups is Tehran. So apart from the nuclear weapons, apart from all these other things, these guys are behind all the bad actors. Hezbollah is a wing. It's an extension of Iranian desire to destabilize the region. So we're very committed to this process. It's not going to be easy. You're asking me a complex question. You know this has been going on for a very long time. It's not going to be easy. We're going to do everything we can to make sure that both sides continue to talk so that progress can be made on some sort of permanent ceasefire that isn't constantly spoiled by Hezbollah and by Hezbollah violence. Right in the middle.
Thank you, sir.
I'm winging it, guys, okay? Right there, yes, sir.
You mentioned the 2 U.S. ships that safely crossed the Strait of Hormuz. Are other ships being told it's safer to get back to regular levels, or are we still going to see limits in place for the foreseeable future?
For obvious reasons, I'm not going to broadcast who we're talking to or who we're telling them to move. I mean, we want these operations to be safe, and I think as it unfolds and ships get through, we'll make those announcements after the fact, just for operational security purposes. But the goal here is pretty simple. Establish a zone of transit that is protected by a bubble, the United States, both naval and air assets.
Tim,
and then allow ships who want
to move
Can you
send me the link to the stream alerts without the
ability to do
thing?
so.
Because people
that
are saying
doesn't happen in 12
work.
hours. It takes time to set up that bubble and gain
Usually
that
the
confidence,
incognito
but that's
would
the
work.
goal. We have been in touch. We've been in touch, I don't know, with a bunch of different liners about moving. And we're hoping to continue to improve the security situation, and we'll start to see some of that movement.
I think
and we'll announce it as it happens after the fact. We're not going to be like broadcasting, hey, tomorrow at 12, ship X is going to be coming through for obvious reasons, because that degrades the security. But we feel confident we're going to be able to achieve that. Look, it's not going to solve the whole Straits problem. It's going to solve a lot of it, but it's important to challenge what Iran is doing now. Guys, again, I wonder if you take anything away today, and I can't tell you what to write, but Iran cannot be allowed to normalize this control of the Straits. It's completely unlawful, illegal. It's outrageous. And every country in the world should be joining us and condemning it and doing something about it. But the United States has stepped up and is trying to do something about it.
Regarding Colombia, Mr. Secretary, we've had several tourists.
I'm sorry. We'll see if we get to Colombia today. Go ahead. You guys have an election. Why don't you wait till after your election?
Mr. Secretary, John Michael Ross with Daily Mail. I was curious about your meeting with Southcom earlier. There was a picture, a map of Cuba behind you. What did you discuss with Southcom about Cuba? And do you have any updates on?
I'm not going to tell you what I discussed with Southcom.
but it had to do something with Cuba.
No,
what about?
Cuba's in Southcom. You know,
Fair
it's
enough.
the closest part. And so the second point, I was there. Our ambassadors were in from the whole Western Hemisphere. I was addressing them. Meeting the general who just took command of Southcom. And there happened to be a map of Cuba. And I said, it'd be good if we took a picture in front of that map, because it's like the closest thing in Southcom to the United States. So there it is. We have maps of other countries. Huh?
I don't know.
No,
that's not
that
a good
map.
locked in.
In the red, right there in the
in the
red.
other chat where you could find your fellow you know,
Can I answer in
Zionist and
Spanish, or can I
anti-Zionist
answer in
alike.
Spanish?
You know what I'm saying?
But they'll have to translate for
I
them.
like
what you ask
calling
them.
Rubio king and jokes like that, but you cross too much political. You know what I'm saying? Take it to the other chat, please.
$25 million
You don't pay money for
on
that shit
Diosdado
here.
Cabello, the Secretary of Interior, for drug trafficking and narco-terrorism. I was wondering if that has been put on hold, or if you're negotiating with President Delcy Rodriguez to turn him over.
Yeah, I don't have any updates for you on
No,
that.
no.
The website is what it is,
Try
and
that
that's
one.
where it stands. That policy hasn't changed. But guys, I mean, let's be mature.
I don't
here a
know
little
if
bit.
it
I'm not
works
going to tell you
without
about
it.
what we're talking about with the leader of these countries.
El Departamento de Estado sigue considerando a Diosdado
Otherwise, I
Cabello
can't. If that
un
doesn't work, I don't know what to
narcoterrorista
tell
y
you.
un
Just type in
narcotraficante,
that
como
link
dice en la
without.
página del Departamento de Estado.
What's it
La
called?
política de Estados Unidos en ese tema no ha cambiado, y cuando cambie te
fuck? You
dejaremos
speak
saber.
Spanish?
The politics of the United States on that, the policy of the United States on that topic hasn't changed. When it does, you know, obviously we'll inform you, but I don't have any news for you on that today. Right there in the green. I'll get to you guys. Right there in the green. Are you guys all the TV people?
No.
All right, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go. I'm learning. They gave me a little map. I don't know where I put it of the people here. Some of you had like red X's. I'm kidding. No, it's not true. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. The average price of gas in the country right now is
Yeah.
$4.50. Do you have a thought on how long Americans are supposed to kind of accept this? Do you think it will affect Republicans' majorities in the midterms?
Well, I'm not going to speculate on the politics of it. You can tell me. I mean, look, it's obviously being driven by global events. That was true during the Russia-Ukraine war as well, where you saw that come up. It's one. Look, we don't benefit from the straits as much as other countries. I don't know if you've seen what the gas prices are like in other parts of the world that are really suffering, big time. So we're very fortunate that the United States, I believe, right now is like the world's largest net exporter of oil and natural gas as a result, not because of this war, but because we have this capacity. So we've been insulated to some degree. We're obviously still vulnerable to some extent to global prices, and so, but in the end, I mean, we're more insulated than other countries, even though that's not welcome news to Americans that are paying more at the pump, no doubt about it. And it certainly is one of the circumstances of it. There are people that were predicting would be much higher at this point, but we're not taking that for granted. Suffice it to say that this is, think about it this way. Everybody needs to think about it this way. If Iran had a nuclear weapon, and they decided to close the straits and make our gas prices like $9 a gallon or $8 a gallon, we wouldn't be able to do anything about it because they have a nuclear weapon. And a nuclear-armed Iran could do whatever the hell they want with the straits, and there's nothing anyone would be able to do about it. And that's one of the many reasons, apart from like the
watch
massive
the whole
loss of life
video
in a nuclear
before
strike,
signing up,
why
and
Iran
if you're
can
in
never have a
Texas,
nuclear
don't do
weapon.
that.
I mean, so this is
That's
an
why
example
the amount of
if they had a
people,
nuclear
bro,
weapon, they
who, like,
closed the straits
signed
and they
up,
would tell
and
them,
I'm
well,
like,
what are you going to do
I'm
about
glad
it? We
it
have a
didn't
nuclear
work
weapon, we can attack
because
you with it. That's the world
literally
none of
they're
us
in
want to leave
Texas,
behind.
and I'm
It
like,
won't
you
happen
didn't
under
watch
this
the whole
president's
fucking
watch.
video, huh?
But some future president
There's
and
much
future,
more
you know,
than
and the
just
future
Texas
Americans
in
will
that
have to deal
video,
with this.
but
So it's just
I
one
do
more
think
example of why these
before,
guys
you know,
can
doing
never
all
be
that.
allowed to have.
And then after
a
you
nuclear
sign
weapon.
up, make sure
right there in the black. Right you in the black.
Respond to a confirmation email.
Where you? No, right there. You both are wearing black.
Thank you.
She's closer. No, you don't have black. You have blue on. I'm colorblind, but I know blue and black. Right there. Yes, ma'am. No, you. The first one I called on.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you. This is chaos, guys.
No, you can't unlock it.
Go ahead.
Stream alerts.
Welcome to the White House.
You could be in Texas, but we can't send them to Texas phone numbers.
Rights in China, and so including religious persecution and forced organ harvesting. So President Trump prepares to meet Xi Jinping next week. Do you expect human rights concerns to be
organ harvesting?
Well, we always raise those issues,
Wow.
and they remain true. And I think we've proven in some cases it's most effective
Bringing
to
the
raise them in the
hardballs for 'em.
appropriate setting. But we always raise those
Qualcomm.
issues. They're important to us, among with others, of course. But those issues remain prominent in our view and in our conversation about these things. And we'll continue to raise them in the appropriate forums. All right, let's get to the front. These guys are going to get mad. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Simon Kelly, Associated Press. You mentioned earlier that some countries
5%,
have privately
Mercury
indicated
Group.
their willingness to help with Project Freedom. Can you say how many have reached out to the U.S. With the offers of help and what kind of capabilities?
Well, no, thank you for your question. That's a good question. I mean, multiple countries have said we got to do something about it and fix it.
Is it like dozens or single digits or more than 100? Or?
I don't know. I don't put a number on it. I would just tell you that. Here's what I would say about it.
20 minutes remaining.
The capabilities is the issue. Okay. A lot of countries would love to do something about it. They don't have a navy. Right, or they can't get there in time.
Hey, yo,
They can't.
Zim
Others,
got a
are less,
takeover thing earlier.
That some unfortunately do have
Remember
a navy.
last time
are
it got
saying,
rejected?
Oh, we'll
They're
be
saying
involved, but we'll be
35 a
involved
share.
after it's over. Well, after it's over, it's kind of like,
Or 37.50.
That makes sense. So, we'd like to have it. Now, there may be some utility
more than
in
the
a
agreed
post,
price of 35.
Closure mission.
So
I'm
someone's
not
trying to
downplaying
bid
that,
more
but
for Zim.
I think that's been the challenge. But there are other ways they can help, unique ways
Yeah,
that they
this
can
was
help.
in buyout
And I don't
mode.
want to get into who these countries are for
They're
obvious
offering
reasons.
10%
because
more, just under.
They are prepared to help us in certain ways, but maybe don't want
You're
that
in
publicly
Texas. As long as
disclosed
you have a different
for no other
phone
reason
number,
than
it might
it
not be
impacted
Texas.
foreign policy. It could have some domestic
But that's
ramifications.
for stream alerts.
But ultimately, I don't want to mislead you. The primary responsibility for this Project Freedom is on the United States because we're the only country that can project power in that part of the world the way we're doing now. We're the only ones that can do it, and we're going to do it as a favor to the world. Understand this. This is a favor to the world because it's their ships that are stranded. It's their fuel supplies that are stranded. By the way, it's their there's humanitarian aid destined for different countries in the world that's stranded in the Persian Gulf right now. It's the fertilizer that they need for their food and crops that's stranded in the Persian, not our fertilizer, their fertilizer. So we want to be helpful, and that's why the president stepped forward, because we're the only ones that can. Frankly, we're the only ones that can.
Mr. Secretary, on the rising oil and gas prices, the president has said that this is a small price to pay for getting rid of a nuclear weapon. But 10 weeks in, are we any closer to getting rid of Iran's nuclear material?
Yeah, but look, here's the way to think about Iran, and this is what I described at the very beginning of this. What was Iran's plan? You have to understand what their plan was. Their plan was they were going to build this conventional shield where they would have so many thousands of missiles and drones and rockets that they couldn't be attacked.
Delivery device?
And behind that conventional shield that
That's
they were
another
trying
reason
to
why
build,
those
they would
MOs
then
and
break out and do
everything
whatever they wanted with their nuclear program. They no longer have that
All the
conventional
tobacco
shield.
companies.
Okay? We told you guys from the very beginning, and we're very consistent in this messaging. The operation that has concluded was going to destroy their Navy. They have no Navy left. They don't. Not a Navy. They have small boats and Boston whalers, but they don't have a Navy left. They don't have an Air Force. I challenge you. When is the last time you read or heard about an Iranian jet flying anywhere? They don't have an Air Force. Their missile launching capability has been substantially degraded, and their industrial base, their defense industrial base, has been severely damaged. So their ability to build a shield behind which they could hide their nuclear program was wiped out. That's a very substantial achievement, and that was the purpose of this operation from day one.
Their nuclear material in order for this war to end.
Well, that's one of the topics that needs to be discussed. I don't know about. I think you're linking it. The operation is over.
Jimmy, are you having a good day today, man? How are you doing, bro?
We're done with that stage.
Good afternoon, bro.
We're now on to this Project of Freedom.
man.
As far as the
Everything good?
negotiation is concerned, I think the president's been clear that part of the negotiation process has to be not just the enrichment, but what happens to this material that's
Second
buried deep
U.S.
somewhere
flagged vessel to
that
exit
they still
Strait
have
is
access
CS
to if they
anthem.
ever wanted to dig it
Three
out.
sources
That has to be
say.
addressed, and that's being addressed.
I promise you, we're not lying.
I'm not going to go further on what progress
I
has
got
been made on
both
that
at 1,
topic
2,
because I don't
3.
wanna
You can't
endanger the
deny 3.
negotiations,
Ask
but
the
suffice it
Lord.
to
He
say
says 3
that
in
the
my
president and this
presence.
entire team is aware of the centrality of that question, and that will have to be addressed one way or the other. Right there. Right there. Yes.
Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Secretary. I have another two-part question for you.
Okay.
First, are you taking part in those negotiations that you just detailed there? And then secondly, President Trump has made it clear that the U.S. doesn't rely on the Strait of Hormuz. So why should Americans even care about Project Freedom and these shipping tankers going through?
Well, I think on the second point is the one I want to address first, and that is why should Americans care and why it matters to us? Because ultimately these things have an impact on the global economy, which ultimately has an impact on our economy in the long term. That's number one. Number two, because if we live in a world where a rogue state like this Iranian regime is allowed to claim as a new normal control of our international shipping lane, it will not be long before you see that happen in multiple shipping lanes around the world. I can identify for you 6 or 7 vital shipping lanes around the world that some countries can decide, guess what? If Iran was able to do it, we're going to do it too. We're not going to start charging tolls. And it'll get closer and closer to us. That's unacceptable. We cannot live in a world. There's a lot of time and energy been invested behind the idea that international waters are free for the free flow of goods. The stuff we make in this country and export has to go through international shipping lanes. And for us to live in a world where a country can decide now we own the international shipping lane and you have to pay us if you want to use it, that is a normal that we will never be able to accept. And that's what the Iranians are trying to get us to do. So we're doing two things about it, and we haven't talked about the second one enough.
Freedom in here.
The second thing we're doing is we're going to the UN.
Is everything good, bro? You having a good day?
We're trying to go to the UN, and we're saying, okay, countries of the world, condemn this. Say that it is wrong for you to put mines there. It is wrong for you to shoot at commercial vessels. Guys, that's what we're talking about here. These guys are bombing commercial vessels. They're not bombing naval vessels. They're bombing commercial tankers. It's just outrageous. That needs to stop, and it needs to end. And if it doesn't, then the world should be diplomatically and economically isolating Iran as well. But if we live in a world where global shipping lanes can be taken over by countries, that'll have a direct impact on Americans in the short and the long term, and we can't let it start by Iran doing it. And we're the only ones that can do anything about it. All right. Right there in the green. Go ahead. Yes.
Mr. Secretary, does the president intend to press Beijing on its Taiwan policy when he visits China next week?
I'm sure Taiwan will be a topic of conversation. It always is. As you know, we understand the Chinese understand our position on that topic. We understand theirs, and I think both parties, without getting ahead of myself and what will happen in the talks, but I think both countries understand that it is neither one of our interests to see anything destabilize happen in that part of the world. We don't need any destabilizing events to occur with regards to Taiwan or anywhere in the Indo-Pacific. And I think that's to the mutual benefit of both the United States and the Chinese.
I don't think
Hey, Kara Castanova from Lindell TV. Thank you for taking my question today.
Jimmy can't hear me. You guys are the only communication method to Jimmy.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You know that? And all you guys are telling him is he's on sativa and needs to do drugs. Do you guys work for Big Pharma? Just ask him how his day's going.
How does the State Department interpret the president's recent remarks when he said, quote, the Iranian people need to have guns, and I think they are getting some guns, end quote.
VIX is on the high. What the fuck is this?
Relate to any ongoing or potential U.S. actions like supplying those weapons?
Well, I think it goes back to the question I was asked a moment ago. I think the president thinks it's heartbreaking.
We're either about to drop or rip, but the VIX just hit a high.
In the end, I mean, this regime is not... Guys, I know I've said this. I think I said this in my hearing before the Senate when I got confirmed. I don't know of any country in the world where there's a bigger difference between the people and the people who run the country. Okay, this country is run by radical Shia clerics. And that's not what Iran and the Iranian people are. Now, they may be Shia, but they're not radicals and they're not clerics, and they just want a normal life and a regular life, and in many ways a very cosmopolitan country with an incredible history. Incredible history and incredible legacy and the like. So there's this huge divide between the people of Iran, whom we sympathize with, and who the president sympathizes with, because they're the ones suffering. Look, the world is a victim of Iran, okay? The world is a victim of Iran because they're terrorists, because of what they're doing now in the Straits. But the people of Iran are daily victims of the regime, and the president has deep sympathy for what they're going through. And I think he's just expressing that sympathy and that frustration that they don't have the ability to do more to get rid of this regime that has crushed this country and isolated it from the world, which is a country that shouldn't be isolated from the world because its people are phenomenal. All right. I wish I had like a dice. Go ahead. Yeah. No, right there, because I'm going to Italy.
Another vessel has been attacked in Hormuz.
He's Italian. I know him. He used to cover Capitol Hill. You're Italian, right? For many years.
For many years. Launch? Maybe.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. So I have two short questions for you.
Oh, damn, 2 questions.
First, as you head to the Vatican and Italy, how do you view the Pope's global role amid current geopolitical shift? And what are your objectives in Italy? Is this trip tied to recent remarks by the President suggesting Italy has not been supported as expected? And the second one is about the Hezbollah in Lebanon. On a recent interview on Fox News, you raised some concern about stronger backing within the Lebanese armed forces.
I gotta go right at one.
What do you make? Can you elaborate a little bit?
I've answered the first one about the Vatican. Look, I mean, the Pope is obviously the vicar of Christ, is a Roman Catholic, but he's also the head of a nation state, and it's an organization that has a presence in over 100-something countries around the world. And we engage with the Vatican quite a bit because they're present in many different places. I've already outlined to you 2 examples. We worked with the Catholic Church on the distribution of humanitarian aid in Cuba. We share with the Catholic Church a concern about the destruction of religious liberty, the persecution of Christian minorities, and also, the challenges that are being faced by Christians in Africa, where the Pope just recently visited. So we have a lot to talk about with them, and I engage with them quite a bit on that front. So the trip is really not tied to anything other than the fact that it would be normal for us to engage with them, and other Secretary of States have done that in the past. On the second point about Lebanon, also a question that was asked earlier. And what was the Italian part?
About the expectation that the president...
Oh, no, look, I mean, the Italians have been involved for some time in training the police and in training their forces, so we'd love to hear their input on it. And in the way, look, we welcome everybody's help eventually. What has to happen in Lebanon, what everybody wants to see, is that you have a Lebanese government with the capability to go after Hezbollah and take the Hezbollah apart. There shouldn't be a Hezbollah and a government. There should be a government. Everyone should fold underneath it. And if we do that, then there will be peace between Israel and Lebanon. But we have to build the capacity of the Lebanese to do it. And I think Italy could be helpful in that regard. All right. Did I call on you already? You already got a question? In the green? Did I call on you already? No. Okay, all right. Go ahead.
You mentioned the UN resolution that
Yes.
you announced today. Can you talk about what the goal is with that resolution? And there was a similar one last month that was vetoed by China and Russia. You spoke to the Russian foreign minister. Do you have an assurance that Russia will be on board with this now?
Well, we don't know.
narrow
Yeah, look,
resolution?
I mean, everyone wouldn't want to see this vetoed again, and then we've made some slight adjustments to the language, but I don't know if it'll avoid a veto or not, but the language isn't very complicated. And I think it's a real test for the UN, right? As a function, as something that functions that can solve global problems. What is the purpose of the UN? The UN was supposed to be a place where you could peacefully resolve global conflict. Right now you have a country who is unlawfully, criminally, and illegally taking possession of an international waterway and blowing up commercial vessels and putting mines in the water. I don't know if people appreciate like how outrageous this is, how unacceptable it is that any country would fire and try to sink commercial vessels.
Oh, yo,
or
you
put
might be
mines in the
going
water.
down on
Both of
that
these things
late
are illegal.
vessel.
And so we're going to take it to the UN. And we're going to
Like I
give it
said,
another
that
chance
Vic started
to be
going.
reformed,
We were about
in
to
which
dump
we're not
it,
even
Rick.
asking people like commit
You
troops
got
to
your
the region
dump.
and help
Oil
blow
didn't
up the
move,
Iranian
though.
boats. All we're asking them to do is to condemn
That
it,
is the
to
10-minute
call on
rigged
Iran
as well.
to stop blowing ships, to remove
a little bit
these,
difficult.
mines, and to allow humanitarian relief to come through because there's humanitarian aid that's trapped. That's it. This is a very modest request. And if you're telling me that the international community and hundreds of countries cannot rally behind that, then I don't know what the utility of the UN system is if it can't even solve something as straightforward as that. And I think to both the Chinese and the Russians, I would argue and have argued that it is in their interest for that resolution to pass and for pressure to be brought on Iran, because it is in their interest not to see international waterways, including the Straits of Hormuz, be closed down and cause economic chaos to dozens and dozens of countries around the world. Okay. Back row, yellow tie. Back row.
Secretary,
10-minute
CBN
rigged.
News. You've had a deep faith.
So again, you had 10-minute rigged, and then there was a headline about another ship getting attacked. A British maritime cargo ship, and then you had I think that was the UK TMO update. They said unknown projectile. So you have that plus the 10-minute rigged, and then he's still going. Then you also have earnings after
Personally,
the bell.
deal with that.
So
Yeah, look, I mean, my
Rapparooney
hope for
chatted
America is what it's
Dooney,
always been. I
but
think
no
it's the
other
hope I hope we all
headlines
share.
besides that.
We want it to continue to be the place where anyone from anywhere can achieve anything, where you're not limited by the circumstances of your birth, by the color of your skin, by your ethnicity, but frankly, it's a place where you are able to overcome
did hit
challenges
a new
and
high.
achieve your full potential.
725.
I think that should be the goal of every country in the world, frankly. But I think in the U.S., we're not perfect. Our history is not one of perfection, but it's still better than anybody else's history. And ours is a story of perpetual improvement. Each generation has left the next generation of Americans freer, more prosperous, safer, and that is our goal as well. But it is a unique and exceptional country, and as we come upon this 250-year anniversary, I think we have a lot to learn and be proud of in our history. It is one of perpetual and continuous improvement, where each generation has done its part to bring us closer to fulfilling the vision that the founders of this country had upon its founding. So, thank you. All right. I have time for 2 more questions. Crazy. All right, right there in the pink. No, you right there. That lady. No, the one right next to you in the pink. No, the pink. I'm sorry, but I pointed at her. I need to get a laser pointer and just go. Now you in the pink
All right,
jacket.
Well, 2 minutes,
right
you
there.
went back
Thank you.
down a VWAP.
Secretary, I have a question on Iran-China relations.
Okay.
What's your reaction to Iranian foreign minister visit to China? Also, Beijing instructed its firms to ignore U.S. sanctions. Could you also address that?
Well, I'll direct you to Treasury on that front. There are options that we have. If you ignore our sanctions, you're going to face secondary sanctions. And I don't have an announcement for you on that today, but we don't do these things, for symbolic purposes. On the first point about the visit, it's fine. I hope the Chinese tell him what he needs to be told, and that is that what you are doing in the Straits is causing you to be globally isolated. You're the bad guy in this. You guys should not be blowing up ships. You should not be putting mines. You should not be trying to hold hostage the global economy. I hope the Chinese bring, whether it's done privately, but I hope it's done directly, that's the message they deliver to them. As I outlined earlier today, China is an export-driven economy. Okay, I'm not here to speak on behalf of what's in the best interest of China, but it's obvious. China is an export-driven economy. That means they depend on other countries to buy from them. Well, you can't buy from them if you can't ship it there, and you can't buy from them if your economy is being destroyed by what Iran is doing. So it is in China's interest that Iran stop closing the Straits. It's harming China as well.
Final.
The gentleman in the red tie. Right
Oil
there.
didn't react to any of those headlines. That was just equities.
Yes, I'm sorry, what's your name?
Liz Landers with PBS NewsHour.
Okay.
Another question about the China-Iran relationship. You said at the beginning of your comments at the top that every single financial situation will be targeted. Does that include Chinese banks? Would the president sanction
We're going to enforce our sanctions.
Chinese banks
I don't
before it goes to Beijing?
I don't have an announcement for you. That will have to come from Treasury. But we have sanctions in place. And sanctions don't mean anything unless, you're going to do something about them. So I think that's been clear. I think
he has a political Ted Lasso vibe about him.
Any specific announcement.
I feel that
Suffice
heavy.
it to say, we're serious about our sanctions. Then a cost needs to be imposed on Iran.
He does kind of remind me of Ted Lasso.
Otherwise, if they get away with this, guys, if they get away with pulling this thing off without paying
a little
a
less
price for it
goofy,
and
but
backing
yeah,
down,
I feel
you're going to see multiple places around the world where other countries are going to be tempted to do the same.
I feel like Ted Lasso
This is
should
unacceptable.
be in government.
Again, I want to reiterate the point. We keep arguing back and forth about the war and the shooting and this and that and the other. These guys are shut down an international waterway. The Straits of Hormuz do not belong to Iran. They don't have a right to shut it down and blow up ships and lay mines. And that's what they've done. That needs to be addressed. Otherwise, and it cannot be normalized. Under no circumstances can we live in a world where we accept, okay, this is normal. You have to coordinate with Iran. You have to pay them a toll in order to go through the Straits of Hormuz. Not only is that unacceptable in the Straits, you're creating a precedent that could be repeated in multiple other places around the world.
There was some war, there's a ship getting attacked headline, but it could just be 10-minute rigged. Oil didn't move as much.
It shouldn't just be us.
But the VIX started running
before that. We're going to give them a chance to do something about it at the United Nations.
China gives
all right, my last question.
To stop coalition.
All right, that lady in the right there in the white.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Venezuela, Baba and China dropping on that.
Hold on, stop this up. Go ahead. Okay, I'll do two more and then I got to go. Yeah, go ahead. Iran has shown what? Okay.
Iran has shown that it's been able to withstand a lot of pressure. And yesterday, President Trump has said that they may run out of oil storage in 2 weeks. Do you believe that that will be the thing that gets them to the table to give up their nuclear ambitions? And if not, what will be that thing?
Well, look, they're suffering devastating damage to their economy. You're right, but it's not that they're able to withstand pressure. It's that they don't care that their people are suffering. You understand, right? There's a difference between we can withstand pressure and we actually don't care. Now, I think there are people in their system that care more than others.
You just gave up the last 2 hours in like 10 minutes.
Some of the people you see on television with the suits on, those guys care because they know at the end of the day they have to live in the reality. And then you have another element of their government, the clerics, the IRGC types, who probably are more immune to that and care less. They're more interested in regime survival at all costs. But ultimately, the pressure points are what they are.
They divided now than they were before because the administration has said that the Iranian regime is divided, making it very challenging.
Well, it's been challenging to deal with them diplomatically because, for example, an offer will be made and then it takes 5 or 6 days to get a response because you have to get it through the whole system. They have to find the supreme leader wherever he hides. They got to get him to sign off, and that's their system. Their system has always been multi-layered in this way. It's obviously become more complex because of the damage they suffered during the war. But look, suffice it to say, Iran has to pay a price. They're not going to change their position out of the kindness of their heart. There has to be a pressure point on them that causes them to realize they cannot continue to close the streets, or they face crushing economic consequences, but also global diplomatic isolation, which they have proven in the past to be susceptible to. But you're right, they have a high pain threshold, but they don't have an unlimited pain threshold. Nobody does. All right, this has to be the last question. Go
Secretary,
Khomeini's
want to know what is your DJ name?
My DJ name?
Your DJ name.
You're not ready for my DJ name.
You're not ready.
On the war. If the fighting were to
no, I had a real
resume,
question.
You said that Operation Epic Fury is over. The president also said that the U.S. would bomb them off the face of the earth if they tried to go after U.S. ships. So if the fighting resumes, are you saying that it would resume under Project Freedom? And I ask, as it relates to the War Powers Act.
Yeah, look, the Operation Epic Fury is concluded. We achieved the objectives of that operation. I'm not going to, we're not cheering for an additional situation to occur. We would prefer the path of peace. What the president would prefer is a deal. He would prefer to sit down, work out a memorandum of understanding for future negotiations that touches on all the key topics that have to be addressed, a full opening of the strait so the world can get back to normal. And he preferred that be negotiated through the route that Steve and Jared have been working and that all of us
1 minute!
That is so far not the route that Iran has chosen. And so the result has been that the United States has to do something about the fact that we're the only nation on earth that can do anything to open up a lane within the
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize your plays. AMD.
These guys are facing.
Who else? There's like
they-
two other
they are
earnings, but
facing
if you're gonna
real
play them,
catastrophic
wrap them up.
destruction to their
10.1 billion. That's what you want to
Generational
look for
destruction to their
AMD
economy.
guidance.
Generational
So,
destruction to the
other
wealth
than
of
that,
their
my
country,
brethren,
imposed
I
on
gotta get
themselves by
going.
the
I'm gonna
actions
end
that
it
they're
right
taking.
at the
They
bell.
should
Only
check
30
themselves before they
seconds.
wreck
I'll see
themselves
you in the
direction
morning.
that they're going.
Shout out the new highs, the long term.
votes
We got
coming out
plays.
from
Follow the
Congress are
Instagram at the
white
Trading
guys.
Fraternity. You'll have some
I love
info
talking
there
about
for
this
you
stuff. These are the war
tonight.
powers that
We'll
we
go
care
over
about.
all of
I was
them,
hoping
baby, but
somebody
I'll
would
see
ask.
you in the
All right,
AM.
hold on. No,
God
no,
bless
you don't let me answer. I gotta answer
America.
the question.
And
Okay.
peace.
And I love it. I'll tell you why I
4,
love it.
3,
Because even as a
2,
senator, I said
1.
something. The War Powers Act is unconstitutional.
Ding, 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 ding,
100%.
ding,
Now,
ding,
this is
ding,
not the
ding, ding,
position
ding, ding.
of
Intel
me,
into
not
the
the position of
close?
the President of the United States
Oh,
now.
well, I was tripping.
This is the
Okay.
position of
But
every
yeah, baby,
single
finger
president
to the
that has
sky.
occupied
To
this
God
position
be the
since the
glory.
day that law passed.
And
It's
through the
completely
grace of God
unconstitutional.
alone,
Now,
baby.
we comply with
I
it.
hope you have a wonderful day. I'll see you locked in on the watch list. Or again, see Pfizer developing weight loss drugs. That was from the morning. Why are they putting that out now? But yeah, here, I got to get going. So, but don't worry, I'm not going to leave you guys on a bad note. Just remember, all of this content, man, is brought to you by our sponsors, okay? Long-term monthly. Don't forget about them, please.
Put your moderate
They're
to
good for
severe
you.
volatility in check
love
with
you, Chad.
long-term once-monthly
Goodbye.
savings and high-quality ownership. Before I started using long-term monthly, I was an absolute degenerate who couldn't sleep because they said don't hold overnight. Now I could sleep. My husband said he was investing for our future, but he was just gambling at 8 in the morning. But now, thanks to long-term monthly, we're about to buy our second home. Before taking long-term monthly, I used to get really bothered by the politics on the television and YouTube. Now, I don't care who's president. I know I'm still going to make a profit and have a financial future. Long-term can lower your ability to blow up your account. Before treatment, watch Trading Fraternity and Stock Market Live videos. Serious faith, hope, and love might occur. For patients above 20, discipline and goals are a common side effect. Nausea, upset stomach, and diarrhea may occur if you are trading in your long-term account. Consult your broker and ask them why they are charging you above the Fed's funds rate to hold your money. Long-term monthly is not a one-time treatment and will have to be kept up for several years. Long-term monthly